The following program is for adult audiences only.
No me echen la culpa a mí por tener la esperanza de un mundo sin sufrir y más cumbia mexicana. No me echen la culpa a mí por tener la esperanza de un mundo sin sufrir y más cumbia mexicana. No me echen la culpa a mí por tener la esperanza de un mundo sin sufrir y más cumbia mexicana. No me echen la culpa a mí por tener la esperanza de un mundo sin sufrir y más cumbia mexicana.
Mis abuelos en Juárez fueron braceros. Mis tíos en Odessa son petroleros. Los tíos de Ojinaga son aparceros. La familia en Califa son jornaleros. Cántalo bien, con mucho amor. Esta es la cumbia del chambeador. Báilalo bien, puro sabor, porque el obrero goza mejor. Cántalo bien, con mucho amor. Esta es la cumbia del chambeador. Báilalo bien, puro sabor, porque el obrero goza mejor. Esta es la cumbia del chambeador, porque el obrero goza mejor. Esta es la cumbia del chambeador, porque el obrero goza mejor.
No me echen la culpa a mí por tener la esperanza de un mundo sin sufrir y más cumbia mexicana. No me echen la culpa a mí por tener la esperanza de un mundo sin sufrir y más cumbia mexicana.
溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! 네온 너 가라 무하다 오도록 가게 유래를 스텝 流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go! 進んでいく笑顔、遠くになる瞳、曖昧な距離さえ甘くて、ほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて。
溶けてく夜明けに、これが最後の願いね。嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね。溶けてく夜明けに、これが最後の願いね。嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね。
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling. This is episode 444. And man, do we have some avidity for Prohibition. They are not satisfied until they ban everything that might be fun, enjoyable, or helpful to society. Oh, man, pulling my hair out this week. I did the research for the news, and it was just like, same old propaganda, but everywhere I looked, and it wasn't propaganda, it was another ban, another restriction, another increase in taxes. And, well, you might have heard the government is finally in the process of opening back up again because they got 6 Democrats or 8 Democrats to jump ship and, you know, side with the Republicans. But what you probably don't know is this continuing resolution that funds the government until January bans all hemp products. So there goes the entire hemp industry if this budget passes. Kind of like the vape mail ban when they slid that into the budget, and then we had a, nationwide vape mail ban. Congratulations. Did a great job. We shut the government down for well over a month, and what did we get as a consequence of it? Well, let me see if I got my buttons working here, and I'll show you exactly what's going on. You're going to love this.
Instead of a clean CR, this bill contains language that has been airdropped in that will destroy hemp farming in Kentucky and across the United States. Tucked away on page 163, Title 7, Division B of this spending package is a provision that will shut down the hemp industry across the United States. My amendment would strip the provision designed to regulate the hemp industry to death. The bill as it now stands overrides the regulatory frameworks of several states, cancels the collective decisions of hemp consumers, and destroys the livelihoods of hemp farmers. And it couldn't come at a worse time for America's farmers. Times are tough for our farmers. Farmers' costs have increased as the price of fertilizer and machinery have jumped, while prices for their crops like soybean, corn, and wheat have declined. For many farmers, hemp has proved to be a lifeline, a new cash crop. Farmers turn to growing hemp to mitigate the losses they've endured during this season of hardship. But that lifeline may soon be extinguished by this very legislation. The effective hemp ban included in this spending package is a result, we are told, of bad actors skirting the legal limits by overly enhancing the concentration of THC in their products. The hemp industry, myself and others, have come together and we have been willing to negotiate to get rid of the bad actors. And yet, instead, we are met with legislation that would be prohibition. Members of the industry, myself and others who are advocates of this, have been willing to get rid of synthetic cannabinoids. We have been willing to compromise at every turn, but we're met with the numbers in this bill which will eradicate the hemp industry. For the last several weeks, we've offered proposals with the goal of creating an environment in which the hemp industry could thrive and sell products. And we've been met with those who want to prohibit the industry from continuing. This bill's per-serving THC content limit would make illegal any hemp product that contains more than 0.4 milligrams. That would be nearly 100% of the existing market. The numbers put forward in this bill will eliminate 100% of the hemp products in our country. That amounts to an effective ban because the limit is so low that the products intended to manage pain or anxiety will lose their effect. The states have done what they're supposed to. The states have instituted laws. 23 states have instituted laws on hemp. None of them have limits anywhere close to what is being proposed in this bill. So what will happen is most of the things that your states have regulated, are regulating, and have made legal will be made illegal by this bill. This bill will effectively preempt and nullify all state laws concerning hemp. Currently, Maine limits THC to 3 milligrams per serving. That will be overruled. My home state limits THC to 5 milligrams in beverages. That will be overruled. Minnesota, Utah, Louisiana also have 5 milligrams per serving. Alabama and Georgia have 10 milligrams. Tennessee has 15 milligrams. The bill before us nullifies all these state laws and makes the hemp industry kaput. The language in this bill will outlaw all current hemp plants and seeds. It changes the definition of what a hemp plant is. It makes it so low that there may not even be an existing plant that can meet the parameters. But every plant in the country will have to be destroyed. Every hemp seed in the country will have to be destroyed. This is the most thoughtless, ignorant proposal to an industry that I've seen in a long, long time. The states have made progress.
Second, to the vape industry. You decimated the entire vape industry. You've been slowly giving it death by 1,000 cuts. And here you go. Everybody was like, oh, man, look, they're legalizing cannabis. Look, we have the farm bill that legalized hemp so farmers can grow hemp, which is a fantastic brand new cash crop. They can make rope and they can make all kinds of things. We have a hemp body lotion in their bathroom today, which is not going to be illegal because it has probably more than a allowable limit of THC content. See, it's kind of like this whole nicotine content. They want to ban nicotine, but see, nicotine's in potatoes and tomatoes and peppers and paprika and everything in the nightshade family. And yes, it's a minuscule quantity, but if you come up with that minuscule quantity as the allowable limit, then everything else is banned. And yes, people aren't going to simply follow the law because prohibition doesn't work. And that's the whole point of today's episode is these zealots keep pushing and pushing and pushing and get more and more restrictions on the books. And they're actually hurting the situation because now how many farmers in this country have changed their crops over to hemp? And because this bill gets signed, what are we going to do? We're going to go out and burn all their fields now? We're going to bankrupt thousands upon thousands of farmers? Well, that's actually going to be good for the corporate farming industry because, the corporate farms will just buy out all these little farmers that are the independent ones, the few that are left, and we'll just have a corporate takeover of all the farmland in this country. Is that what the purpose of this ban is? To bankrupt even another swath of them so BlackRock and all these other big corporations can go in there and buy out all these farms? It's preposterous. And this isn't limited to just the United States, folks. I've been talking about this for a while. And the reason why we spend at least an hour and a half every single week at the beginning of the show talking about the news and talking about the advocacy is because all I see when I look around is apathy. People just don't care. Until it personally affects them, they could care less what's going on in government. These people are literally sealing your fate and you don't even know it yet. People are walking around oblivious, happy with their little, 5-second instant gratification, their dopamine dump with their TikTok, 30-second shorts and, oh, look at that. That's funny. Oh, my God. A prostitute, made 38 cents. That's funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Prostitution's always been illegal in this country, but look at other countries. In other countries where it's legalized, look at the rates of rape in that country compared to the rest of the world. I mean, there's science to back up all this stuff, but people don't like to use logic and think for themselves. It's ridiculous. Here we have the advocate's voice from CAFRA down in South Asia, okay? And they're talking about the Asia Pacific region because that's the main advocacy organization for that particular part of the world. And they view this beautiful production. This was always my goal when I was doing vape news, to try and put out something as good as what CAFRA does. So let's take a look at this for a moment, shall we?
This month, 181 countries, plus the European Union, will be sending delegations to attend the FCTC Conference of Parties to discuss tobacco control. In documents released by the Secretariat, we know that there will be pressure on these delegations to accept new definitions and interpretations of Articles 1D, 5.2b, and 5.3 that will directly impact consumers of safer nicotine products. The draft agenda revealed that Article 5.2b of the FCTC as the basis for its approach to redefine harm reduction as a tobacco industry construct, despite the fact that this article contains no reference to harm reduction at all. By contrast, Article 1D explicitly lists harm reduction as one of the 3 pillars of tobacco control, alongside reducing supply and demand. Its omission cannot be dismissed as an oversight. It appears to be a calculated move to narrow the scope of discussion and sidestep acknowledging harm reduction as a core element of tobacco control.
Oh, by the way, the president and her secretariat over there make six-figure incomes to take your rights away from you.
Our approach has also involved a considered implementation of evidence-based harm reduction measures to achieve 5% daily smoking rates for all populations. We will continue to be ambitious and deliberate.
Concerns are also growing amongst the delegations, with calls to countries that support THR to speak up that the WHO FCTC process is no longer guided purely by science or multilateral consensus, but instead that a small group of powerful international NGOs, heavily funded by private philanthropic interests, appear to exert disproportionate influence over the treaty's direction and decision-making processes.
Instead of focusing on smoking, which is the actual problem, they're directing much more of their firepower onto the safer alternatives. So it's not as though they're just neglecting tobacco harm reduction, they're actively hostile to it and moving their focus onto it and their focus off smoking, in my opinion.
Now, the FCTC, this is like the going joke for the people that advocate for your rights to vape, okay? This is what we have determined FCTC truly stands for. Forcing consumers towards combustibles. You ban all the safer ways to consume nicotine, and all that's left that nobody ever bothers to ban or really do anything really tax-wise on it is the actual cigarettes that are proven to kill half of the people that use it as directed. But sure, go ahead and ban the vapes. Go ahead and ban the pouches. And it's not even to the point now where this is something hypothetical. There is a city in the United States that has fully implemented a nicotine ban. All nicotine in one city in this country is completely banned. It was also, ironically, the first city in this country that banned vaping. But, you know, they're out there looking for your best interest. Toybot, hello and welcome.
Their policy positions often influence regulatory environments, bypassing traditional democratic channels of public consultation.
United Nations mandates that they be transparent. We are representing consumers.
The closed nature of COP meetings has been widely criticized in the past.
I got asked to leave. I did not, and ultimately a group of security guards physically removed me, pulled me out of the building. And this is a large ballroom. There are 1,500 delegates. It was quite a scene, as you can imagine, but I thought it was completely inappropriate that the media was kicked out, because this is ultimately a taxpayer-funded event of people making legislation that could impact the lives of 6 billion people, 90% of the people on Earth, and there's no accountability, there's no transparency.
Journalists, independent researchers, public health experts who support harm reduction, and perhaps most importantly, consumers themselves are routinely denied access.
So,
by the way, the lady that's narrating this is Nancy Lucas, and she's right here. And that's Asasali Gupta from End Cigarette Smoking Thailand.
Everybody's handpicked to be supportive, and one of the requirements of being an observer at the FCTC is that you have to support the treaty. In other words, it's only for believers. And fine, I support the treaty, but I don't support WHO's implementation or interpretation of it. And I would like to be able to go to the COP meetings and say that, make my case, talk to delegates. There's plenty of reasonable people in the room, but they don't always hear the other side of the story, because the other side of the story is being positioned as if it's a tobacco industry story, and it's not.
I'm 63 years old. I started smoking when I was 15.
I smoked for 9 years.
I started smoking when I was 15.
I started smoking when I was 14.
I started vaping 3 years ago.
I switched using mentholated flavor.
I switched using dessert flavors.
Fact, vaping saved my life.
Vaping saved my life.
I am proud to be smoke-free.
Those who have lived experience of quitting smoking through vaping, nicotine pouches, or heated tobacco products are excluded from discussions that directly affect their lives.
Really is millions of lives that are at stake. And these people behind us here are going to be gambling on our lives and smokers' lives, and we will probably not be able to do anything because nobody will hear them speak. The media will not be allowed to be in. We will not be allowed to be in. The consumers, the stakeholders, we represent millions. We will not be allowed to have any say at all.
One of the solutions to address this has been the development of the Good Cop by the Taxpayer Protection Alliance, who will once again run a concurrent conference for the excluded in Geneva during COP Week.
I really want to applaud them for doing this, and I've watched their COP meetings, the good cop, bad cop, sitting there conferencing, you know, talking about this the whole time that the actual COP is taking place, and it's fantastic, except nobody gives a shit about it. Nobody watches it. Nobody pays attention to it. I've tried to share it on social media and forums and, you know, groups, and I've gotten kicked out of groups for trying to share this stuff, and they're like, oh, you're just advocating for yourself. I'm like, I'm not even on it. I'm trying to protect your rights to continue to vape. And the Discord servers that are set up for e-cigarettes, they kicked me out because I was advocating for this program that I'm not a part of. But I'm trying to get people to wake up and go, man, if you don't stand up, man, they're going to implement these laws. And the next thing you know, you're going to be a criminal because you're going to want to keep vaping. You don't care what the laws are. And no prohibition has ever stopped anybody from actually consuming what they want to consume. It just makes the regulators and politicians feel good for 5 minutes and creates a whole bunch of industry activity for the entire legal system. Cops, lawyers, the whole 9 yards. The industrial jail complex we have in this country, you know.
On Wednesday, the 19th of November, there is a full-day event that is aimed at providing a comprehensive understanding of tobacco harm reduction from the consumer, science, medical, public health, and regulatory perspectives in the Asia-Pacific region.
That's what it boils down to, folks. Harm reduction saves lives. We found that's how firsthand for ourselves when we got introduced to vaping and we picked up a vape, and it might have worked for you the first time or it might not have worked for you. You might have accidentally quit smoking if you were one of the few that got started late in the game and you find yourself a disposable and going, candy cane. Wow, that reminds me when I was a kid. This tastes great. Oh, I'm getting the nicotine I need from this. I don't even feel like having a cigarette anymore. And then you just go about your business. And next thing you know, you've accidentally quit smoking. That's not good for the pharmaceutical industry, who's going to sell you the next pills or patches or gums or sprays or combination there too. You know, forget about the side effects for all those things. Forget about the suicidal ideation that's associated with all those things and the vivid dreams you have when you take these pills to quit smoking. You never have that with vaping. And you wonder why they're so harsh against the single best way to quit smoking, the scientifically demonstrated best way to quit smoking. Beats, pills, patches, gums, and all that stuff combined. You get 3 more people out of 100 quit because of vaping compared to what the success rate is all those things out there that you had to take over and over and over again. And they're like, dude, we just got to keep trying. Sometimes it'll take up to 20 attempts to quit smoking for it to work. Yeah, well, you got vapes that are so good nowadays that there's no clouds coming from it. It's working. There's nothing wrong with it. See it? Now you see it? Now you don't. Where's the harm? There's no smoke. But they're going to bash it and they're going to ban it. And now the hemp industry is feeling the exact same thing that the vape industry felt. Death by 1,000 cuts. They get your hopes up. Trump's going to say vaping. I posted on there, you know, like I always do, keep updating the public about the fact that, you know, Vaping saves lives. And the longer that they delay this whole setup, and the longer they delay his promise to save vaping, people die. It's been another weekend, another 9/11 worth of dead Americans in this country. 559,914 people who smoke have died in the United States since you promised to save flavored vaping. And every day that you continue to fail to save flavored vaping, 1,342 Americans die. When are you going to keep your promise? There are millions of lives at stake. There's over 20 million smokers in this country. There are 20 million vapors in this country that are ex-smokers. And if you keep clamping down on the single best way to quit smoking, they're going to have no choice but to go back to the deadly cigarettes. But that's going to do good for you as a politician because your tax coffers are going to be overfilled. And, it's good for these public health body part organizations that are going to get all kinds of massive funding from the tobacco sales. And it's good for the FDA Center for Tobacco Products because, they're going to get a new influx of user fees. And, good for the cigar industry because they're not going to have to take the burden of the combustible tobacco taxes to fund the FDA Center for Tobacco Products because that's a fixed $712 million a year paid for by the consumers of these products that are dying in droves. And this has gotten so much attention that Patrick was the only one that replied to it. I got one like, and Patrick and I were the only ones that talked about it. 46 views. Nobody gives a shit. That's what it boils down to. Nobody cares. Until it personally affects you, you don't care. Look at all the people in chat today that said, oh, I still give vape, man. What are you talking about? Well, it's still federally illegal. Just because you get it, just because people are willing to break the law to throw it in the post office and ship it to you, doesn't mean it's not illegal. We need to fix it at the source. These politicians are making the situation worse day after day, and it's not just limited to the United States. We've got news today from all around the world. I focused on branching out because Google forced me to only give me results from the United States. So I had to go through 23 alternative browsers to do the same Google search for vape news. And I actually had to search region by region all across the globe to find the news for today. So that's what we're going to be talking about later on. And then when we get done with that, I got a beautiful adult beverage to, shake that off. And we've got some beautiful hand checks that were submitted on the Discord server. There's a link to the Discord server in the description of the video below. Please feel free to join the Discord server, and we can have our conversations. We can talk about all this stuff. You could show off your stuff. If you're a brand new vapor and you just quit smoking, you need help being able to stay away from the stinkies, reach out. We're all here to help each other out. That's what the goal is. We're not here to get rich. This is nothing but a money pit we keep dumping money into to get the advocacy out there. And we're not making products. We're not profiting from this industry. We are consumers of these products, and we are trying to get other people to realize, listen to us. This is our lived experience. Listen to what we tell you when we quit smoking and we switch to vaping, what our lives are like and how much they've improved because of it, and how our health is so much improved, and how now when we go to the doctors and they do a chest x-ray, they go, you were a smoker for 3 decades? Yeah, 3 packs a day. Your x-ray doesn't show that. Well, it's because I'm vaping now. Oh, you need to quit vaping. That's horrible for you. Not according to my x-ray, it's not. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. So then what's the problem? I'm not smoking cigarettes. Well, the nicotine is bad for you. So sex. They have the exact same metabolic reaction, don't they? Well, yeah. So then what's the problem? Please explain to me in a logical manner what the actual problem is. Why are you so disparaging to people that quit smoking? I'm not. I'm trying to encourage people to quit smoking. Yeah, well, when they find something that works, why aren't you supporting them with that endeavor? Well, I never looked at it like that. Well, why not? You have hundreds of your patients that are still smoking, and you just keep pushing the same pills and patches and gums on them. Why don't you actually, here, read this book. written by Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. Stop smoking, start vaping. Read this book and learn the truth. Not the propaganda and misinformation that you get to read in your, publications that you do for your continuing education. Not with the scaremongering stories you read on the news. Read this book. Listen to people like me that have actually done it. And look at my health records and compare them to what it was when I was still smoking. Well, yeah, your health conditions have gotten a lot better. I've had to actually take you off of some of the medications that I wanted you to be on that you refused to take anyway. Now you don't need to take them. And that's because I'm vaping. I can't say that for certainty. I can, because I'm living it day by day. So that's what this whole thing's going to be about. And then when we get done with that, then we can actually fully shake off all this bad karma that's around us. We got some beautiful dad jokes. And there's a poll on YouTube for the people that are in chat on YouTube. What do you guys want as the retro vape today? We have an Aspire Cleto XO that we can have as our retro vape for today. We also have a Sigelei SLYDER. This thing comes with 5 different coils you can put inside there. And another goodie but oldie, we've got a Sigelei Sobra kit. I know it's got a Cobra logo and they changed the C to an S and it's a Sobra kit. And this has the Moonshot 120 tank as part of this kit. So go place your vote and, let me know what you guys want to do as our retro vape for today. Because pile's getting smaller and smaller. Although I still got plenty enough to get us through at least the rest of the year. So that's going to be our retro vape. And then, obviously, it's the holiday season. So we're going to go and mix up some beautiful liquids. I got some stuff to send over to Kenny. So I've got some liquids that I need to mix up for him. And maybe, with a random recipe, it'll be something that tickles his fancy. And instead of, making a little 15 mil bottle like this or a 60 mil bottle like this, maybe I'll make him a 120 mil bottle. Or if it's something he really likes, maybe I'll make him a 250 mil bottle of it. And then we could send that over to him for Christmas and see what he thinks of the situation. Robert Lawyer's like, I chose to vape. If you don't like vaping, just don't vape. Now buzz off. Leave us alone. Exactly. I was just teasing you guys with the featured thing on the table, having a PlayStation controller there. Although Robert and I were having a conversation before the show about how the Sigelei Moonshot, the rebuildable tank, actually was one of the first ones to give you really decent flavor. But it was a royal pain to try and get a coil mounted in there and to get the wicking just right. So it didn't flood the tank or it didn't give you nothing but spitback city. But if you got it right, it's kind of like the Profile RTA. That was a royal pain in the wazoo to get that mesh to wick properly. But if it did, holy cow, that was the most saturation and flavor you could get out of a vape at its time. Problem is, it only lasted like 3 days. And it was a pain in the wazoo to actually wick properly. So I wrote that one off a long time ago. Like, that's just not worth it, man. For 3 days of vaping bliss, I'd rather have something that's not perfect as a vape and something I can just drop the coils in, drop the wick in, and be off and running for a week. Or when I got the Orbiter, that ended up becoming a month. I could vape without having to clean the coils. Yeah, I know that they looked like crap when I pulled them out. I should have done it like after a week, but the flavor was good enough for me even 30 days into it that I was like, I don't need to change these coils. I don't need to re-wick it. Even though the liquid, as soon as you put it in there, turned black, instead of it being nice and clear like it's supposed to be, I still kept using it because the flavor was good and never leaked. That's that latest Steam Crave tank. I still love it with the mesh in there. Awesome. But here's another serious question for you guys. Somebody left a comment on my stuff. Mr. Al 1953, hello and welcome. Somebody left a comment on one of my reviews and they were like, oh yeah, the Hell Vape RTA, Dead Rabbit 4, It's so good. Why don't you compare it to the V3? And he listed a whole bunch of things in there, but they wanted me to compare side by side with the V3, like the V3 was better than the V4 or something. And then he left a comment in there that really has me like thinking like, this doesn't make any sense to me. And let me know if that lovely slide top that, you know, you truly love in here on this thing to refill it. Let me know how that dumps the liquid all over in your pocket when you put your modern tank in your pocket. So my question to you is, do you guys take your full-size modern tanks and put them into your pockets? Seriously? I mean, I really want to know. Is there anybody out there that actually does that? I couldn't imagine putting this big, massive monstrosity into my pants pockets. I don't know. Maybe people do it. I don't. I just know better. You put them in your pants pocket. First off, you got to turn your mod off, because if you put it in your pants pocket and it fires the button, you just toasted your coil. So that's why I would never even think of doing that. I even have like a little cup holder in my truck that I take and I put my mod in. But Robert's like, yes, I do. Six Pack Kid's like, no. Patrick's like, I never put a device in the pocket. If it fits, Cheryl's like, if it fits, I'll go in my pocket. Yeah, but Cheryl, you're a woman. You probably shove yours in your bra. Then again, I can't see you doing that with a full-size modern tank, but I mean, a pod mod system, that's a different story. Yeah, this perfectly fits in my pocket. I'd put this in my pocket, but I'd never think of putting something this big in there. People want to brag about their big bulges that they walk around with, but I don't think I'd want to have one like that. I'm a painter. I have side pockets. That makes sense. Okay, I see where you're coming from. Then again, I'm the schmuck that when I went down to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, I actually put my mod and tank in my camera bag. I figured, oh, it'll stand up right there. It'll be perfectly fine. No, it didn't. It fell over. I was pulling my camera out, taking pictures, not paying attention to the fact that my mod was in there, and it fell over. And that's why I didn't like the Hell Vape tank back then, because it leaked out all over the place. And I actually got my mod to go almost into a thermal runaway. I went running into one of the vape shops down there in the Smoky Mountains, actually just outside of the Smoky Mountains. And I'm like, dude, you got a battery case for 21700 batteries? And they're like, yeah, hold on, let me go get it for you. He went back and the thing came back like 5 minutes later. Must have had to look for it for a while. But he came out and he's like, you know, here's your battery case. I'm like, all right, dude, how much you want for it? He's like, oh, no worry, don't worry, it's on the house. I'm like, you sure? They're like, yeah, don't worry about it. I'm like, okay, thank you. And so I explained to him why I needed it. He's like, oh, really? I'm like, yeah, you know, these modern tanks they say that they're, you know, waterproof and whatnot, but they're really not. You get e-liquid that goes down inside of there and you can short out the circuitry on them or on the board or on the wires or even in the 510 pin itself. And, well, that one literally got all the way down to the batteries and shorted it all out, and it was starting to, you know, go into a thermal runaway. Those batteries were crisp and toasty when I pulled them out. So, needless to say, I've learned my lesson. And I take care of my modern tank. Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome. And the big modern tanks are sitting on my desk. They sit into a cup holder when I'm driving long distance, and I carry them with me in my hand. It's just, I see it as irresponsible for me to shove it in my pocket. I mean, you could, but that's not something I would have thought people would normally do. Motorcycle friend of mine switched from smoking to vaping, and when he seen me blow a cloud going down the road, I said, yep, you can do a lot more miles in a day if you vape rather than smoke. Cool. That would be another situation where I could see why you would have to put it into a pocket. I mean, unless you got a saddlebag you can throw it into, but then how are you going to use it when you're going down the road? Which is also a reason why I think Six Pack Kid has so many mech mods. Just toot on that. And you shove it into his pocket and use it that way. All right. So the introduction to the show got really long today. I think it's time for us to roll the news bumper and Let me show you all the craziness I came across the world today. Hot diggity dog diggity. So earlier I showed you guys when we started out the show about how part of this continuing resolution for the budget that's going to carry the government open until January was the ban of the hemp products. And basically all it did was it changed the legal allowable limit of THC content to like 0.4, 0.5 milligram or whatever it is for the total thing that you buy. So if you buy a big, huge thing of, body lotion or whatever, then, you're not going to be able to get a big bottle of it. You might be able to get a little bottle because the THC content is a naturally occurring substance in the hemp when it grows. And, they can genetically modify the hemp to increase the amount of THC in it. But I don't think anybody's focused on trying to formulate a hemp product that, has no THC in it. With genetic engineering, anything's possible. But regardless, I asked Grockham, what percent of Americans support legalization of cannabis? And he came through a bunch of different things, and he came a bunch of different stuff, a bunch of different articles, and he dismissed them all. And this is what he ended up picking as the most reasonable answer for the middle of the road kind of figure. 64% of Americans support legalizing marijuana. This is far above and beyond what is currently legal until these guys sign off on this continuing resolution in this country. Regardless of whether you legalize it in your state or not, federally, it's still technically illegal. Although hemp is allowed so long as the THC content isn't above whatever it was previously set at, which was a reasonable figure. And all they had to do is change one number, and all of the legislation doesn't need to change. Just that one number changed, and now everything became illegal because it's impossible for you to have it. And if you know anything about hemp or cannabis or any of this stuff, you come to realize, well, when they process it, the degradation process creates THC. So if you were to have a beautiful legal vape that is a CBD vape, and the process of you vaping it, if you were to measure the emissions coming out of there would be a higher than allowable THC content because, well, when it degrades, it breaks down into THC. Oops. People have gone to jail for that. They bought something they thought was legal in a store, and the cops got them, and they pulled them over, and they tested it, and they sent it to a lab, and the lab, that's how they tested it. They didn't pull the liquid out and test the liquid. They tested it being sucked through a machine, and then they got that condensate, and they measured the THC level in the condensate, and they went to jail, even though it was legal for them to buy it. Dion Troy, hello and welcome. But 64% support legalizing marijuana. And this is a slight decline from previous years because for some reason the Republican support dropped to 40%. This used to be like 70% at one point of Americans support legalization of it. But, Mitch McConnell, the 95-year-old senator, decided to throw that in there, despite the fact that the other senator from that state didn't want to have that in there. He, had to pull a little slight trick of hand and just rub his nose into it. And there you go. There goes the hemp industry in the United States of America. And this is the reason why when I do the news, I always try to find multiple sources for the same story because I got one here from the Daily News, and now it's giving me a database error. Oh, so now it works. Maybe because it realized I already had the original source for the article. But so much for vaping in Russia. Putin backs total vape ban. Russian lawmakers have increasingly pushed for a nationwide prohibition on e-cigarette sales, calling them liquid poison. Russian President Vladimir Putin has signaled support for a proposal by public health advocates and lawmakers to impose a complete ban on the sale of vapes across the country. During a visit to a sports and education center in Samara on Thursday, the head of the public movement Health Fatherland, Katerina Lishchunkishwayakaya, sorry, I don't speak Russian, raised the issue with the president, citing successful examples from neighboring countries and other parts of the world. They're not successful because anywhere you ban it, all you do is create a black market that wasn't as big as it was before you banned it. Well, in response, Putin nodded in agreement and pointed out that Deputy Prime Minister Dmitry Chernyshenko had similarly signaled his approval. You see, Chernyshenko is nodding. Our government supports this, Putin said. He added that beyond a legal ban, public awareness efforts are also essential, particularly for the young people. Right. Between 3.5 and 4 million Russians currently use vapes, according to the estimates cited by RIA Novosti. In August, Putin endorsed a pilot project in the Nizhny Novgorod region to test regional bans on vape sales, with the concept already backed by the Consumer Protection Agency. The idea of a total e-cigarette ban has been gaining momentum in Parliament. State Duma Speaker previously described vapes as liquid poison and warned of their health risks. According to Volodin, 74% of 265,000 respondents in the public survey supported a complete ban. He said earlier half measures, such as the 2023 ban of sales to minors, have not been sufficient. Vapes are evil. The State Duma will review the ban on vape sales in the near future. Congratulations, Russia. You just lost the single best way to quit smoking. Unreal. And you think it's bad there, and you're like, oh, well, it's just Russia. Who cares about Russia? How about Germany? You guys care about what's going on in Germany? E-cigarettes is a disposable product. Politicians are pushing for a ban. From Berlin, the end of controversial disposable e-cigarettes in Germany is drawing a step closer. The Bundestag last night called on the federal government to examine the possibility of a ban. The corresponding motion was submitted by the coalition parties CDU, CSU, and SPD. The text states the German government should follow the lead of France and Belgium. These EU member states have already banned the sale of disposable products. The Bundesrat Federal Council recently voted in favor of a ban, but the federal government raised legal concerns. Now it is to explore how such a ban could be implemented. Furthermore, Parliament passed a law mandating the return of e-cigarettes in general. Further, including both reusable and disposable systems. In the future, they can be returned wherever they were sold. Previously, this was only possible in larger stores. A deposit system remains in place. So wait a minute, they already have vape recycling. Why are they banning the disposables? I don't get it. Well, vaping is trending. The sale of e-cigarettes, also known as vapes, is a €1 billion business in Germany. €1 billion. Just for Germany. According to an estimate by industry association BFTG, Germans will spend €2.4 billion on them this year, and the trend is rising. 1/10 of the sales are for disposable products, and the rest are for rechargeable devices that can be refilled with e-liquid. Vapes produce vapor that is inhaled and tastes like fruit or menthol, or whatever you want it to taste like. That's why they work. Not everybody likes fruit and menthol. Some people like shrimp-flavored vapes. And you all see when Phil tried that seafood-flavored vape, practically puked on camera. That would have got some more views if he puked on camera. Chinese brands like Elf Bar have a strong presence in the disposable e-cigarette market. Large tobacco companies such as Philip Morris and British American Tobacco also offer crappy e-cigarettes, both disposable and reusable. Well, I wouldn't know about that because I haven't seen any of their disposable vapes. They were supposed to introduce it here as a big nod to the FDA, but the FDA sent them a letter and says, you better not do that. They're not legal. Uh-oh. The wife brought me donuts. Look, she made me donuts. Okay, I gotta take a break. Sorry. We'll get back to the news. Look at that. Which one you want me to try?
They're both the same. This one's just a little warmer.
Yeah, baby.
Right?
Wow, is that delicious? About a month and a half ago, my wife got into making sourdough. So she's been growing Frankie for the past month and a half. Every day she feeds it, stirs it up, and dumps the stuff she's not going to use or uses the dump off to make something wonderful. We've had sourdough bread. We've had fancy, all kinds of, what was the last one you made that? No, before that, the big loaf. What'd you put inside that one?
I did.
Pumpkin loaf, pizza
Attention
loaf.
everyone. According to Neil Pitts, those donuts the flavor. Alex, think about the children.
The flavor,
That is
think
all.
about the children. They're going to love it. Wizzy247, hello and welcome. Vaping Save Lives, hello and welcome. Sorry, folks, I can't stop. This is just delicious. And the icing, cream cheese icing. What is it? Almond. Wow, is that good?
I made chocolate chip cookies.
Save the rest for later. She made snickerdoodles, chocolate chip cookies, bagels. This morning she made egg muffins, English muffins. Wow. Freaking delicious. Hola, ¿cómo está, Mod Vapor? Wonderful to have you here. Delicious. Okay. Back to the news. View Danny 7517, hello and welcome. Chris Earl 1991, hello and welcome. Just joined the Discord. Awesome. Wonderful to have you here, man. All right, so yeah, Germany's working on a disposable vape ban. And they're going on this lovely thing because France banned nicotine pouches. And they already banned disposable vapes. So how about the rest of the world? What else we got going on out there? Since they're in this lovely zealotry mood and they're trying to ban everything left and right. Well, Cigarettes, Vape, Snooze national campaign launched. against teen addictions in Hungary, my parents' homeland. Romania is running a nationwide anti-smoking campaign from November to December this year, the aim of which is to prevent young people from falling for the illusion that smoking or vaping is trendy, because in reality, these are just addictions, packaged as elegant. The Satu Mara County Public Health Directorate informed our news site. Smoking kills more than 8.7 million people worldwide every single year, of which 7.4 million are active smokers, and more than 1.3 million are victims of passive smoking. Yeah, doesn't it suck? Vaping doesn't have a passive effect. That's because it's, cannot exceed 5% the harm of a combustible cigarette. And it really shoots you in the foot when you see that there's vapes that there's nothing exhaled. It's all inhaled. And when I exhale, I'm just exhaling air. There's no vape to be found anywhere. It's all absorbed in your lungs. Job done. Let's see you try and keep conflating smoking with vaping when you have vapors that don't exhale anything because it's all absorbed. How are people going to believe you then? Not that, people believe you now. But little by little, year after year, the misinformation is winning out there, and more of the public believe all the scare stories that they see in the news. It's crazy. And you want to look at the extreme of it, well, we'll go all the way around the world from Hungary, and we'll take a look at our lovely city of Australia, where Melbourne's tobacco turf wars have seen more consequences from innocent people that don't smoke or vape. Mentone shop destroyed in third firebombing attack in 6 weeks. This Melbourne tobacco shop has been completely destroyed and gutted in a firebombing attack, marking the third time the business has been targeted in just 6 weeks as the city's tobacco turf war intensifies. Well, yeah, because nobody wants to pay $60 for a pack of smokes. Ridiculous. Are you going to load? Go away, ad. No, I don't want to read the next story. Come on. Load. Judge Judy. That's not the story we're looking for. And I'm not going to unmute you until you get to the story we're here for. Neighbors were awoken by the sound of an arsonist running around, raiding the front of the shop. So is Australia going to let us see this story? Or are they going to shadow ban us? Anyway, I thought someone was trying to get into our apartment, one resident told 7 News. The brazen attack was over within minutes, but the impact was devastating. Within about 5 minutes, it was up in flames. I just heard the building shook, and it was shaking, and the cat jumped, and then I started smelling smoke and hearing sirens, another witness said. Fire crews face significant challenges battling the blaze due to the structural damage and potential collapse within the building. Residents living in apartments above were evacuated overnight, while the businesses below were left without power. There you go. That's what happens when you ban something that people want to buy. It doesn't stop people from wanting to buy it. It doesn't stop somebody from supplying it. In the case down in Australia, it's the cartels, because it's such a profitable venture and such low risk for them compared to the stuff they've been selling into the public. Why not venture into it? And you're going to get the same mafia-like retribution when somebody moves in on somebody else's turf And, they're going to blow up the shops. And anybody that's around those shops, well, they're going to be innocent bystanders that are going to get hurt because of your ridiculous idea that you can prohibit anything in the world. Look at the firemen sitting there trying to put the thing out. And that's what's left of it. Those people that live in the apartments above it aren't going to be able to go back home. They got to go find new housing. And the businesses that are next door to this shop that got firebombed, they're out of business too. You know how long it's going to take to clean that stuff up? How's your prohibition working now? Staff by a nearby salon were forced to close their doors, unable to access their appointment system. We have no internet. We can't access our appointment book. We're waiting here for clients to arrive, and the shop manager said they're pretty much shit out of luck. Our beautiful friends at Alara, the salon down the road, have offered us to go and work with them today, so we're probably going to take them up on that offer and thankful that everybody's safe. The tobacconist was previously targeted August 30th and October 3rd, with both investigations remaining unsolved. Aw, you can't figure out who's doing this? And as soon as you find one, you take them out, two show up in their place? Well, welcome to the unwinnable drug war that's been in existence my entire life. Well, maybe not the first 2 months of it. I think Nixon declared the war on drugs when I was like 3 months old. But, you got to push your propaganda out there. And we were talking about earlier about Asasala Gupta from End Cigarette Smoking Thailand. He actually said that, if I'm going to be part of the solution, I need to get elected so I can actually impact what's happening.
According to Neil Pitts, Alex, have you noticed that YouTube is now not letting you skip most commercials? Now you have to watch them. That is all.
Exactly. And they got pop-up blockers that are already been identified. So if you have a pop-up blocker, your YouTube is totally screwed up. You can't watch anything without uninstalling it or hiding it or whatever they do. I don't know. We never got into that aspect of things because I thought it was a complete waste of time. Although it is pretty disgusting how much advertising they shove in your face constantly. Like websites, even when I go to do the news, it's just like constant barrage of pop-ups after pop-ups. This video ad, here's an unskippable ad. Here, come subscribe to our newsletter. Here, let me send you notifications. No, go away. Might have something to do with the fact that, inflation's gotten so bad that everybody's desperate for an extra 10 cents here, 10 cents there. Well, the Coalition of Asia Pacific Tobacco Harm Reduction Advocates, CAFRA, which we started off the show with, voices concern over Thailand's cabinet approval on 28th October 2025 of amendments to the Tobacco Products Control Act 2017 targeting e-cigarettes. This follows Queen Scarrett's passing on the 24th of October amid a year-long national mourning period. Such timing questions advancing major policy changes without wider input during restraint. Anti-vaping groups proposed a total ban to the House of Senators, which accepted it with minimal scrutiny before forwarding it to the cabinet. Cabinet then asked the Ministry of Public Health, with leading a subcommittee to develop solutions within the next month. Asasala Gupta, president of End Cigarette Smoking Thailand and CAFRA member, highlighted the flaw. This ignores our existing committee and a prior cabinet decision favoring a balanced regulation. Entrusting the process to those with clear biases risks the outcomes that sideline evidence. Users have risen from 78,252 in 2021 to over 400,000 vapers in Thailand in 2024. Meanwhile, every day 47 Thais die from smoking. Yet the government treats vaping, which carries no recorded deaths in Thailand or anywhere else in the world, as the greater threat. This is not science-based policy. Thailand already has prior cabinet-level blueprint favoring controlled legalization. Rushing through a total ban during national mourning demonstrates either disorganization or deliberate predatory timing. Kind of like how they finally got this continuing resolution passed for funding the United States government, and it just so happened to ban all hemp products in the United States. Right. It's ridiculous. Meanwhile, the people in France haven't given up, despite the fact that, you know, they got a nicotine ban.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, can you say Bloomberg money? That is all.
Bloomberg? Bloomberg? We see Bloomberg cash all the time. Except not in our pockets. And everybody we talk to. All of this was decided without consulting us. The French vaping industry is demonstrating for its survival this Wednesday. This Wednesday, November 5th, hundreds of players in the vaping industry will demonstrate in several cities across France to fight against Article 23 of the 2026 Finance Bill. Isn't it interesting how all of these bans are passed as part of a finance bill? It's like this is their secret way to get things passed without actually having to discuss anything. Because, well, if we don't fund the government, well, then we can't operate as a government, then we have to shut down the government. So in order to get as many things passed that nobody wants to have passed, well, all the special interests just shove all their legislation into the finance bill, and there you go. There's a new ban. Have a nice day. An industry that fears it won't be able to recover. This Wednesday, November 5th, the vaping sector is making its voice heard. Companies, e-liquid manufacturers, online retailers, and specialized shops are taking to the streets in several French cities for one cause: to protest against this budget law. Specifically, Article 23 provides for the imposition of a new punitive tax in addition to the 20% VAT of 3 to 5 cents per milliliter depending on the nicotine level, a ban on online sales, and therefore a closure of all e-commerce sites, as well as a change in the status of specialized shops, modeling on tobacconists. They want to shove us all together. However, these changes are causing outrage among the specialists. According to Jean Moroyd, president of the French Interprofessional Federation of Vaping, the main impacts of implementing these decisions are already measurable. First, regarding the elimination of online sales and vaping products, this sector represents roughly 25 to 30% of all sales of products in our category and accounts for approximately 4,000 jobs in France. The second impact, redefining vaping products as tobacco products. This does nobody any favors. Article 23 makes them smoking products, which is absolutely revolting and scandalous, since vaping is the solution to help quit smoking. Finally, Jean Moroyd points to the mandatory approval of vaping shops, which according to him represents an existential threat to specialized shops by imposing an administrative regime that does not suit them at all without having been consulted. That's what they do. They don't care what we really think of it. They're just going to shove this through because it's all Bloomberg-funded propaganda that is forcing this on people that don't want it. Kind of like the World Health Organization does with their COP meetings. Lock anybody out that might disagree with what they want to impose on you next year. It's been going on for a long time, and I've been watching it for a long time, and it's scary because you think it's happening way over there, it'll never affect me, but guess what happens during the course of the next year? Everything that they wanted to agree to ends up eventually coming true to fruition. Like, I never thought I'd see the day when France, who has a very robust vaping industry, they make all kinds of e-liquids over there for all of Europe, and they just basically shut them down overnight. Said, you're done. Have a nice day. And it's getting scary because, you know, time goes on. Scientists keep researching stuff, and they keep collecting the data, and scientists keep analyzing the data that's collected, and then you see what really is a disastrous health outcome when these kind of things happen. More Britons vape than smoke for the first time in history. I predicted the United States was going to have more vapors than smokers in 2 years, but congratulations. The UK's already achieved that level, and I'd read it for you, but now all of a sudden I got a paywall. Crazy. Why would you want to put a paywall on something that is good news like that? Minimum vape price has now been proposed in the House of Lords. Congratulations, you thought the tobacco and vapes bill was an atrocious piece of legislation already. You know, they're banning disposables. They're going to be adding taxes that you don't already have enough of to deal with. Well, vape products could be subject to a minimum legal price of £30 under the proposals to the tobacco and vapes bill that was heard as the bill was being debated in the House of Lords this past week. Retailers could also be required to use age verification technology. Probably some politician's brother-in-law runs this company that does age verification. But who am I to say? The third scheduled day of the committee stage on the 3rd of November saw amendments suggesting warning notices for shops caught breaking the upcoming law for the first time instead of fixed penalty notices, as well as a ban on the supply of cigarette filters in England and Wales. The Lords also reiterated broader calls for an impact assessment before further regulation of tobacco. Isn't it interesting? They have no problem obliterating the single best way to quit smoking, but anytime you want to implement something that actually has to do with real combustible tobacco, oh, now we need to sit back and study that. We need to appoint a committee. We need to hire researchers, and we need to figure that out before we pass any new laws. Well, you didn't do that with the vapes. Why are you doing that different? You want to treat it the same, except when you don't want to treat it the same. Well, the Lords have previously tabled amendments, including raising the age of sale for all tobacco products to 21 years until the smoke-free generation law comes into place, and a ban on the manufacturing high-strength oral nicotine products. During the first day of debate, Conservative peer Lord Bethel proposed a complete ban of all tobacco products from 2040, regardless of customer age or shop licenses. That's where they're going. They want to have a complete ban on all tobacco products, including your vapes, by 2040. How you like it now? The UK used to be the pinnacle of harm reduction for the entire world. Meanwhile, they're now turning their backs on everybody that smokes in the country. Why is the UK turning its back on its own successful smoking cessation strategy? The UK is obviously shifting from the world's THR leader towards restriction. And this ideological reversal now risks undoing a decade of harm reduction games. No, I don't want to subscribe to your newsletter. For over a decade, the UK was the global anchor example of evidence-based tobacco harm reduction. University academics, economists, and THR advocates worldwide cited it, and the World Health Organization critical scientific community used it as constantly the counter-prohibitionist narratives. The UK proved that when governments communicated honestly about relative risk, more smokers switched to safer alternatives. When optics beat outcomes, we're left with the new prohibition that they're trying to pass. And to add insult to injury, a media outrage cycles around youth disposables seem to have become more politically influential than the data showing record drops in adult smoking driven by vaping. Officials are increasingly risk-averse to controversy, and the appearance of being tough on nicotine now matters more than the reality of saving adults' lives. Instead of explaining relative risks, They are defaulting to prohibition signaling to avoid political attacks, shifting everything backwards from the way it has been for the past 2 decades since vaping came onto the scene. Utterly disgusting, folks. You guys hear about Denver, right? You know Denver's dead for vaping now. Michael Bloomberg spent $6 million to lobby against the referendum, which was going to undo the vape ban in the city of Denver, Colorado. $6 million. Well, and a shocking percentage of people voted to keep the ban in place, despite common sense and despite what the industry did. I think they only gathered up maybe $60 million. I don't know. I don't remember the figures.
Of flavored tobacco products after voters decided this week that Denver will continue to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products within city limits, over 70% in fact voted in favor of that ban.
Last year, the Denver City Council voted to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products in the city. Opponents got it on the ballot this year, hoping that that ban would be overturned. Your reporter in Denver, Jasmine Arena, spoke to a store owner who says he may now have to close his store.
Inside this convenience store in Denver, they sell flavored vape products. But after Referendum 310 was approved by voters, well, they'll have to get rid of that product. And some business owners say they may not survive.
We lose all of this. We lose this entire rack, which are just straight nicotine.
Business owners like Zachary Shadi Kingsley are feeling disappointed after over 70% of voters approved Referendum 310, which keeps the ban in place for the sale of flavored tobacco and vaping products.
It's going to hurt us. We calculated last week, it's something close to about 30% of our sales are going to be lost. There's not a product we can really replace that with to make that up.
He adds the ban
30% of a convenience store sales are vaping products, flavored products that people use to not smoke cigarettes. That's shocking.
Could shut down about 100 vape shops in the city and cost at least 1,000 jobs, citing the financial impact could be huge in Denver.
They're losing $13 million a year from Proposition EE tax money that would be going toward childcare from the sale of tobacco. How are they going to find that money when we're already $250 million in the hole?
The city says that $13 million loss hasn't been verified, and funds are set aside to help businesses adjust in the coming months.
Let me be clear, our Department of Finance has not been able to validate what they are projecting as far as loss to the city.
But according to the Rocky Mountain Smoke-Free Alliance, funds are verified by a master sales tax agreement based on the vaping company manufacturers, distributors, and retailers who sell vape products and have to report a city and county of Denver sales tax rate.
We fight to ensure that we maintain the health of our communities, our families, and especially our youth.
Councilmember Darrell Watson has been a strong supporter of the ban, calling it a win for public health and youth prevention.
It's the #1 cause of preventable death for African Americans, the use.
Not vaping. Vaping is the solution to the #1 preventable cause of death to African Americans in this country. Combustible tobacco, you moron.
Of menthol cigarettes, the use of these flavored products. It was time that we took a stand.
Enforcement is set to begin next year. In Denver, Jasmine.
I was a menthol cigarette smoker, and I tried every single way there was in known humanity to quit smoking. None of it worked until I found candy cane e-liquid to put into my vape. But Hunky Vape is smoking because we call vaping smoking, even though that's completely illogical because there's no smoke coming from my vape. Without pyrolysis, there's no smoke. Fundamental laws of science. That's an aerosol. Like, when you pick up your spray cleaner and you spray it, that's a mist. And when you make it even finer, then it becomes an aerosol. That is not combustion. There's no combustion to be found. You have to have the right temperature and oxygen exchange and the pyrolysis that breaks down the constituents of whatever you're burning. There's no burning in vaping, except when you burn your coils. But you're not breathing that in. Unreal. Kenny pointed this out to me last week. He sent me the actual YouTube video on YouTube, and I watched it. It was pretty interesting. We talked about it briefly last week about how this guy took all these disposable vape batteries and created a battery wall to run his shop. And then, because of the way that he's already got his house wired, he was able to not only power his shop, but also power his entire home from disposable vape batteries that he recycled himself. It's pretty cool because he got all these disposable vapes and he's like tried them out, and some of them are completely dead because once the battery gets below a certain voltage, it won't recover, right? So he actually had to figure out how he was going to be able to test these things before he actually broke the vape down. And it was pretty ingenious the way he did it. He was able to test the battery voltage on it and separate them into a pile that goes into actual recycling and a pile that he's actually going to use to power his house. But Chris Dole turned vape waste into a functional 2.52 kilowatt hour battery wall, power wall, that runs his kettle, microwave, computer, air conditioner, his entire shop, and even his entire home. He built this working power wall using battery salvage from 500 discarded disposable vapes. His setup now powers everything from his computer to his entire home. The project shared on October 31st on social media platform highlights the significant amount of usable energy that is wasted every day and how innovation and a little bit of common sense could transform this waste into a clean energy solution. And I just checked before the show started. His video has got almost 4 million views since he put it up there. It's holy cow. This is an amazing idea and would be so easy to do on a large scale if you really wanted to. Think about the fact that this is all discarded products. Yeah, he had to print 3D trays to mount all these different size batteries into, and he had to wire them all individually, but you could do that one house at a time. You know how Jimmy Carter goes around and, refurbishes homes for needy families? You could do the same thing here. You just need the funding to do it. But this video, it's definitely worth a watch. Sparking a conversation on e-waste, sparking a conversation on vaping, and how these disposable vapes, instead of banning them, maybe you just need to implement a beautiful recycling program that actually can fully reuse the batteries that are in these things. Because if they're collected as soon as they're ready to die, all you need to do is ask people that recycle these to charge them before they turn them in. That way, when it sits on the shelf and the internal resistance of the battery slowly decays it, they'll have an opportunity to completely tear them into a recyclable, reusable battery component. Yeah, I know, he's dead, isn't he? I mean, not really, but practically. The guy's how old? 90-something, 100 years old now? How old is Jimmy Carter? He doesn't do anything anymore. He's 100 years old at the age of death. He passed away December 29th, 2024. He is the longest lived United States president. Amazing when they take this rechargeable lithium-ion batteries. And it's not just from here. You could do them from, cordless drills and everything else that we use nowadays. Laptop batteries. Well, usually by the time laptop batteries get turned in for recycling, they're spent. You only have so many recharges available on that before the chemistry breaks down. Well, I was on Vaping Big Show over the weekend, the Vape Rendezvous. I need to get a link to that and drop it in for you guys to take a look at, although most of you guys I already saw you were already there. So I was going on there to watch his show, and he's like, hey, dude, why don't you join us? I'm like, I don't want to impose on you. And he's like, nah, come on the show. I'm like, okay. So we had another great time on the Vape Rendezvous this weekend. Feel free to go check it out. I'm sure most of you guys have already subscribed to Bic, and it was a wonderful show. Had a great time Sunday. It was nice doing stuff that was, not this muck and muck of prohibition after taxes after prohibition. But sorry, Bic, you're getting screwed. Netherlands increases fines for illegal vapes and cigarette sales. The outgoing Dutch government plans to sharply increase fines for the illegal sale of vapes and cigarettes starting July 1 of next year, pending parliamentary approval. Dutch News reported today that under the proposal, first-time offenders are going to face a €2,040 fine, raising that fine to €3,060 for a second offense. And larger companies with over 50 employees could be fined €4,040. Like, where do they come up with these figures? I mean, you got 50 employees, $4,000 is like what? Your healthcare contributions for the month? Well, it's probably way more than that. Anyway, these guys feel like they're doing good, but selling illegal vapes are going to cost you dearly, even for the first offense. Illegal vape and cigarette sales remain widespread in the Netherlands, particularly online and in small shops, despite bans on sales to minors and bans of flavored vaping. Because flavors are the enemy for the kids. They attract the children, even though it's illegal for the children to buy them or be in the store. Meanwhile, here you go, the never-ending story of Juul. Juul settles another lawsuit with a bunch of states, pays $440 million to put this to rest over the teen vaping probe because of their illegal marketing activities when they launched the product over a decade ago. Electronic cigarette maker Juul Labs will pay nearly $440 million to settle the 2-year investigation by 33 states into the marketing of its high-nicotine vaping products, which have long been blamed for sparking the national surge in teen vaping. Bullshit. Has nothing to do with the fact that this is the single best way to quit smoking, or the fact that, it was the latest, greatest technological fad that was there. And just like any other fad, it's momentary and fleeting, and when you step back over the years and historically look back at this time, you'll just see it's a little blip in the radar. It wasn't really anything even to talk about, let alone make such a big deal over. And I personally love how they're sitting there using examples. Like the menthol one, it's like, okay, that makes sense. All the other pictures are gone. They didn't work anymore. They had a Mango Juul here. I'm like, Mango Juul was banned back when Trump banned flavored pods. This is crazy. I'm out of coffee already. This is nuts. Moving on. Are you born after 2007? Well, if you're born after 2007, you'll never be able to vape or buy any tobacco product in the Maldives. It's now illegal for you to smoke or vape in the Maldives, even if you're a tourist. The Maldives used to be a holiday destination, and you'd find on a lot of the bucket list for people because of its pristine beaches, luxury resorts, and marine biodiversity. In some ways, its natural beauty makes it unique as a tourist hub. It's also unique in that it is the first and only country to introduce a smoking ban for people born on or after January 1st, 2007. The ban applies not only to citizens and residents, but also to visitors. This means that unlike most countries which ban the sale of tobacco to people under a certain age, the Maldives is banning the sale of tobacco to an entire generation. Selling tobacco products to anyone born after the cutoff will now carry a fine of 50,000 rufiya. That's about 2,465 pounds. While using a vape device, will carry a fine of 5,000 rufiya. That's 250 pounds. Retailers will be required to verify a person's age before selling them any form of any tobacco product. Because that makes a lot of sense. Look at all these pop-ups and advertisements. I'm just trying to read an article. Oh, they're not happy until they burst your bubble and ruin all your happiness in life. Illicit anesthetic-laced vapes linked to drug harm nationwide. And you'll be shocked to find out this comes from New Zealand. Illicit vape pods containing an anesthetic drug have been linked to a growing number of acute drug harm cases nationwide, prompting a warning from drug watchdog High Alert. Etomidate, a fast-acting sedative used in medical procedures like rapid sequence intubation, has been detected in vape products sold under names like Space Oil, K-Pods, Space Vapes, or Ito. That's not... I'm cute. I took my Etomidate vape and I named the company Ito. What? People are stupid. When all they see is money, they'll do anything, they'll sell anything, they don't care how many people their product kills, as long as they can make a buck. The substance was first identified by drug checking services back in January and has since been seized at the border by New Zealand Customs, with increasing numbers turning up at clinics nationwide. These increased detections indicate the potential for a rapid spread of the substance, High Alert said in a public advisory. Etomidate vapes have been found to contain other harmful chemicals, including GBL, pregabalin, and traces of ketamine. The misrepresentation or adulteration of Etomidate vapes with other substances can result in unexpected and unwanted effects or the loss of life. Patrick says that they're also pretty prevalent in Singapore right now. Yeah, I remember talking about that 2 months ago when we first started hearing reports of it over there. And there was a rumor going around that Thailand wasn't going to be able to end up legalizing vaping products or implementing reasonable regulations. They were going to end up banning it because the fear-mongering stories and all the agencies and the press and the media were focusing on these Etomidate vapes. Meanwhile, people don't realize when you ban something, you create a black market and you no longer have any controls whatsoever of the legitimate market, because there is no legitimate market. All you have are black market products that don't follow anybody's regulations. They don't pay any taxes, and you'll never figure out where they came from. There's no way to trace where the product came from, because it might say Ox Bar on the product, but that was never made by Ox Bar. They had no interest in it whatsoever. They didn't know anything about it. But some counterfeiter somewhere made these things. Some schmuck ordered them into the country empty and then filled them up with this stuff. It's kind of like cannabis and spice. Spice is fake cannabis. They take this concentrated chemical and they spray it on parsley and all kinds of other leaves that are dried up, and then they sell it as spice. It's not actually cannabis whatsoever. But it gets people messed up, and people keep buying it because, well, the black market's going to supply whatever people want. And if they can't get the safe, legitimate, regulated product, they'll consume Drano dishwasher, drain cleaner, if you give it to them. You don't even have to call it that. Meanwhile, in British Columbia, Vancouver sees brand new study, a youth-driven study in British Columbia has found that vaping is not nearly as prevalent among young people as some might think, with a solid majority of those aged 12 to 19 saying that they've never tried it. But nearly 3 in 10 had vaped at least once, or looked at a vape, or smelled a vape, or were in the presence of somebody that actually used a vape. And we're going to include them in this study to foster the fear-mongering prohibitionist agenda and not focus on the fact that as time goes on, lesser and less people have actually tried these products, and the number of people that rely on them to not smoke becomes greater and far outpaces anything that could have possibly happened by standard tobacco control measures had vaping never existed. In the last, Well, from 2007 until now, we've literally cut the number of people who smoke in half all around the globe. But that's not good enough for us. We need to say, yeah, smoking decreased, but vaping increased. It's horrible. No, it's not. People are using a less harmful product to save their lives, to live longer, to still be able to enjoy nicotine, but not be subject to all the detrimental health consequences when they use combustion to access that nicotine into their body. I'm not even going to the statistics on here because the rest of the article turned into a fear-mongering campaign, bragging about percentages to make the percentages as big as possible. And then at one point it says here, among those who vaped, that's the first sentence where you screwed everything up, and that's why I'm not reading any more of this. 66% had done so in the past month. What? Well, why are you giving me a percentage of a percentage? Why can't you give me the total percentage of all the kids that you looked in the study, and how many of them tried it this past month? Oh, was that only 1.2%? Oh, I'm sorry. That doesn't foster your agenda and your fear-mongering? Sorry. I'm not buying your bullshit. I quit drinking that Kool-Aid. Unlike in San Francisco, they did not quit drinking the Kool-Aid. They banned vaping products, and, scientists at the University of California did a study on the San Francisco area and said, oh, shit, man, they banned vaping and smoking went up. Oh, but it's not going to last. It's not going to last. It did last. Smoking went up. More people used a product that is known to kill half of the people that use them as directed. But you still are in favor of keeping the ban. No, you're not in favor of keeping the ban. You're in favor of adding a whole new ban on top of that. Well, here you go, folks. Nicotine in all forms has now been banned in San Francisco. San Francisco Baytown bans nicotine in all forms. So you're not allowed to eat tomatoes or peppers or potatoes in the San Francisco Bay Area community of 9,000 residents who think that they stepped up big, according to their town council, by passing the strictest and most comprehensive, not tobacco, but tobacco and nicotine sales ban in the country. Congratulations. I never thought United States would be the first place where they would completely ban everything. At least in the Maldives, as long as you were born before 2017, you can keep using it. But not in San Francisco. In this little San Francisco town, this little city council decided that no nicotine products or tobacco products of any kind whatsoever are allowed. It doesn't matter what the federal government says it's legal or not. If you're in our town, you're not allowed to use it. The unanimously passed ordinance establishes a complete ban of anything that has nicotine, including cigarettes, cigars, vapes, and other e-smoking devices. Mallory Gates, hello and welcome. As well as deliveries of any tobacco goods, and reportedly makes it the first town in the nation to ban the sale of such products with no exemptions, period. We all made history here tonight, Mayor Holly Thier said, after the law was passed on Wednesday. Yeah, what'd you do? Wash it down with a bottle of wine afterwards and celebrate? That alcohol consumption is perfectly fine. But heaven forbid somebody want to have a safe way to not smoke cigarettes and use a nicotine pouch. No, we can't do that. The California cities of Beverly Hills and Manhattan Beach implemented similar bans in 2021, but they allow limited exceptions, including cigar lounges and some motel rooms that are designated for smoking. Before the bans, no Tiburon retailers sold tobacco products. The ordinance will now legalize this voluntary precedent. Tiburon is in a unique position to consider more stringent regulations as we currently have zero retail tobacco sales. The ordinance requires anti-smoking clauses in all leases for multi-unit properties. It also allows citizens to bring civil action against repeat violators. Fines for sales and misdemeanors range from $250 to $1,000 per incident. Smoking in most public places and work areas is already banned by California state laws. Some high school students from Marin County's Youth Action Committee, a group working to reduce smoking and vaping in the county, also spoke in favor of the ordinance. Of course you did. While its population is limited, Tiburon was known for its luxury real estate and boasts a medium household income of more than $200,000.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, so since they banned all tobacco they shouldn't get any of the tobacco money from the state. That is all.
I don't know how it works in California. I don't know if California does distribute tobacco money or whether the state uses it for its own public health campaigns and awareness and whatever else they spend it on. You have to ask Grim Green, see what he thinks about it. Although right now he's and a bunch of other people out there are fighting YouTube. I got a bunch of notifications just last night, age-gated videos and whatnot. I didn't even look into the nonsense. As long as I was able to stream today, I was happy camper. But that's the reason why I stream on 5 platforms after every week. And if for some reason you don't see a show on here, then I'll be on the other platforms. I'm not going to stop streaming just because YouTube wants to shadow ban people that are telling the truth. Only one group opposed the ordinance. It was the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance, which represents the advocates for small gas station and convenience store operators. Everybody else, all these rich folk that are all making more than $200,000, are very glad to do away with this menace called nicotine. Because, that makes a lot of sense. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen if they get their wish? The return of cigarette smoking, the glorification of this natural plant-based solution to end the youth vaping epidemic. Here you go, folks. Cigarettes are back. At least that's what my impression was while walking around Below-Me Street on Halloween night. Whether it's a new aesthetic, students who have just come back from a semester abroad, or merely a comeback of a nearly eradicated trend, we all seem to know somebody who smokes. This cyclical return of the cigarette follows on the heels of one of the most successful public health campaigns of all time. Smoking rates among adults dropped 73% between 1965 and 2022, according to the American Lung Association. The drop could be attributed to many factors, from scientific findings and Surgeon General reports to warnings on tobacco products through the 20th century, and perhaps most etched into my brain are the anti-smoking ads, depicting those with tubes in their throats, such as this ad from the CDC. The anti-smoking campaigns of the 80s and 90s was a huge success for public health. Bullshit. I grew up in the 80s and 90s, and that didn't stop me from smoking. The field totally demonized the tobacco companies and chastised anybody who chose to consume a cigarette.
Attention everyone. According to SLYDER Radio, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. That is all.
Yeah, it's been a gradual increase in the amount of people smoking. Maybe these efforts didn't make the same impression on my peers, considering a 2021 study noted 1 in 4 college students still use tobacco. I was one of them. Dr. Parker suggests, what was that, 2021? That was right before I quit. No, it was 5 years ago, so it was after I quit. Anyway, Dr. Parker suggests a reason why college students today were not alive during this time, and if their parents didn't warn them about the health consequences of smoking, they just might not know. Well, maybe if they took some of that MSA money instead of wasting 99.6% of it on everything but tobacco prevention, they could have spent it on what they were supposed to spend it on. You know, maybe that wouldn't be the case. You couldn't make that argument today. But they're not actually looking to stop people from smoking cigarettes. You're a radical if you actually believe that. You know that, right? Young people today don't know that 500,000 people die annually from cigarette smoking. I don't believe that either. Although I tell people all the time and nobody likes or shares it. People already know. They don't care. They're numb to it all. More recently, young people were associated with vaping or e-cigarette use. 18 to 24-year-olds have the highest prevalence of vaping as opposed to smoking. This number is actually on the rise, up from 15.3%. No, it's not. Why are you comparing 2022 to 2019? Because after 2022, between then and now, it's dropped 75%. That doesn't support your propaganda narrative, does it? However, you do admit the fact that vaping is certainly preferable to smoking from a public health perspective. While still addictive, e-cigarettes are known to have less chemicals than traditional cigarettes, making them a better option for smokers. But what was once something to help smokers quit might be creating new addictions entirely. Nah, come on, cut this out. I'm sick and tired of hearing about this gateway effect that's supposed to happen. Has never happened. Youth nicotine consumption today is at its lowest rate in recorded history, or at least the last 50 years. That's all I can prove. I don't know what the rates were before then. I don't think anybody has accurate data back then. Not that the modern figures are totally accurate either. They're estimations. You go out and you sample 1,000 people and you extrapolate that out into millions. How accurate is that? Come on. You ask a different region of the country, you're going to get a completely different answer. You can't extrapolate it out with such small figures. Although in today's day and age with modern technology, there's no reason you shouldn't be able to get everybody to answer that question. Maybe include it in the census? No, we can't do that. That might actually, cause people to do the right thing and make legislation that actually follows data and not creates new data. That's opposite of what they said it was going to do. It's more sexy and European than being a vape god. It feels super European to stop what you're saying mid-sentence and just take a drag. And then keep talking. It adds sophistication to the sentence, said the class of 27 Santa Clara University student who wished to remain anonymous. The practice of vaping did renormalize tobacco and nicotine use. Why are you conflating the two of them? They're not the same thing. Nicotine is an essential drug, according to the World Health Organization, for the treatment of tobacco use disorder. It's not the same thing. Hey, Kenny.
Hello. Back
Hold on.
and in one piece.
I can hear you now. Sorry, I had you muted still.
Okay. Back and in one piece. Oof. Knackered now. Well, you've got a hill, you've got to walk up like that. I'm so unfit. It's like that. And I'm like...
So how's it going? Did everything turn out okay?
Some dermal...
You don't have lung cancer or something, do you?
No. I've got some kind of dermalogical reaction to probably the cleaning solutions at work or something. So they're going to give us steroid creams and moisturizing creams and soaps and
attention,
that
everyone.
kind of thing.
According to Neil Pitts, Alex, you sexy European. That is all.
Köszönöm szépen.
You're a sexy
That was me saying
European
thank you in Hungarian.
An adopted American.
Listen, I learned how to speak Hungarian before I learned English. Because my mother moved into the United States and immigrated here in 1970. I was born in 71. Exactly 9 months after she arrived. So she didn't really know hardly any English. And she learned English the same time I did. watching Sesame Street.
I suppose it's nice to learn your mother tongue, you know what I mean? I think a lot of people who are multilingual, you know, your base will be their mother tongue, you know, wherever they're from. French,
The real advantage is anybody can speak another language, but to truly grasp how powerful that can be, you need to think in that other language. Like there was that one Clint Eastwood movie where he goes to Russia and he flies his plane that you have to think in Russian and the helmet actually reacts to your thoughts.
That's Firefox film, isn't it? Yes, he steals the plane, doesn't he?
It is a very unique perspective for me as an American to think of things because when I was an infant, I learned to think in Hungarian. And my entire life, English has been my primary language, but I still every once in a while revert to thinking like a Hungarian, at least the Hungarian that I was raised, not the Hungarian that exists in the country today.
Yeah.
They're probably more Americanized than we are, but they're Americanized based upon social popularity and that whole corporate elitism characteristic of it. Whereas I was brought up by a bunch of people that were old school Hungarians. My dad grew up in the countryside on a farm, you know. My mother grew up in the city in Budapest, and her dad went off to war, World War I probably, and ended up living in Australia the last years of his life.
Wow.
Her mother was a single mother, basically, raising a couple kids with no money to be found anywhere. Because, I mean, they lived through the Depression.
Times were hard back then. Wow,
which wasn't just restricted to the United States.
Oh, no.
It was a global phenomenon even back then.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Kenny ban cleaning products, think about the children. That is all.
Yeah, man.
Well, congratulations. San Francisco has passed a total ban of all nicotine and tobacco products. What do you think, Kenny?
Fucking stupidity. I mean, there's been a lot going on here as well. There've been, what was it, the National
we
Crime
covered that
Register,
too.
Raid shops. You see what's been going on over here? They got nuts.
It's worse, man. In the House of Lords, they're talking about banning all tobacco and nicotine products after 2040 in the UK. That's one of the amendments they're adding to the tobacco and vapes bill.
Well, it's kind of what's going on with the news stories now, because all of the trading standards, national crime agency, all that are now raiding shops, vape shops, tobacco shops, car washes, and they're pulling out, illegal immigrants who are working. I think Panorama done an undercover investigation. It was a bunch of Turkish people who were running like this underworld type of criminal activity, selling, fake cigarettes, fake vapes, money laundering, all sorts of stuff like that. And, and they were like, they were just pushing on the vapes again as well. And you're thinking, well, technically, the only vapes that are legal in this country are disposables, single use, and yet, I don't know, unless these were black market ones where they hadn't paid the duty on them or something, but they didn't look like, the vapes that were confiscated didn't look like a single use vape. They just looked like something like that, and yet they were taking them away. So, well, they smuggled them in from somewhere or whatever, we don't know, but about 900 arrests they made up to now, and it's not just a part of the country, it's national, it's everywhere. Every high street has got something like that going. Crazy. And it's just tarring the image of vaping even more, making, saying, well, they're using vapes for criminal activity and bullshit. So, the image of vaping's shit now over here. It's just nothing. It's crap. It's classed, I think it's almost classed as bad as smoking. That's where it's getting.
Yeah, it is. The impression that they're putting out there to everybody, to brainwash everybody into accepting this total flat-out prohibition by 2040 is the same stuff that's going on all around the globe. Bloomberg keeps putting out the press, the sickening, fear-mongering stories out there, and people are buying it hook, line, and sinker. And even the diehard smokers think that it's better for them to smoke than it is to try a vape.
Yeah.
Over half of the world believes it's better for you to smoke cigarettes than it is to vape.
Yeah.
If that doesn't change,
all the bad press.
The only people who are going to learn about it is the people that do. One person taught me this, and I tried it, and I believe them because now I have lived experience that shows that it's better.
Mm-hmm. It's nuts, man. Absolutely nuts. The whole thing's absolutely crazy.
Meanwhile, they're sitting here crying the blues. It seems young people are turning to smoking to foster a connection because, you know, the TikToks really don't foster any kind of a connection to anybody. Meanwhile, now, this is mostly a part of a going out culture and the lure of a drunk cig, the drunk fag. Smoking is addictive, and the trend might be bleeding into the everyday, even on the university campuses, when you get somebody that moves away from home, goes to university, and they go on their first drunk binge weekend, and you know, somebody hands them a cigarette and they have a drunk cigarette. And then they realize they either are prone to nicotine addiction or they're not. Because I know people that only smoke when they drink and never missed it. Went back to work as if they never even had a cigarette. And then I know other people that will have that drunk cigarette and will be a lifelong smoker from that day forward. Because their brain is wired to need that nicotine because they feel so much better because they have it in their bloodstream.
Attention everyone. According to SLYDER Radio, you can get cancelled for saying drunk fag now, Alex. That is all.
That's what it is, though. In the UK, that's what they call it. They don't call it a drunk cig. They call it a drunk fag.
Or a tab.
Just like if I was in Australia, that would be a drunk durry.
Yeah.
It's not my fault that the AI only wants to interpret things in a single language. I'm sorry, I'm multilingual.
Oh, shit.
I accept everybody's nomenclature the way it is. Gladly let you talk in your language. You don't need to change your behavior to appease me. I try to change my behavior to feel more natural to you.
Exactly. All about control.
It's all about my emotional intelligence. I'm one of those rare people out there that have a really high IQ, but also have a really high EQ. Most people that are super smart are dumb as shit when it comes to social interactions. I'm one of the few people in the world that have high ratings in both. But that's neither here nor there.
Wow.
Meanwhile, this guy's like, today I was walking into class and I saw somebody just smoking a cigarette, said Elizabeth. I was walking right behind her, so the smoke was hitting me, and that was annoying.
Oh, dear.
Well, what if they were vaping and you got to smell my beautiful blue raspberry gummy?
Exactly.
Except you can't see it. You just smelled it. Maybe I'm one of them fags that's walking around with blue raspberry perfume to attract another male. You don't know. You don't know what my sexual orientation is. You just assume you know.
I never knew you
I'm
like
not
that,
trying
Alex.
to take away anybody's fun. But the truth of the matter is, smoking is bad. It's deadly. It's bad for the smoker and it's bad for everybody around them. But guess what? When it comes to vaping, that's not true. When it comes to vaping, vaping is good for everybody that used to smoke. Anybody who's prone to nicotine addiction would be better off being handed a vape than handed a fag or a cigarette or a durry or smoke or whatever you want to call it. Drunk cigs do count and are a reflection of the population of young people looking for connection in an increasingly isolated world where that is what our corporate overlords want. They want that isolation. They want that animosity. They want us fighting amongst each other so that we don't pay attention to what they fucking go do, like how in the continuing resolution, the America's budget is now being passed because 8 Democrats jumped sides, but hidden inside of the bill is one last foray for the oldest senator in American government today, a brand new THC limit that essentially bans all hemp products in the United States again.
I don't know. It's just hard to get your fucking head round, you know, like.
James Reed, hello and welcome.
The way they're going down the same road with vapes in the UK as what they did with cigarettes. They're going to try and tax you out of it so you can't afford it. They've done it with cigarettes for years. You know, they put cigarettes up year after year after year. They're going to do the same with vaping. They're going to tax the fucking eyeballs out of it so you can't afford to do it.
Did you
and
see
it
that?
didn't work. Yeah. Another one. Was the one you to smoke? Russians love cigarettes. They love the tabs, the Russians.
And you can thank Mitt Romney, Marlboro Mitch Romney, and Bain Capital for addicting 20-some% of Russians to cigarettes back in the 80s.
Love that cigarettes the Russians always had. Always have.
Congratulations. What a total
Absolute
waste
wankers.
of... Whoa, what just happened? 3 of my monitors just blinked out.
Oh no, see, it's the AI saying, how dare you see a drunken fag.
I told Robert earlier today, my computer's just been acting weird. I can't put my finger on what exactly it was. I found 3 things that are a consequence because I updated software and I been cleaning up my desktop and getting rid of stuff and reorganizing stuff. Text documents go into a folder that's labeled text documents, and shortcuts to websites are in a separate folder and stuff. I use them for a while and then I just dump them in there and then they just build up into a pile, and eventually I'll get to the point where I'm like, I haven't opened that folder in 6 months, just delete the whole folder and start over. But it's like, everything else around my house.
Mine was
the tools that I haven't used in 6 years because I haven't torn down a motor to its head.
Yeah. Mine was a bit way before with the internet. I got on the phone, the internet provider, doing speed tests. Everything looked fine, but my digital TV, which is hooked up to the internet, that started buffering. I'm like, what? Just normal TV. That started buffering. Then my computer started buffering. I went, hang on a minute. I was still getting 1 gig speed. I'm going, what's going on here? So I got onto the
Paramount Plus, the app we watch Paramount Plus content on our TV, does the same thing. It finishes off an episode and it's supposed to go to the next episode. Well, it goes to the next episode, but it keeps showing a buffering signal on the screen. No video feed, but you hear the audio of the show starting. So you have to exit out of there and hit play for it to show the video and reinitialize the stream.
It's crazy, man. Absolutely nuts. And I was onto them. I says, what's going on with this? Because I thought, because sometimes they do maintenance work in the area and your signal fluctuates and all that. So I just say, are you doing any maintenance? No. This is what's going on here, But it just seemed to correct itself. So I don't know what they're doing. I've got no idea.
Here's what they're doing, mate. I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. One last thing I'm going to show you guys, and I don't care if they copyright claim this or whatever, but I want us to comment on this, and I want us to bring awareness to the fact that I need to remind people that social media isn't for what you think it is. It isn't just for your entertainment. Social media is being utilized by our governments to control the population, to shift public opinion on things a little bit every single day.
Okay.
This was put out onto Netflix 5 years ago. Okay? If you haven't seen it yet, please go watch it. It's called The Social Dilemma. Let me show you the trailer.
When you go to Google and type in climate change is, you're going to see different results depending on where you live and the particular things that Google knows about your interests.
That's not by accident. That's a design technique.
They designed internet. It was, first off, it was founded by the CIA, or the precursor to the CIA. DARPA was who created the internet. And it has been utilized by government since day one. There's a reason why Google became the #1 popular platform, and it wasn't just because when you go to Google, it only showed you the Google search bar.
What I want people to know is that everything they're doing online is being watched, is being tracked. Every single action you take is carefully monitored and recorded. A lot of people...
It's not just for advertising purposes. They're building profiles on you, and now the Palantir has got a beautiful contract from Trump. They're training AI into learning who you are so that it knows you better than you know yourself.
Yeah.
People think Google's just a search box and Facebook's just a place to see what my friends are doing. What they don't realize is there's entire teams of engineers whose job is to use your psychology against you.
I was the co-inventor of the Facebook like button.
I was the president of Pinterest,
Google, Twitter, Instagram.
There were meaningful changes happening around the world because of these platforms. I think we were naive about the flip side of that coin.
We get rewarded by hearts, likes, thumbs up, and we conflate that with value and we conflate it with truth.
A whole generation is more anxious, more depressed.
I always felt like fundamentally it was a force for good. I don't know.
It might have been initially when you guys sat down to create them, but it got subverted very, very quickly. And it is now being used to manipulate the entire population of the world. Little by little. True. And there's a reason why you have like a blue sky for all of the, the liberals that are out there. You have now a social media platform that reinforces your beliefs as a liberal to keep you divided and separated from the people that are the conservatives. So that you keep fighting against each other rather than realizing what the people that are actually in charge of the government are doing to you every single day.
I don't know if I feel that way anymore.
Facebook discovered that they were able to affect real-world behavior and emotions without ever triggering the user's awareness. They are completely clueless.
That was actually a government-funded study.
Yeah.
That Facebook got paid for to test and see if they could manipulate the population and what the actual effects are. And it was all fun and games until somebody killed themselves because they didn't know that they were part of this study.
According to Neil Pitts, I watched something about 10 years ago. It was talking about subliminal messaging and the internet was the new way to do it. That is all.
This takes it to a whole new level because they literally know you better than you know yourself. I told a story a long time ago about Amazon and how its algorithms were able to identify people that got pregnant before they even missed their first period. Because the algorithm was smart enough to know that your taste buds change the second you get impregnated. Your body's got hormonal changes that take place that very day, that very night that it happens.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it capitalized on the fact that as soon as somebody was searching for something, they shoved a bunch of stuff into their face that they didn't even know that they wanted to buy until next week when they admitted that they were actually pregnant. They were getting flooded with baby cribs and carriages and paint and wallpaper and all kinds of things that, the normal parent does when they first find out they're pregnant and go, oh, I got to create a room for the baby.
Mm-hmm.
In addition to a bunch of seasonings and stuff like that, which was what originally tipped off Amazon to the fact that you were pregnant and didn't even know it yet.
Exactly, all of that.
Fake news spreads 6 times faster than true news. We're being
Fake news spreads 6 times faster than true news, and fake news is created by people that are trying to manipulate the population.
Bombarded with rumors.
If everyone's entitled to their own facts, there's really no need for people to come together. In fact, there's really no need for people to interact.
We have less control over who we are and what we really believe.
If you want to control the population of your country, there has never been a tool as effective as Facebook.
We built these things and we have a responsibility to change it. The intention could be, how do we make the world better? If technology creates mass chaos, loneliness, more polarization, more election hacking, more inability to focus on the real issues, we're toast. This
is an existential threat to humanity. You think AI is the existential threat? We've been living the existential threat for at least a decade now.
One of the biggest crimes now is cybercrime from everybody. Russians are using it to spy. They're saying the Chinese are using it to spy. You know, it's common now. In a world war, you wouldn't need missiles that can hack into all your networks for your power, your electricity. They can just shut you down. They don't need to fire a single bullet. They can just do it through a computer. Hack you and just shut you down. Simple.
That's been done intentionally.
Yeah. Definitely.
Checkmate on humanity.
If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. It is definitely a very interesting thing. Even if you don't want to get involved in this whole social dilemma situation, but it's just like shocking how deep this runs in society.
I think it's all gotten so far out of control. The powers that be haven't got full control of it anymore.
No, they don't, because all the governments are trying to manipulate it.
Yeah.
And they all have bot farms to try and influence it and capitalize on it.
But we've seen it happen, you know. Vaping, there's a prime example, you know what I mean? Look how big it was a decade ago. Everywhere you look on social media was promoting vaping. Everywhere you looked, you had tons of reviewers, tons of products, tons of people advertising. Look at it now.
And now they're all losing their channels, losing a decade worth of hard labor to build a following, build an audience, get the message out there, and they're getting strikes for things that they didn't actually violate the rule that they're saying they're getting a strike for.
They're giving you strikes for content you made 10 years ago when the rules were totally different then. But no, they've moved the goalpost so it covers your whole channel, not just something you've done 10 years ago.
We've been talking about it here for the last 5 years, that twice a year, at least twice a year, YouTube's algorithm just sends out a bunch of stuff, notifications, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And people are just like, well, it's part of the game. You got to deal with it. But now it's getting to the point now where these people are literally at one strike away from losing their whole channel. And to really cement this situation, if you've been on X any times this past week, I'm sure you've seen a flood of posts of people. We normally see Grim Green and whoever gets a strike go on there and try and reach out to YouTube, try and reach out to the creators and say, look, I need a human to review this. I didn't violate anything. And we talked about it, Mike Vapes. Listen, you said that this one, the appeal was accepted, but all my other videos that just got the same strikes are the exact same format. I didn't do anything different in them. Why did the one get an appeal approved and the other ones were rejected? Help me make sense of this.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Thousands upon thousands of tech channels were banished off of the platform this past week.
Yeah, I can well believe it.
We talked about one last week, but there's literally been thousands of them, and everybody's like, oh, it's Google's AI is now in charge of this. I'm like, Google AI has already been in charge of it. People don't realize how massive YouTube's platform already is.
That's huge.
And the thing is, people like Grimm had the advantage of having somebody to actually talk to. Whereas somebody like you and me, as new creators that have only been here a couple of years, we normally don't have that access to an actual person in Google's headquarters.
It's harder for anybody out of the US to get in touch with Google more than it is anybody in the US. We struggle like hell.
Well, this
Absolutely
past
struggle
week,
like
there
hell.
were literally thousands of tech channels that had hundreds of thousands of subscribers get removed off the platform for spam. The same thing that Patrick got booted off the platform for. Except these guys are legit making six-figure incomes from YouTube and have been because of how they've worked and built their platform up over the last decade. And it was all gone in one night.
Yeah, so it's not just
and
a
there's
channel,
nobody
it's
they can
somebody's
get a hold
business.
of to resolve it.
Yeah, it's somebody's business, somebody's livelihood as well. So, you know. Crazy.
And like Patrick, it took them a month for him to reinstate his personal Google account. Not even the channel that got banished, but his personal Google account, because they go, oh yeah, you didn't do any spam. That was some bot that hacker got in and messed up a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. It's a fucking wild merry-go-round, mate. It's simple as that. You just now one rule from the next. They just keep making rules up as they go along. It's just a total merry-go-round. All you can
And that's
do.
exactly why I'm on 5 platforms right now. I'm trying to add a 6th platform right now, but unfortunately, it's so immature. Odyssey is so immature that I need to limit our bandwidth when we upload our live stream to less than 8,000 kilobits per second. I have to remux any review I create to upload to YouTube and Rumble and all these other ones. If I want to upload it to Odyssey, I need to remux it to be less than 7,000 megabits per second.
Right, yeah.
So it's not only 1920 by 1080p resolution and 30 frames per second, but
Attention everyone.
bandwidth has to be compressed
According to
even
Neil
further.
Pitts, since Grimm got demonizing, he does have a contract to talk to on YouTube. That is all.
Yeah, he does have a contact that he can talk to individually. But they usually give him the whole thing like, it's out of my hands. I turned it over to, the committee that's in charge of these things.
Yeah, but you remember them's the guys with big followings, big, massive channels. Me and you's not going to get our own personal contact if we talk to YouTube. Not in a million years. Ooh,
Look what the wife made. A donut. She made English muffins this morning, and she made donuts with her Frankie.
Very nice. I've still got me nuts. Oh shit, I haven't got me ball. I just want the new balls and all. Thank you.
All right, matey, how about an adult beverage? You ready for that?
Yeah. So just daughter's just sniffing around now. Yeah. Get it. Hello, and today I have gone for, I've had it before, but it's a little different. I've gone for some Coors or Coors, however you pronounce it, which is apparently supposed to be as cold as the Rocky Mountains. This is a pint can or 568 milliliters, and its alcohol is 3.4% by volume. So there you go. That's me today. What you got?
I'm still looking for the alcohol by volume on my product so I could talk about it when I show it to you. But, you know, they kind of have to hide that stuff out there. But anyway, up for your entertainment today, I yanked out of their refrigerator another Cutwater.
Martini.
This is Lemon Drop Martini, and I was able to discern this is 11% alcohol by volume.
Wow. And such a small can as
James
well.
Bond
Ouch.
would be proud of me today.
Yeah. Shaken, not
Shaken.
stirred. Not
stirred.
To your health, sir.
Cheers. To our health. Oh, baby. Now I know why my wife had this stashed in the drawer in the bottom of the fridge. Clear in the back behind the butter.
Well, now we know Alex's new code name, Hunky Vapes 007. Who needs an Englishman when you've got Alex, huh?
Yeah. Lemon Drop Martini. See, she's not mad at me. I stole one of her Lemon Drop Martinis.
Have you stole a drink?
You want it?
Yeah.
No.
Hey,
You already opened it.
Drink the fucking egg.
Throw it in the freezer.
Too much stress.
I think that it might be my Hyperion.
Hyperion?
Maybe. Probably. She's mad at me now. You stole my Lemon Drop Martini.
That's not good.
I'll pour some Lemon Drop Martini on it. Uh-huh. I talked to them about that. I'm like, maybe I should open that can up we bought in Ohio.
Don't you go winding her up, mate.
It's now illegal. The continuing resolution banned all hemp products in the country. It's got THC in it. Yeah, it's banned. It's illegal. That sucks for all those stores in Ohio that just open all that stuff up because they're all going to be illegal now. Everything is now going to be illegal. Anything over, was it 0.5 milligram total content for the entire thing you buy?
You can't buy weed.
That's going to be illegal too. They did.
But not good.
And they changed the one figure, the number, the maximum allowable THC from whatever it was before to 0.5 milligram. So it's all illegal. The whole hemp industry just got screwed. Raked over the coals. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, I showed him. I ate it.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts,
I couldn't send it to
Alex
England.
Grimm said in a post since they demonetized him they took away his way to talk to a real person. That is all.
Oh, I was ragging on me. She's like, you waited until Kenny showed up to finish that donut, didn't you? Rub it in his face.
He did. He did. He definitely did. I want to vouch for that. He did.
He's used to that.
He does it every week.
Holy cow, were there a lot of updates this week on this computer to try and get everything working.
Ooh.
And I reached out to DaVinci Resolve because I'm sick and tired of the program crashing. And I'm like, listen, what's causing this crashing? Can we please figure this out so I can fix it and so it doesn't crash? I've got reviews to get edited and get uploaded. The only one that I haven't recorded so far is the new Oxva X-Slim Pro 2 with the DNA chip.
Yeah.
That's the only one I haven't recorded. The rest of my ones, we got this Centrix Ghost. The invisible disposable vape. I got Grimm's Recoil R3. I need to edit and get uploaded. Delicious. I got the Geek Vape Z Nano Tank, mouth to lung, stock coil, boom.
I'm sure DaVinci's just done another update recently, 20.03, I think it is now.
Yep.
And it's supposed to be fixing some of the crash bugs, like, so I don't know if it's still made any difference.
Didn't fix mine. Like, if I start something from scratch, from raw, not using my template, it works fine. If I use my template to start a project, it crashes when I exit. And everything I did on it doesn't save. Like, you know how you can create a folder when you like save project as, and you can assign a folder to the new project?
Yeah.
It doesn't save that folder. It saves it, the last folder that I used from a raw project that I just created and named from scratch. That's the one it saves. Something about old projects didn't get migrated into the new format. And it won't change the default folder where the media is created.
I mean, you can create your own, but what's the point if it's not saving them? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I reached out to the forum for Blackmagic, got on there about the DaVinci forum, and I reached out and I'm like, listen, here's my system logs, here's my dump log from DaVinci crash logs, and uploaded it. And he's like, well, I was able to narrow it down to something in the Fairlight tab that's caused it to crash. Could you upload your project file, an export of your project file for the intro to the show? And I'll take a look at it. I did that Saturday, but the guy hasn't been online since then. So whenever he gets online, he'll leave me a result of whatever he finds, and I'll try and fix it and resolve it.
Yeah, something odd. There could be something, I don't know, in one of them project files that could be causing whatever.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, they will say for $99 they will have an update to fix the update.
It would be worth it.
That is all.
To never deal with it again.
Yeah.
But I don't think they will. DaVinci was one of those few companies that still holds true to the thing. Once you paid for that license, it's perpetual, it's yours for life. Unlike Personas, now you upgraded to the latest version. I upgraded to Persona 7. It's only good for a year. After a year, you stop getting updates to it. In order for you to continue to get updates, you got to pay another $200.
That's horseshit.
To get 1 year of updates. What? No. I've only used that program 5 times. Yes, it's great for what it does. It's great for like when I add new VST plugins to do the scanning in there rather than try to use Elgato software to do the scanning for the new plugins. But it's not worth $200 a year.
$200 a year, all of that.
It's almost as bad as Waves with their plugins. You only get updates for a year. Then you got to pay a maintenance fee for each freaking plugin. I've got like 180 of them. They want like, $20 a piece for them. No. Well, you can subscribe to our software. It's $249 a year, and that doesn't limit you to the plugins you purchased. That'll give you access to all the plugins we've ever made for $250 a year.
Nah. Yeah. Plenty of other things out there you can use and get for free, or you pay a one-off.
Well, the old plugins still work. There's nothing wrong with them. Matter of fact, I like the old plugins better. I wish I could revert everything back to version 15 or earlier. Because it doesn't have the AI built in and the built-in internet search for everybody else in the world settings for these plugins. I'm like, I don't want anybody else's plugin settings.
No.
I put the compressor on there. I tweak it to what I need it to be. I don't need you to tell me, you know, the world famous producer that made Green Day's album, what his settings are. I don't care what his settings are. I don't need them. I'm not making music and trying to copy somebody else's style.
Yeah, total different scenario. Idiots. I tell you what it is like. I've got something new for you to watch. I don't know if it should be out where you are. That new Welcome to Derry. Oh, not seen that yet. I think it's on Now TV over here.
The link.
I think it's on Now TV over here. Well, bloody hell, it's brutal. Gory as shit, man. They're like, what the fuck? I was like,
Six Pack Kid has me drooling over the new Landman series that's coming out, season 2 of Landman. He's a fixer for the oil industry down in Texas.
Wow.
He came up against the cartel who was trying to like land their planes on the oil field where this guy's at and stuff. He's like, you can't be doing that shit here. He's like, you know who we are? We're the cartel. He's like, buddy, you don't know who the hell I work for.
Exactly.
I'm more afraid of the oil industry executives above me than I am you and your cartel.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, it's on HBO Max here in the States. That is all.
Oh, it's just brutal. Gory as hell. I was like, what the hell?
Isn't it wild how all of these, remember how like HBO used to be their own thing, right? Showtime used to be its own thing. Now they're all part of the parent corporations.
All right.
Like Paramount has Paramount, and you got Showtime, and you got all the sub channels of all Showtime, and like Paramount is now CBS. All the CBS content ever created is now part of Paramount Plus.
Yeah. There's a lot of these like new things popping up, you know, like say for example Netflix. I mean, look at all the stuff they bought out, you know, like the rights and shit for everything that gone on. All these big companies are buying all the smaller companies.
I'm sick and tired of them jacking the price up. We're paying $25 a month now. Like, what the hell?
Crazy, man.
Well, you don't have to pay that much. You can watch advertisements. No. The only reason I got excited about Netflix in the first place was because you never had advertisements.
We've just updated our Discovery Plus app. Now full of adverts. Even though we're paid for it. But if we want the adverts to go, we've got to increase my package to get rid of the adverts.
Exactly.
Fuck you. You're paying for it. Why do you want the adverts? That's the point.
Because they're trying to literally milk every last cent out of everybody they can.
Ridiculous, man.
It is.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I'm gotten to the point now where I want to go back to watching everything on DVD. Screw them all.
May as well. Yes, well.
Anyway, what other hand checks you got? I showed off my hand check here, just the ones that are nearby me. I mean, I still got my...
I've got very little. Like I said, I've still got my thingies. I've got this, the Pyro Pod Click, which is still going. That's it there. Where? Still got that one. And I've got another one. This one's really nice. It's Blueberry Raspberry. It's the Pixel 8000. Really nice.
Dude, what is it with these disposables having full freaking screens on them now? That's obnoxious.
We've got no like that over here. There's mine. Little square in the corner there. That's mine. Just literally say, yeah, that's it. Just want to see what kind of battery life you're going to get out of that with a big, massive screen on it. You'll be charging every friggin' 5 minutes.
There's nothing wrong with the battery. The battery's in there is big enough. That's not the issue. That's like this one. This is fantastic because it's got the ghost thing. My wife couldn't get more than 3 days out of it before she killed it.
There you go.
40,000 puffs. 3 days. Dead.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, WBHBO Max are up for sale and the other steaming services are try to buy them. That is all.
She got more life out of this aux bar than she did out of that 40,000 puff device. This is only supposed to be like 15,000 or 20,000.
I'm saying, man.
Lasts longer.
When you've got multi-coil heads, and, you know, the batteries have got to give up eventually.
So the battery in there is fantastic. I think it's up to 1,500 or 1,600 milliamp hour battery, so the battery lasts no problem. It's the fact that the tanks are getting smaller. There's 3 separate tanks inside there versus one massive tank inside this one.
Yeah.
The tank inside this one is covered this entire side of the battery. And then you got a battery here, and then you got a display board. But the tank is the full height of it. The tank inside of here for each individual component is probably 5 mils a piece, 7 mils a piece, maybe.
Yeah, I'm sure what you mean.
Doesn't last as long, even though it's bigger.
Weird, isn't it? Weird.
Any other hand checks before we get to everybody else's?
That's basically me. I've still got my recoil, but that's in my bag at the minute because I had it out at work the other day.
Yeah, I showed you my recoil. I got this Freemax Rexa Pro. It's still here. My Bluetooth speaker pod mod system. Touchscreen. I've got the Hell Vape Now. That's the upgrade from the Hell Vape 1. VC1. He sent me the Weenax. I'm still chuffing on this one. I need to fill this pod up. Fantastic. And then my Steam Crave, I'm still chuffing through that one. And I still got the Hell Vape Dead Rabbit 4. I just cleaned the coils on it again this morning. Oh, I asked everybody else in the audience. Let me ask you. Would you ever think about taking a full-size modern tank and putting it in your pocket?
No, not really.
Because they're like, well, what about if you put it in your pocket? Does that slide top fill? Does it leak all over yourself? Why would you put it in your pocket? That's dumb.
Maybe if I had like an outside coat jacket and I had like big top pockets, perhaps at the top, because then, you know, you put in your trouser pocket or whatever. Nah, would never do that. Never.
Yeah, not in your trousers, not in your pants. You got to turn the mod off before you put it in your pocket, or you dry burn all your coils.
And if you've got, say,
there's other people out there. I think Robert was one of them ones. He's like, yeah, I put it in my pants and put it in my pockets. I got like cargo shorts, so I can throw them in the side pockets.
Sometimes, like, if you've got bottom airflow and it weeps, and you get that little stain in your pocket, like, oh, you peed your pants.
Well, I mean, it's like, I guess that's not a fair comparison because, like, this isn't like the Arbiter. My wife with the Arbiter and the Arbiter 2, every night she would vape on this. She doesn't use modern tanks anymore, but she would take it and vape on this. And when she's getting ready for work, she would vape on it. When she got done before she left the house, she would just toss this onto the bed, and it would lay on the bed like this all night long.
According to Neil Pitts, Alex, does Pennsylvania have a vape flavor ban they are trying to pass, or is it a PMTA enforcement law? That is
PMTA enforcement law. And they're going to license, you're only allowed to buy products for sale in the state of Pennsylvania from licensed distributors. They're arguing about the language, whether it's licensed wholesalers or licensed distributors, whatever. But the distributors got to have a license fee they have to pay annually. And then, like, your stores have to have a license fee. And they're only allowed to buy it from the distributors. And it's a PMTA registry bill. So you're only going to be allowed to buy PMTA registered products.
Standard, isn't it? Standard bullshit.
The bill's 23 pages long, and I couldn't get halfway into it. Because unlike most bills that are written as brand new legislation, this 23-page bill changes 23 pages worth of language and pre-existing legislation.
Wow.
So you have to trace back all the other laws that are affected by this bill changing the language in those other bills to, I mean, you got to be a AI lawyer to figure it out. But the gist of it is, it's a PMTA registry bill with all kinds of new licensing fees for people that are going to continue to sell it. It's all about the money. Just like, you know, they were going to be legalizing cannabis in the state of Pennsylvania, but now we got this new continuing resolution, part of the budget amendment that bans all hemp products for sale. So any state that's legalized it, like Ohio, all their laws are now federally illegal. So all those businesses and the millions and millions, $120 some million they made last year is all going to disappear because it's now become federally illegal.
What? I mean, after all that slaver on for getting illegal and for recreational use and all that bullshit, then they just come out, fuck it, we're just going to ban the lot of it. What the fuck?
It's all federally illegal now.
Wow.
All hemp products that have over 0.5 milligram of THC content is banned. Like at the beginning, like Rand Paul was even talking about how like this state has a 5 milligram limit, this state has a 10 milligram limit, this state has a 15 milligram limit. Some states don't have a milligram limit, but they just legalized it. Now all of them have to comply with this federal mandate of 0.5 milligram, which essentially bans it all.
Well, they'll find a loophole. I mean, they'll make it artificial or something like we've got here. We've got spice, which is a kind of artificial cannabis, which is worse by the natural cannabis.
Yeah, because it has nothing to do with cannabis.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of horse tranquilizer stuff put into a spray bottle, and they spray it over top of parsley leaves and roll that up and sell that as spice.
Yeah.
All right. Let's roll the hand check bumper and let's see what everybody submitted this week. Mel Gerard Luge, hello and welcome to the stream. Wonderful to have you here. There's our hand checks that were submitted. There's a beautiful Geek Vape paired up with what's that? Who made that one? The skull logo. That's not Oxfaz Arbiter. Nightmare?
Is
that a nightmare?
Very nice setup, though. It's sleek, isn't it?
Matchy. Buta Squad. He loves his all-in-one. Cheryl Demers, look at her recoil R3.
Woohoo! Everybody's getting that, man.
Very nice.
Oh.
Darren D, look at his boxer.
Wow. We'll
show you one earlier. William Dobson bought a couple boxers for £5 a piece.
Really?
How the hell did you do that, man? These things are like $200.
Tell me where.
Yeah, William, where'd you get them? Hungry Hippo's got his R3. And here's Hungry Hippo's beautiful coils.
Wow. They're nice.
There takes some skill and some time to learn that. Robert Lawyer, his beautiful birthday cake and Belgian waffle e-liquids. Set up with the Lost Vape. And, what's that one? The Thelma? Lost Vape? Mod over there.
Looks like that.
Very nice, very nice.
Very nice. I think
More than 200,
nice little,
but under that for used.
I like the way he's got that little
like,
backdrop there. Like, I like that little backdrop
yeah,
he's
that's
got
cool.
there. You know what I mean? He's laid it out properly there. It looks really good.
Very nice.
Almost a bloody product review.
Here you go, man. 6-pack kid showing off all of his beautiful mech mods.
Oh, that's lovely, that. What is that?
He was showing us these on Big Show over the weekend. Vape Rendezvous.
Wow. That is nice.
That's a lot of maintenance work there, polishing that sucker.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That is gorgeous.
Wow.
That is beautiful. I love them, mate. I like them. They're just nice to look at. Even if you don't use them, they're just nice to look at.
And a hexohm, a grim green hexohm.
Wow.
With vinyl and
That's
vapors
mint.
deep cuts.
Green and purple setup. That looks class, that. That was really nice.
Bogan would beat the shit out of you to get his hands on that.
I'm really sure. That is beautiful. Oh, man.
Hey, bastard, hello and welcome. Long time no see, buddy. Wonderful to have you here.
Oh, nice.
Look at that. He was talking about this. I think this was the one that he was talking about. He just got in. This is custom made for him. It's got his motorcycle in the back, and it's got a beautiful bimbo on there. And then, like, this is all custom made. Like the pistons down here.
That's nice.
And, like, this top thing is all clear coated, so he doesn't have to worry about cleaning it. The only thing he has to clean is this bottom cap.
That's awesome.
The 6th anniversary Dead Rabbit? I don't remember a 6th anniversary.
I've got that somewhere, man. Where have I got that?
I got the 2025 edition. I don't remember an anniversary edition that I got. Look at that.
I'm sure I had that kicking about. Leave that one with us. That's nice, that, eh?
Custom made 6-pack kid with the recoil on top.
Oh, look at that now.
And this is Patrick. He uploaded this one. I scarfed this off of Twitter X. This is Patrick's hand check yesterday. Son of a Liberty Radio.
That is nice.
Matchy, matchy.
Very nice.
And here's what I was talking about. William Dobson picked these up, 5 pounds each.
Where'd you get them from? Bill?
Spill the beans.
Hey, look. I want one. Oh, yeah, there's the hog.
I think I have to put that on my list. Can't be just the Titan that I have as a 4-battery device.
It's a weapon. Trust us.
Look, he just keeps showing off and showing off. Look at this one.
Oh.
Old school.
Proper retro, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Bloody fantastic.
Holy shit.
Pulse BF box mod. I got one of them.
Oh, the Pulse. Ah, by Tony B.
Yep, I got the panels to swap out.
Holy moly, man.
Look at this. He got a haul. He got a vape haul. Somebody must have
I've
had
got
a
one
bunch
then.
of stuff clearance.
That's Tesla Sigs. I've got one then.
Tesla
Side up on
Sigs Punk
Yeah.
220 watt.
Yeah, got one of them. The Lima. Wow.
DNA 250C.
Holy moly.
That's awesome, dude.
Look at that. You get this guy on decent retro vapes. Look at the shit he's got, man, from back in the day. Holy moly.
He might be outdoing me. I thought I had a
Yeah.
lot of stuff.
Wow.
Between the two of us, we should be able to open up a vape museum.
Pretty sure, right? Oh. The old boy rage. Fucking hell.
That's going way back.
Hey, right.
Boy OC. Rage Squonk mod.
Fucking hell.
How about an SX Mini?
Yeah.
Never had one of them.
Mine's over here somewhere. I've still got it somewhere. SX Mini. Oh, Armageddon. He's got an Armageddon. Wow. The big man's still boxed and wrapped. Does he just buy them and look at them?
You say the 6th anniversary Dead Rabbit was out before on 2023. Yeah. If I see it somewhere, I'll pick it up.
I'm sure I've got
Patrick's like, I got that one. I got that one.
I've moved the boxes.
There's his SX Mini.
That's the SX Mini.
Looks like a jewelry box, man, the way it's laid out inside there.
Oh, the packaging back then was tremendous. The yee.
How about the drone?
Wow. I've never seen one here before.
Telling you, man, William Dobson's got a whole bunch of them.
Some nice
Craig
gear.
Campbell, hello and welcome. Awesome to have you here. Q Class.
Wow.
Very nice.
Yeah, awesome.
Awesome, dude. That goes and wraps up our hand checks for the week. Time for the dad jokes bumper.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
A good laugh, a good spanking, and a good orgasm are the best cures for any woes. What the frick? Look what's missing from our background.
Oh, man.
All right. Let me fix this. That's going to drive me up a wall. I normally don't catch it until the replay, and then it's like, why?
Hey,
why does it do this?
I've just found it. There she is. That's the Dead Rabbit 6th anniversary edition. There she is there. Getting a nice little colour. I mean, I got the gold one, but on the bottom, you've got all, it's a bit weepy, like it's leaked a little bit there without the mod, but on the bottom, you get all that kind of crap. I don't know if I can zoom in and see it, but yeah, hold a minute. I'll just see if I can zoom in a tad so you can see it a bit better. You know, that's a 6th anniversary edition of the Dead Rabbit. I got mine in gold. Lovely little large. I knew I had one kicking about. All right, cool. Spot on. Nice flavour off it. I'll get you out my face because I look bloody awful too close. Where about? Get zoom back out, you bastard. There you go. Too close.
There we go. That's what it's supposed to look like. I'm going to have to do like I did with the space background. I'm going to just have to sit there one day and just record an hour of it and just let it play as a loop in the background.
Oh, man, come
Anyway.
on. Why you fell down there? Sorry,
Blue
just fell
power,
down
red power, green power. Well, hi.
Okay. Oh, man. Come on.
Banned.
Get in there. Got ya.
You know, folks, there are
Yeah.
1,500 newspapers, 1,100 magazines, 9,000 radio stations, 1,500 TV stations, 2,400 publishers, all owned by just 3 corporations.
There's a surprise, eh?
Nothing to see
Surprise,
here.
surprise. Yeah. Just move along.
And you thought Crocs were bad? Would you wear those?
What the fuck? Ugh.
Oh, hell no.
Jeez. No. No.
Pregnancy in a nutshell. Yes, I'm pregnant. Ew, morning sickness. I can't sleep. I'm so ready to have this baby out of me.
I can kind of relate to that.
Yep, that's about it.
Yeah.
Men
Whoa.
over 35 wearing skinny jeans.
Oh. That's
Yeah,
awful.
that about sums it up too.
Yeah. And I wondered, you wonder how they get into them, didn't you? Like, what the hell?
You need to take your ring off when you finger me. It really scratches. I'm not wearing a ring. That's my watch.
Oops.
When business is so good, you open up a 4th location.
Ooh.
That's a colostomy bag.
He's kind of. Oh. No. No.
6'5", single, enjoys choking, beautiful eyes, also 6'5", no kids, 6'5" ladies.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That moment you realize that the next 5 months spell Jason.
July, August, September. Oh, that's creepy. That's creepy. But good. Holy fuck, I never thought of
Hey, they're about to find out. No heart.
that. Terminator.
Study Hall, 1984. Who remembers them days?
Oh, you played that?
Little football.
Rugby, yeah. Well, we call it rugby, you just call it football. It's the same thing. We used to do with coins, flick 2 pences or pennies over. And with the G's. Wow. Cause we are living a material girl, and I am a material world. You know that we are living in a material world, and I am a material girl.
Very good.
I remember that.
How about this one?
Oh, God, I can't remember that one. Oh,
Don't come around here no more.
Don't come around here no more. Oh, my fuck. In my head, I think of it.
Don't come around here no more. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
It rings a bell, I can't remember it.
I know you know this one.
The tide is high and I'm moving on. I'm gonna be your number one. Number one.
Hey, you would be loud too if I was riding you, so shut up about my bike.
Fair enough.
That's Six Pack Kid's best friend right there.
Every
Your favorite, Paul
time you
Young.
go away, You take a piece of me with you. Yeah, they're Paul Young.
Meanwhile, from the NHS, safe sexual positions following hip replacement surgery from the occupational therapy department for, all the prostitutes in the UK.
Okay. There's not very many after a hip operation. You'd be like a dog cocking its leg, wouldn't you? Hey, let's go.
Some documentation, you don't get to see that often. For best results, machine wash cold, tumble dry low, never iron design. For worse results, drag through puddle behind car, blow dry on roof rack. 100% polyester.
What the fuck? Hold on, I'm sure I'm talking these glasses as dirty here.
Realistic labels.
Great almighty.
Did you guys know that pinball was prohibited in New York City from the early 1940s to 1976? The ban was enacted by Fiorello LaGuardia, who thought it took away the hard-earned nickels and dimes of school children. The machines were destroyed and then discarded into the rivers of the city. Many people considered it a threat to society, and we need to protect the kids. So they smashed up pinball machines for 35 years.
I've just sent you one on WhatsApp. This is one that we had at work. You may want to use that at some point. I sent it because it was on my phone.
Workshop rules. Gentlemen, upon entering, will leave the door wide open, particularly in inclement weather. Those having no business should remain as long as possible. Take the chair and lean against the wall. It will preserve the wall and may prevent it falling upon us. Gentlemen are requested to smoke, especially during working hours. Tobacco and cigars will be supplied for those of you choosing to participate. Idlers are expected to talk loudly or whistle, especially when we are engaged. If this does not have the desired effect, sing away. If we are in a business conversation with anyone, you are requested not to wait until we are through, but join right in, as we are particularly fond of speaking to half dozen or more at a time. And profane language is expected at all times, more especially if ladies are present. Put your feet on the tables and the workbenches, or just lean against machinery. It will be the greatest assistance to those who are working and need some time off when you get caught up in the machines. Liquid refreshments will be provided free upon request. May contain alcohol. The workforce should be poised, ready to leave the moment the tidy-up klaxon is sounded. 10 minutes before the end of the official finishing time in order to effect the safe and speedy exit of the premises.
What can I say?
Very nice.
Oh, hang on. Glasses. Oh. Girls just wanna have fun. Oh, girls just don't wanna have fun. Girls just don't wanna have. Girls wanna have. I get that
Meanwhile,
one.
let me remind you of the Honorable Donald J. Trump in his first time that he was president, and he was so delighted to be invited to give his State of the Union address that he had to send this letter to the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, who at the time was the Speaker of the House of Representatives, in Washington, D.C. And he said, "Dear Madam Speaker, frankly, we do not agree on much, but I will agree with you on the founders of the United States of America did have much foresight in establishing our beautiful country. For that, I promised to present a State of the Union address in February, and I keep my promises. You and both houses of Congress shall receive an address on the successful state of our economy, our dealings with allies and foes alike, and the biggest threats to our union. I am eager to hear your response after my remarks. Congress will need to work together with me to solve the many issues before us. Unnecessary distractions will only serve to undermine what keeps our union a union. Nevertheless, you are free to pursue what you wish. Merry Christmas, and may 2020 be a bounteous year for all of us. Fuck you, cunt. That wasn't intentional, was it?
Nope. Like Trump's doing the business with us, isn't he? He's suing the BBC for $1 million over the panorama thing. You seen that story?
No.
Yeah, the BBC panorama program doctored one of his speeches, said he incited the violent act that did that against that house that did, and the edited, so it sounded like he'd incited it. So he's suing them. If they don't do something by, I think it's this Friday, he's going to sue them for the sum of $1 billion.
$1 billion.
But the problem is what the lawyers are trying to like dig out is that it wasn't broadcast in America. That's what they're trying to use as that little no, we shall not do that.
With the
thing,
internet,
you know what I mean?
everything's visible everywhere.
Exactly.
You know, in October 1994, Forrest Gump, The Shawshank Redemption, Jurassic Park, The Lion King, and Pulp Fiction were all in the theaters at the exact same time.
All classic films, weren't they? Well, every one of them was brilliant films. Every one of them.
That's if you can remember back 30 years ago.
Oh, Shawshank Redemption. Fantastic film.
I loved it. I still watch it.
Oh, yeah.
How many of y'all remember this album when it first came out? Men at Work.
Business as usual. From the land down under. Flamingo and Mechunda. Hey, can you hear the thunder? You better run. You better take cover.
This was Santa Claus for all of us growing up in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah. A cuddly Santa Claus.
Mike and the Mechanics, all I need is a miracle. All I need is you.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman premiered November 7th, 1975.
Holy shit, 75. Jeez. Feel old now.
Night Ranger, Sister Christian.
Oh, that one doesn't ring a bell.
Sister Christian. I can't remember the words.
Can't remember that one.
I remember the lyrics. Rapid Z's, hello and welcome to the show. Come in time for our dad jokes and our brain farts. We couldn't remember Sister Christian. I'm going to have to go listen to that. That'll be added to the playlist after the show. Hey, man, when you're kinky but poor, there's still options.
We got plenty of them. Like beer rings.
Here's a question for you, mate. Why do metric sockets have standard drive?
What?
It's a 1/4-inch drive or a 3/8 drive or a 1/2-inch drive on a metric socket, right?
Yeah.
Why? You don't have like a 10 mil drive?
Yeah. Got
all the drives we have here are all standard.
Really?
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the local racetrack, if you like your modified and, all these wonderful little race cars that they have, sprint cars, This is a sign found outside. No outside food or drugs beyond this point. We will sell you whatever you want.
Okay, radio.
But you must pay event pricing for it and not complain. $5 per hot dog.
Fucking hell, man.
You know, English is totally full of contradictions. Here's some funny ones for you to think about. Hey, man, he was found missing. What? Did you hear about the government's open secret? Wait a minute. If it's a secret, how can it be open? And if it's open, it's not a secret. Well, at the latest Trump rally, there was a small crowd present. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? A crowd is supposed to be a large gathering of people. But if it's small, how is it a crowd? Mate, whatever you do, act naturally.
That's the first thing you say to somebody who starts going, oh, fuck.
Wait a minute. If you're naturally behaving, you're not acting. And if you're acting, you can't possibly be acting naturally. Boy, we're just clearly misunderstood. You know that, right?
We just definitely know that one.
What? And by the time this show is over, this can will be fully empty. What? And yes, I know, I'm pretty ugly. Huh? Meanwhile, Kenny is seriously funny. If you only look at his bald head.
What?
What? Well, to be honest with you, it's only choice.
But it's not a choice. If it's my only choice, I don't have a choice, do I?
No, you don't. Can I please see the original copies? Well, if they're copies, they're not originals.
Nope.
Okay, fine. Then can you give me an exact estimate of how long this is going to take for us to get through this?
An estimate is not an exact. It's an estimated time. It's roughly roundabout, you know what I mean?
You know, a lot of people describe our dad joke section as a tragic comedy. A travesty to humor.
Sad but funny.
Because it's always filled with foolish wisdom. What?
Yeah.
If it's wise, how can it be foolish? And if it's foolish, it can't be wise.
Exactly.
It's kind of like all the liquid gas emanating from our vapes.
Yeah, liquid gas, yeah. I like that. We should stick with that new term. I'm not vaping, I'm just liquid gassing.
You know, mate, today is Veterans Day here in the United States, and that's a working holiday.
It's Armistice Day here in the UK.
Right, another working holiday.
Yeah, on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. Well, 80 years ago that was now, man. 80 fucking years, Jesus.
Time flies, dude.
And what we learned? Fuck all. We've learned nothing from it.
You believe Thanksgiving's right around the corner?
Yeah, man.
Literally a drop kick away. Meanwhile, here we have a comparison of squats at the gym versus squats on gym.
Oh, Jesus.
All life choices have their consequences.
That's true.
How about One Night in Bangkok? You remember that one?
One Night, Bangkok, Oriental City. I remember the tune, can't remember the words.
Hey, you know that the record for the most alcohol consumed was held by Andre the Giant.
Not me. Oh, Alex, it's not us two.
Andre the Giant famously drank an incredible 156 beers in just one sitting. which amounts to more than 73 liters or 16 gallons of beer. Fortunately, his remarkable size was matched by his equally remarkable ability to consume alcohol and still walk out of the establishment.
I bet you when he walked in the bar, they went, oh, come on. Better change the bar. Like, just give him the barrel. Oh, dear me.
Who's got 15% off flavors?
Yeah, oh, is that not Drip Hacks? He's mentioned Drip Hacks before.
Ah, awesome.
Yeah, Drip Hacks one-shots. Banana custard's pretty good. He's got the rhubarb custard there and the donuts.
Flavors to Go has 15% off.
Flavors to Go. Ah.
They in the States or the UK?
I think in UK.
I just placed a Bull City order flavor so I could make that McDonald's holiday pie recipe. And my brother-in-law, it's in Canada. Cool.
Canada.
My brother-in-law is coming in town for Thanksgiving so he can take the boys hunting. And I want him to be aware of this, that there are deer that are now hiring bodyguards to stay safe during the Thanksgiving season.
Yeah. Watch your backs, boys.
And the reason I want to point it out to my brother-in-law, because that looks exactly like his dog.
It's a Rottweiler.
Traitor.
The Rottweiler.
Mike is hard. Well, good for Mike. Who are we to take away his happiness?
Why not?
Mike at MILF.com. Meanwhile, let me remind all of you out there that, love for your local government elected officials, even though they just banned cannabis here in the States because they banned hemp because any hemp product is bound to have more than 0.5 milligram of THC in it. We have a bunch of losers that are our elected officials who love to take money from healthcare organizations. And fortunately, there are websites you can check this data and facts at because lovely independent representative Bernie Sanders is the biggest weasel of them all, taking $23,199,451 from Big Pharma.
He's always been in the headlines for something, that Bernie Sanders. He's just a fucking crook,
He's always bragging about how the people need health care as a human right. Meanwhile, he's the one taking the biggest contributions from the healthcare industry to make sure we don't get it. Mr. Warnock from Georgia is taking $14 million. Elizabeth Warren, the champion of the people and making sure that the people don't get ripped off by banks and payday loans, has taken $10 million, $10.5 million in healthcare contributions. Ron Wyden's taken $6.7 million. Patty Murray is taking $6.8 million. Tammy Baldwin's taken almost $5 million. Ms. Masto's taken almost $4 million. Michael Bonnet's taken $3.6 million. Tim Kaine, who ran for vice president unsuccessfully, took $3.3 million from Big Pharma.
Jesus.
You wonder why the world is such a shitty place and why we can't get affordable health care in the United States? This is why. Look at all the millions of dollars they've taken. And all this data can be confirmed on opensecrets.org. Meanwhile, let me remind you back to 1977, and you brought this home to show to your mama what the school lunch menu was going to consist of, to see whether you were bagging a lunch or buying a lunch. Monday, they were having baked ravioli, buttered green beans, bread and butter, and pears. Tuesday was a hamburger and gravy, whipped mashed potatoes, buttered corn, and bread and butter with a slice of cake. Wednesday was a beef patty on a bun, buttered rice, wax beans, and chocolate pudding with a topping on it.
I remember
that was actually made of cream.
Remember that? Just get your weekly
Friday
menu
was
for your
always
school
fish
lunch.
on a bun. We didn't have chips like my mate. We had whipped potato and mixed veggies and a cake. You know, real food at school. Imagine that.
Wow.
Now they get Lunchables at school.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kenny's favorite genre from back in the 80s was the horror flicks. You know, when all the demons looked like all your favorite metal bands.
Hellraiser. Right. Oh, that was a classic, that Hellraiser.
Hey, ladies, don't call it cleavage. Call it leverage. We know that's what it really is.
Yeah.
Sex is great, but have you ever made peace with the terror of being alive? What?
What?
You ever feel like you kind of forgot to do something that was important?
Yeah, shoot your fucking sunroof.
Meet the movie Power Rangers. And now, meet their Zordon.
Nah, that's fucked up, that, like.
More twisted than the Star Trek universe. Oh, please, oh, please. The only thing virgin about you is your nose, and even that's been fingered.
Oh, my lordy do.
When I'm having a shitty day, that means you're having a shitty day. And if you steal my alcohol, I guarantee you're going to have a shitty night.
Oh yes, you've done the deed there, like.
I'm pregnant, which means I'm sober, swollen, and hungry. So always proceed with caution.
Yeah.
At least for the next 9 months. And it don't get much better after that. For another 18 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that bad.
You disgust me, Ronald. You're not even scary. Oh, shut up. I've killed more people than you motherfuckers ever could.
He has with these fucking dodgy burgers.
Everyone appreciates your honesty until you're honest with them, and then you're the asshole. George Carlin.
I love him. He's
true.
Brilliant. I love him. He is class. I've been watching a lot of him lately. He's brilliant.
I love it.
He's factual. He's factual but funny. He's dead now, isn't he? R.I.P.
Yep.
Poor bugger. But he was funny. He was class.
Plan for today? I ain't a kid. Who am I kidding? Coffee, camp, beer, sex.
Pretty much wraps that one up.
When home improvement goes wrong, Hooter City.
Oh dear.
I love your ceiling, bro. How'd you do that?
That's cool.
They were clearance at Home Depot. You know. Do you ever yell at your dad? Yeah, once when I was 12. What happened? Oh, I don't know. I didn't wake up till I was 16.
Exactly. Clatter.
Dr. Oz says rubbing coffee grounds on your naked body parts prevents cellulite. Apparently, you're not supposed to do that at Starbucks, and now the cops are here. It's so awkward.
God's sake.
Just following the government advice.
There's always someone that takes instructions literally to the letter.
Speaking of instructions, you know, I sure feel my age. I ache all over, especially right before the weather changes. Yeah, well, I feel like a newborn. No hair, no teeth, and I just peed my pants.
That's so typical. That's class. That's class. That's brilliant. I love that. That is brilliant.
Hey, man, I'm going to be late for work today. Can't explain why.
Me too. Yeah. No idea.
Now that's a hell of a detour.
It is.
You know, folks, money buys everything. Media, politicians, doctors, scientists, they don't buy love and personality and freedom and immortality and silence and peace, but they sure can ruin it for you if you just bribe the right person.
Yep. Holy moly.
Condoms do not guarantee safe sex. There is no such thing as safe sex. You know, a friend of mine was wearing one when he was shot by the woman's husband. That condom didn't help him at all.
Shot by the woman's. Fuck off. Dear me, man. Oh, God.
Mavis, 77, only wanted to go home to a nice cup of tea, but couldn't leave until he got his instructions, you know, his discharge instructions.
Oops.
I asked God for a bike, but I know God doesn't work that way. So I stole the bike and asked for forgiveness. I knew I was going to be good.
Clever. Clever. Very clever.
You know, in Finland, they made it illegal to charge fees for tuition, right? And they did that because they had the foresight to understand that if rich kids had to mix with normal kids, that would mean that rich families had to make sure that the schools that their children attended were actually good schools, which in turn prompted the wealthy to invest in public education to make it habitable for their children. Take a bow, Finland.
Absolutely.
Attention everyone. According to Mallory Gates 4064, I was told 5 inches of fat stops bullets. So I am not obese, I am bulletproof. That is all.
Very true. On a positive note, I haven't seen any mosquitoes in the last couple of weeks. It's right around the corner, folks. Not sure if pregnancy hormones making me a bitch or if I have a valid reason for my behavior. Meanwhile, Patrick didn't want me to use the word fag.
Yeah.
And here I am asking you if my pregnant behavior and hormones is cause of my unruly behavior lately. You just never know. All right, ribs, beef or pork? Which one?
Ooh. I would go beef. I'm a nice beef fan.
Same here.
I like the old roast beef there, you know what I mean?
When I had brisket down in South Carolina, that changed my whole perspective on ribs and brisket.
I do like them all, but that's it.
Answer my question, please. Do you believe that stricter punishments can reduce rape cases?
Yes. Not a doubt.
No, it does not. Have you not learned anything from the vaping prohibition? They think that they can protect the kids by banning vapes. Does it actually protect the children, or does it create a black market? I say that if you want to actually reduce the number of rape cases in your country, you should legalize prostitution.
It kind of is legal in some places, but it still happens.
Newsflash for Kenny. Why didn't it play?
What the fuck is that?
Newsflash for Kenny. HHWWIRBFG /+ - ; ampersand. it.
I broke it.
Well, now.
That didn't work.
Let me check and see if the queue shows anything. Actions and queues. Newsflash. It's missing. What? How'd that happen?
What?
Pending actions. It's completed. Action history. Punch Kenny just completed successfully. Newsflash. Did it completed successfully? I don't know why it didn't work right. Name one thing better than sex.
Pause.
What?
Cars.
Cars?
Yes.
Bacon. Mallory's like bacon.
That's kind of like a sexual innuendo, isn't it? Oh, well, like a bit of bacon.
Rapid Z's like money and cold beer. Neil Pitts is like money. Money, money, money. Money.
Yeah, classic car.
Craig Campbell's like a strong cup of coffee. I salute that one. Very good.
Nice classic car. Nice classic car. Would I be well happy?
Ooh, nice Shelby.
Yeah.
Maybe a 69 GTO.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, yes.
How
now
about
you're talking.
a fresh cotton after you clean your coils?
Not better than sex. Sorry.
Well, it all depends who you're used to having sex with, doesn't it?
Oh,
that has a major impact on that decision, I would say.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here's a realistic depiction of the current situation. We have conservatives that are cutting up nice against the Republican Party, who's having an affair with the Democratic Party behind your back. And they're about to reach for the knife.
Oh, yep. I'll stab you in the back, motherfucker. Come on.
Your fall-scented candle name is...
Ooh. Chili.
Cinnamon oatmeal.
Attention
chili
everyone.
Delight.
According to Neil Pitts, a BJ is better than a freshly wicked tank. That is all.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky.
Nope. Nope, I did not have that.
A BJ is better than no job. For those who may have been curious, here's what He-Man would look like without his chin and eyebrows.
What the fuck? What on earth is that?
That's He-Man. With Photoshop removing his chin and his eyebrows.
I can see it, but I can't see it. That's what I'm saying.
Meanwhile, let me remind you, if you haven't felt this, especially if you live on the east side of the country right now, Mother Nature's fucking us hard. With a preview of this winter's activities.
Holy moly.
Looks like the one ball's still full and going to be empty in here shortly. All the way down to Florida.
Oh, Lordy do. Ooh.
Call me a traditionalist, but I prefer my cranberry in its natural state. You know, in the shape of a can of dog food.
Really make a difference? You got to eat it anyway.
Not me. No, thank you. If I wanted cranberry jello, I'd eat cranberry jello. And it wouldn't come from a can. All you need is cranberry juice and gelatin. How lazy people got in society.
And sliced.
And sliced thinly. The sole meaning of life is to serve humanity. Tolstoy. See, my problem was, as an adolescent child, I didn't get into trouble. I read Tolstoy. Leo Tolstoy.
Not me.
Everybody was out riding their bicycles, and I was reading Leo Tolstoy. And I adopted this as part of my foundational understanding of myself. Man, what a bad decision. Thomas Jefferson said, if serving in an elected office ever becomes a career, corruption will surely follow. I think he nailed it. Now you know why we call him one of the founding fathers.
Definitely
Words of wisdom like that.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, I thought the meaning of life is to live it. That is all.
It is.
It certainly is.
Otherwise, you're just prolonging death. Do I have anything to worry about, mate? My wife's making Christmas cookies, and I got a preview of it. Should I be worried?
God. Definitely.
What's she trying to say? Then she bought me this t-shirt. He's my drunker half. I'm like, isn't this your shirt? She's like, no, that's yours. What? What are you trying to say? Meanwhile, this is perfectly fine. Latest Navy contract, paid for by Marlboro.
Disgusting. Should be shot down immediately.
They want to cry the blues because he accepted some jet from the Middle Eastern countries over there. One of the rich Arabs had an extra, couple $1 million laying around, so he just handed him a jet, to use for the United States. And this is the crap we got to deal with everywhere.
Fuck off, you useless, uneducated prick. Thank you.
Leave me the fuck alone.
Exactly. Up yours.
Stop greasing your hair. This isn't the 1950s.
Exactly. Oh, my God.
No. Brand new towers being built in New York City right now. Perfectly fine. Speaking of perfectly fine.
Dear. Marlboro again. I thought they were banned from advertising cigarette brands on motor racing now. That was all
Well,
banned.
they didn't ban paying models to walk down the street in whatever clothes they choose to wear. Reject modernity. Embrace tradition.
Aye.
Fuck you and your Celsius and your vape.
Bullshit.
Grab a fag and a latte. Meanwhile, my wife sent me this and said, I don't need Santa. I already sit on a bearded man's lap and tell him what I want.
Yeah, right.
Yum.
We get it. We get that one, aye.
Who did this? You sick bastards.
That's pretty. I'd love to do something like that. That's class.
Cheryl, was that you? Did you do this? Huh? Did you go into Big Lots and lay out all the bears?
That's class.
How did we manage to stay together for 65 years?
It's true.
Well, we were born in a time when if something was broke, we would fix it, not throw it the fuck away. Ain't it pretty shitty how it's so hard to buy stuff today that you can still fix if it goes bad?
Yeah. We're always society.
It's 3 p.m. Where's my coffee? I'm not addicted to coffee.
I like a coffee, but I wouldn't say I'm that bad.
By 3 p.m., I've already had 4 mugs. What are you talking about? Truth is like the sun. You can shut it out for a time, but it ain't going away. Elvis Presley.
Wise words said by the king himself.
What women want in a man. Either it's a strong, silent type, or somebody who remembers birthdays, or somebody who adores children, or somebody who loves to laugh. And then you have the classic family man, or somebody who knows how to make home-cooked meals. Oh, and they all have to be a bad boy.
Yeah. All legendary classic horrors. Love it. Love it.
Is that the end of it? Did we reach the end?
Already?
Yes.
Wow.
That's it. That's it. Sorry. We're done.
Damn.
Done with the dad jokes. Done with the dad jokes. That means it's time to go look at the vote. Today, I gave everybody the option of what our retro vape is going to be. They had the choice of the Aspire Clito Exo or the choice of the Sigelei Sobra Kit or the one that 36% of the people in today's stream voted for. We have the beautiful Sigelei SLYDER.
SLYDER. Oh. Right, never seen.
Hey, what happened there?
Uh-oh. There we go.
What? Wonder what happened to that. All right, whatever. We'll truck on.
We're back. We're back. That's the main thing.
Here's the beautiful Sigelei SLYDER Ale. Includes 5 different coils. And I gotta be careful because they like to put barcodes on here. But you had 5 different coils to pick from inside here. We had an L8, an L10, an L12, 5.5 milliliters of capacity, and a 28 millimeter wide stock coil tank. And yes, it is sub-ohm, 0.15, 0.18, or 0.20. 50 to 285 watts.
What?
The L10 coil is 0.18 ohms of resistance, and they recommend that you use it between 50 and 250 watts.
Jesus Christ.
What?
On a sub-ohm.
Or we have the L8 coil, 0.15 ohms, recommended between 50 and 200 watts.
Oh, God.
Mate, I think these Russians were drunk when they come up with this packaging.
I think you, it might be a bit hot, this one for you, like maybe a bit on the warm side for you.
Yeah, barcode.
Just what Rapid said, 200 watts about the coil and he lost the tank. It'll be burnt out. Wow.
Please keep your original receipt. Not that it's going to do you any good because they're out of business.
Yeah, but God.
SLYDER L with the lovely coil options.
Wow.
Look, spare glass, spare O-rings. These feel more like plastic than they do rubber of any kind.
Maybe like a gasket of some sort, yeah.
Yeah, that's the top and the bottom of the tank.
Yeah. And
And there's the beautiful SLYDER tank.
it's a nice looking tank, mind, isn't it? And it's
SLYDER.
still slide top.
I see a
that
problem
tall
with this.
junction.
Where's the hole on that side for the air to be let out that for you put to squeeze into here?
Is it not underneath that? Oh, well, you can't see, can you? Ah.
That's not going to be an issue. Yeah, right.
Interesting.
I like how the airflow back in the day, all these tanks had little ball bearings inside there, and it would click.
Just along. Aye. Knew where you were, didn't you? Cool, isn't it?
That's cool.
Typical Cyclops ball as well.
Break these O-rings loose. And look at that.
Oh, no.
You think you got enough coils there?
Jesus Christ.
Remember, this goes up to 258 watts. Or thereabouts.
Shit. That came out rather easy, didn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Looks like a smock coil. Sigelei did have some stuff where you could interchange it with smock stuff, but this wasn't one of them.
Holy mother of God.
Wow, is that tight?
Take 10 mil to prime the coils. Probably right. Holy moly moly.
I didn't even catch any threads. What am I talking about? Let's take a look at these other coils that are included in here. L12. 50 to 285 watts.
And a 0.2. Not really possible?
What? What?
Origin's a bit cacking it.
Where's my other coil options? Nah, you're gonna love it. 285 watts. We just included a full pack of spare coils. All the same for you. Because you're gonna love it.
I can kind of get where they're coming from. Like, yeah.
You don't like it? Drink some more vodka.
Yeah.
You will like it. Mother Russia needs you to like it now. Because Vladimir Putin's going to ban it in 20 years.
Yeah.
What? Dickhead. So let's juice up these wonderful stainless steel, not so stainless steel, don't know the actual metal composition. Round wire coils.
Canthol.
Probably. It's going to taste like shitty Canthol. First step. Attach the coil to the top cap. Second step. Put glass on. Start threading bottom cap. Third task, put it on a mod that's capable of handling a 28mm tank.
Neil Pitts challenge Alex to 225 watts. Why
do you think I picked a single battery mod to put it on?
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, challenge Alex 225 watts. That is all.
Yeah, right.
Wow. That's tighter than my prom date.
Oh, dear me.
Not my junior prom date. Leave that girl alone. She was a nice girl.
One hit at 225 watts, the coil is cooked. It is a bold claim, isn't it, on a 0.2 coil, even though there's that many of them. It's a bold claim.
Because not only do you have to divide it by the 8 slots, each of those are, 12 coils that are in there. There's 6 coil stacks. Each of them are double helix coils that are running parallel. Hey, it says 285 watts. You better test it. Well, I will gladly test it to the maximum capacity of this device.
This is going to be
0.18. 0.18, 65 watts to start with. Feels like I'm breathing through it. Where's the vape?
Probably not hot enough.
Okay. 100 watts. You know what? 100 watts, that ain't bad. Okay.
I would let that soak a little more before you increase the wattage, because you're going to cook that coil. I would really let that soak a bit more. You're going to get one hell of a dry hit at 200. You will get one. You will get one of Satan's parts at 200 watts on that right now.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, more power. That is all.
More power. Well, this is a little problem here. We got a 28mm tank and you put it on the Centaurus and it's already overhanging. Not by much, but it is an overhang.
It is.
You know what I need? The Schmuck Mag P3. Take this tiny Osiris 30mm off of there. Clean off the seepage from the Osiris. I told you all in my review that this is going to leak in the bottom, this little switchy thing. It's going to leak over time.
Exactly what
Come
I'm
off of there. And put that on there. Now look at that. That's no overhang. See?
Plenty of room on there.
Lovely Mag P3 touchscreen mod. Crank this sucker up. Need to go to 100 watts. Here you go. Very nice. New coil. Yes. Lots of airflow. That's a good thing for it.
Oh, it's gonna need that, like, for that heat. Definitely.
That's the nice thing about these ones is you can take the excess and chuck it back in a bottle. There you go. That looks nice.
Hell yeah.
Wonder if it's going to leak its contents out overnight.
Possibly he didn't have to you. The old what those bottom ones did tend to. You just don't know, do you?
Beautiful. Still needs more warmth. 125. Oh, yummy Canthol. Oh, that's delicious. 150.
Dun, dun, dun. Look that.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, on those Osiris RTAs at the O-rings that make it leak from pulling it apart, it wears the one on the deck out quick. That is all.
That's what happened.
Well, I found the problem with this Osiris, or not the Osiris, this SLYDER. This bottom adjustment for the airflow ring, boy, is that freaking hot already.
It will be.
Like, why? Ugh. Sigelei coils always did have that off taste on it. Like they didn't bother cleaning the machine oil off the coils.
Like I said, it all takes at least a tank to fucking break a canthal coil in.
See the batteries, they're draining already.
Oh, it'll kill them.
More power! 176. More power! 200.
Does it feel like as the coil's dealing with the heat, you're not getting like, how hot is it at the minute? Is it really hot or is it just warm or?
Nah, there's plenty of airflow. Taste any cotton yet? Not really. Just that Canthol. That Sigelei machine oil taste is gone. Just your Canthol and a hint of juicy orange.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, they say 285 so you burn the oil off quick. That is all.
That's probably why, yeah.
Well, this mod only goes to 230. So, let's see. That's not bad.
Really?
Still got plenty of that canthal, but now I'm actually getting the tangerine and a hint of that sweetness. I'm like, do I even have a mod that goes up that high? I'm not getting any burnt taste. There's no dry hits that I could tell.
Steam crave could go higher. Now how big the steam crave goes like.
You have to do the math.
Steam crave's only 230 and all, isn't it?
Same liquid, beautiful flavor on this steam crave with the mesh deck in there.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Nice and saturated, just how you want it. Depends which one you got. What steam crate mod you got? The Titan?
Titan PWM 1.5.
See what the max wattage is on that. Some people are saying
I don't know, but the
400.
bottom of this tank in the glass is getting freaking hot.
I remember it was 400 watts on that.
Yeah, it's still reading 0.21. $3.5. $4. $4.6.
It'll tell you the wattage there if you give it a quick fire. Your wattage comes up at the bottom there. When you give it a quick pull. 100 watts.
That's 100 watts.
4.6 volts.
$5.1. It's 125 watts. That's 150 watts at 5.8. Well, is that getting warm now?
So you got on a proper mod now.
6.4. 194 watts.
It's got to start cooking now. Ah!
$7 volts.
Goes up to 8. It goes to 8, doesn't it? The steam crave, is it 8 volts?
7 volts is 232 watts.
Ouch!
She's getting hot, but she's juicy and tasty. That really woke up that orange juice in here.
Jesus. Oh.
266 watts. 7.5 volts.
Oh.
The top cap is hot now.
Do I need to read you the last right yet?
8 volts. 300 watts. Too much.
Oh, you're too much.
I don't want to get this show removed for dangerous acts, even though I'm performing it as a professional. 285 watts is the maximum recommended usage for this coil. So where are we at? 7.7. That's 280 watts.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex in a minute a flame going to fire out of the drip tip. That is all.
I need my infrared laser thermometer to check the temperature of this tank. Like, you could burn your lips on this thing. It's so hot right now, 280 watts.
Oh, she could. Jesus. Who's stupid enough to do that?
That's hot. That's a hot vape, even when I'm drawing as hard as I can. No dry hit, though.
That's what I'm saying. The coil seems to be coping.
The coil can handle it. If you can handle the heat.
Even the devil won't vape on it right now. I'll tell you who would vape it. Fucking out with the Batman. Remember them? Fucking hell, he used to vape in ridiculous heat. He used to vape at ridiculous wattages, that man.
This is why I call out the bad science all the time. No human being would vape this at 285 watts. You take one drag of it and the vapor is so hot, it's not scalding your mouth, but it is uncomfortable to use.
Yes, the Birdman as well, Mallory. Yeah, he would. That'd be now to the Birdman. Neil Pitts has gone 4.5 to 5 volts. That's probably where he'd sit it, sweet.
$118
just
watts.
Over 100 watts. Yeah, probably about 100 weight. I think the 100 watt mark, in the middle, probably where you want it.
Now the vape is comfortable, but that tank is way too freaking hot to vape. You could burn your mouth on the top of that tank. It's too much. It's overkill. Craig Campbell's 100% right. That's way overkill.
But I'll hand it to them. The coils can handle it. Yeah, so... And that's just your first tank of juice, that hasn't really bedded in yet.
Fina Colota, hello and welcome. I put 0 milligram juice on my mesh RDA yesterday, and she kept burning my lips because I was cranking it up too much.
Yeah, that's got to be careful with that, guys.
That's like this one. This is going to take half hour to cool off to the point where I can comfortably vape it again. That's not an enjoyable experience. Let me put my beautiful Steam Crave tank on there. Look at that. What a sexy little beast.
Which one's that one? The latest one that brung out, isn't it?
Yes. The Aromomizer Plus V4 RDTA. Going back to old school, it's a rebuildable dripping atomizer, tank atomizer. There's a tank underneath the dripper. Not 230 watts.
Hell no.
Let's work our way up. There's 60. Open the airflow, dummy. No stainless steel balls to hold it in place. Yes, new coil. Thank you. Oh, is that a beautiful, delicious vape? Very cool. That's your typical mesh vape.
It will be compared to what you've just been vaping at. Jesus.
So much more delicious experience on this one.
I need to get me one of them. My money's gone nowhere lately. It's been ridiculous.
Dude, don't tell me about money going out the door like it's crazy. Just paid the mortgage, paid the gas bill, and bought 2 new tires for the old lady.
I've just had my car MOT the day. That cost 50 quid.
I shopped around. I've been shopping around for tires for a while. I got on Amazon yesterday and looked at the tires for her Explorer, and they had a set. It was like 460 AB rated for the universal tire rating, and those were like $85 a piece, shipped to my house. I'm like, that's a bargain. I've been looking at tires lately, and they're all been like 150 plus. So I looked at some of the mid-range ones, and I found something that's got a 600 AB rating. It's only $95 a piece. Sold. I put it on the card, 0% financing. It's $15 a month per tire for the next 6 months. Job done. It'll be here Thursday. Next day she has off, I'll take it down to Fuzzy's and have them mounted on there and change out the valve stem pressure sensor.
Average about the tires. I mean, from budget to say middle of the road, 60 to maybe 80 quid. It's just down to brand, you know what I mean? You're paying for the name rather than the fucking tire.
Exactly. That's why I went with the universal tire rating. I found one that's got a 60,000 mile tread wear rating, has A traction and A temperature and B traction rating. It's a all-season highway crossover SUV design tire, so it should be good in the wintertime. And for $200, I'll take it down to Fuzzy's. He'll charge me $20 to mount them and swap out the tire sensor. I bought Motorcraft tire sensors.
Yeah.
And we're going to swap them out. I'll reprogram the computer and balance them. $20 a piece.
Balance them out, new valves, all that shit. Lovely.
So I'm not going to complain. For $250 to get 2 front tires swapped out, that's not bad.
That's not bad, mate.
That's the total cost.
Especially for fronts, because you're going through, if you've got power steering, you're going through front tires like there's no fucking tomorrow because they're just
Yep, and it's front wheel drive.
Yeah.
It's not a 4-wheel drive Explorer.
Yeah, so it just fucks them, doesn't it?
So there we go. We got the beautiful steam crate set up on here running into 75 watts. A beautiful, enjoyable experience. Still on the cool side of things.
It's nice, isn't it? You get
beautiful, saturated, wet, flavorful vape.
Have you had normal coils running that as well, have you?
Yeah, I originally did the review with the stock coils. I put mine in there so I could do a side-by-side comparison with the V3.
Still a good vape. Yeah.
And the V2.
Vape, yeah.
Primo, fantastic. And that's because they move the airflow. That's what everybody's doing. They move the airflow close to your coils. See how those are butted right up against where your coils would be?
Right, yeah.
And it works fantastic for the mesh deck as it does for the stock coils that came with it.
Yeah.
And then for the review, I also put their coils in there to compare them. And I got about the same experience as I did with my standard coils. Here's my standard coils. MnCs.
Yeah, man.
You can Google them and find these on Amazon. A box of 100 is like $22, $23.
They're nice coils. You send me some of them, guys. They are nice coils. You do get a good you get a good lifespan out of them as well if you look after them. You do.
Yeah,
really
they last a long time. It's NI80 wrapped with NI90. So they're very really flavorful nice. Coils. No off taste. Really nice. They burn in very easily. Just give it a hint of really spacing nice. And you'll never get a hot spot.
They're really nice coils.
I've got 300 of them sitting in my drawer here. I'm never going to have to worry about coils.
Never.
So $60, I'm set for life.
Yeah, and you've got a fucking coil making rig.
And I've got a coil making rig if shit hits the fan later. Yes. That's from Coil Factory in Germany, who 3D prints that whole rail system.
You need to get a go on that. You need to have a go on that, mate. You've got to have a go on that one, dear. Just make something simple. Yeah, just some simple clappings. I bet they come out hellish.
You just got to make sure that you really saturate these wicks. Because I didn't drop the leads all the way down into the liquid. You really have to like flip it over to make sure you saturate the wicks. Otherwise, you're going to get a dry hit. But I mean, that's part of having an old school RDTA. The old school RDTA, some of the people literally let the wicks hang all the way down into your liquid.
Oh, yeah. I used to drop mine right down. I used to make sure they were well in.
Their instructions said to just drop them into the well that's there. I could have fed them all the way down through, but it's like, I'm going to follow your directions, and that's how I'm going to review it.
I could poke them through so you could see them. So you could just see them, and then you know they're sticking through. But yeah, some people drop them down.
Yeah, you can barely see them. Just right here on the edge.
Yeah. See,
but it works great. Delicious, flavorful experience, and way better. This is 10 times better than this old Sigelei tank.
You're getting the RD experience. You're still getting that RD experience, but instead of dripping from the top or having a squonker push it from the bottom, you've got a tank. It's just the same. Yeah. Brilliant idea. Fantastic idea.
And the thing is, you can drip on this.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way. Drip on it. Any of the excess will seep down into the tank.
Yeah. I suppose technically, if you do it slowly, if you drip even slower, you could probably fill the tank up from the top. You know, if you just done it slowly and let it stand for.
Oh yeah, if you kept dripping on it for a while, you would eventually refill the tank.
Yeah.
But that increases the saturation even more so. Oh, so delicious. The new Geek Vape Z tank is good sub-ohm kit for a starter top. They sent me Sourcemore, reached out and said, you want to review some products? I'm like, yeah, send me whatever you want to send me. I don't care what it is. So we have the Geek Vape Z Nano. It's just a mouth to lung tank. I'm running this thing at 12 watts. Beautiful restricted direct lung.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, do you have a sheet of mesh? If you do, take some and make you some to fit in the rank to help wick the cotton. That is all.
Oh yeah, I could do that. You know how you have stainless steel wicks where you can take mesh and you can form it into like a shaft, a tube of mesh, and shove it down in your hole and then put your cotton wick inside it, and that'll naturally keep it wicked all the time.
Cool.
Old school trick for RDTAs. I've got a roll of mesh. I bought Vandy Vape. We're selling rolls of mesh, and then you can snip them down to fit different tanks and stuff. And I think it's stainless steel, to be honest with you, because I wanted it for the temp control.
Yeah.
But here's your Geek Vape Z Nano tank. Very nice. And I don't care it's rainbow. I know you don't like rainbow. But I've got all stainless steel and black everywhere. It's nice to have something in a different color. And that's a beautiful stock coil sub-ohm tank.
This again.
Very nice. All right, so next week we'll take a look at the Sigelei Sobra kit. This is a shitty mod. I don't know what chip they used in here, but it's horrible. I've had it before where I've put good known Arbiter tank on there, and it just kills the flavor. I don't know what they're using for voltage regulation inside this chip, but pretty crap.
Oh, good.
And then eventually we'll get one day to this Aspire Cleto Exo. Another cloud chucker. You fill up 50 times a day because it only holds 2 mils of capacity.
I've still got this thing.
That's kind of counterintuitive, don't you think? To create a cloud chucking tank and limit it to the TPD 2 mil capacity.
It is weird that, like, I've still got that thing. It's mechanical. Oh, I forgot who made
I like it. It works great. That little Z Nano tank. I think I'm going to use that one when I go out to the stores shopping with the old lady or something. Instead of just a pod mod. Although I have a fair share of them too.
Aye. Plenty of them.
And I'm really excited. I'm really excited to try out the Oxva X-Slim Pro 2 with the DNA chip in it. Because with the DNA chip in there, when the pod runs out of liquid, it'll just cut the voltage back to make sure you never get a dry hit.
Yeah.
It does it automatically, like your disposables do.
Who the fuck made that again?
All right, what happened here? Why did OBS not fill the screen anymore? I really wish that NVIDIA would get their driver sorted. This is crazy, man.
I've just found that. I can't remember who made it again, though.
Ooh, that looks
nice. The mechanical one. But I can't remember the make. The symbol looks familiar, but I can't remember who made it again. Oh, you know what I mean? Mechanical.
Very nice.
RDTA. But I can't remember who made it.
That's a pod mod I haven't gotten yet. The Lux.
Oh, the Lux is... I'll go with them somewhere.
You have it. It was 2 months ago, I think you were using that as your daily banger for a while.
Yeah, that's the Lux X.
Yeah.
That's an old one, that though. I mean, they've brought out newer versions, but it's not a bad little pod mod. I think the only reason I've stopped using it, I think I've run out of coils. I never got any more coils for it.
Listen, this Caliburn is so good. I'm going to be looking for coils next time I stop at a vape shop. I'm going to ask them if they've got these Caliburn G coils.
Oh, nice. The Caliburn.
That is a very enjoyable vape, especially with my DIY liquid. This key lime pie. That's a David Lloyd recipe. 30% flavoring, 15 milligram. Great.
Attention everyone.
I'm trying to find
According to
batteries.
Neil Tits, does that Z Nano take B series coils? If so, if I can find it, I will send you Orba for the tank. That is all.
Let me pull out the box and look at the literature.
I'm trying to find batteries here. Where have I got batteries?
Look, back in the old school days when they used to give you a proper manual in its own little nice envelope. Look at that user manual. Yeah, I know it's probably got 12 languages in it or whatever, but...
You know what? I seriously need to buy batteries.
Yeah, this takes the B mouth to lung coils.
I've got...
And it comes with a 0.8 ohm or a 1.2 ohm coil.
I've got any battery wraps.
Yep. And the B mouth to lung coils are different than the B coils. According to the little chart in the back.
I've never seen none of them for a while.
I really love how they take care in the packaging for these products. Geek Vape's always been really good about the packaging.
I've just come to a realization.
What's that, matey?
I've only got 2 working 18650 batteries at the moment. All the other batteries are fucked. What the fuck?
You need to order some batteries there, matey.
I've got
Here in the States, I tell you to go to 18650 battery store.
I've got some here, but I mean, they need rewrapping. I mean, you know, them are fucking deadly. They're dangerous, them. And there you see the tops are fucked. But I could try
Rewrap them.
rewrapping
You got
them.
wraps, don't you?
I don't know. I don't
You want me
know
to
if
send
I
you
have
some
or
for
if I-
Christmas?
Yeah, but I'll need the ring for the top as well, because that's what's fucked on them.
I'll send you a page of rings.
But I swore I had some.
They're in the drawer behind me. I ordered 200 of the rings that go on the top for your battery post.
I could have swore you sent me some battery wraps last year. I could have swore you did.
I don't remember. Maybe I did. Couple.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm sure it was just a few. I think there was just a few in a bag, if I remember correctly. I'll have to have a dig about when we're done and see if I can see if there's anything worth salvaging. I'll start to buy some anyway.
You think I have enough battery wraps?
Yeah, I think so.
What
I think
color you
sent
want?
me a couple of them. I'm positive you sent me a couple of them. I'm not fussed on
I have
colours,
clear,
yeah.
blue, purple, green, yellow, gray, dark green, dark red, black, white.
I'll go blue. Go blue. I could have swore I had some. That's a nice color. I probably have got some somewhere, you know. It's just
I'm
got
going to
boxes of
look.
shit all
I
over.
think I only paid like 10 quid for this. If I can still get this for what I got it for, I'll just send you a whole box of them. You'll be set for life.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Kenny, I did an order last month and now I have 32 21,736 18,650 batteries. That is all.
Oh, fuck off. That's shocking. I need that, dude, but I suppose I'm very conscious on battery safety, and if I've got a nick, I just put them aside. I mean, I don't even bother with them. I should rewrap some. I've probably got good batteries here that just need rewrapping. Oh, I can't believe
Oh, hell
that.
yeah. Amazon, 360 pieces of 18650 battery sleeves, 13 quid.
That's not too bad.
You ought to
I'll have
look
a
and see if your Amazon has them too.
I think it will. I think it will. I never
There's
thought
another
about
thing
having a look at
here.
it.
300 pieces, 10 color, 18650 battery shrink wrap film, $6.
Fucking hell.
Doesn't come with a nice plastic case. But it's a piece of cake. Crunchy G3D, hello and welcome. Wanted a classic disposable and got myself an Oxbar mango flavor. Yeah, Oxbar has some wicked stuff.
I'm just going to
I'd
get
love this
some.
candy cane.
Christ.
I got a
They've got them
snickerdoodle that I'm holding on to for our cruise in January.
Oh, they're cheap enough on here. I'm just looking at them now. They've got a 400-piece kit, insulator rings, the lot, for $8.99. I mean, how?
Oh, that's cheap as chips. You can get that.
Got the insulator rings and everything. I'm just going to get that now.
Yeah, I'm going to pay more for that in the shipping when I go to package up your box.
I'll get them.
Did I send you root beer last year?
No.
I'll send you some root beer this year.
I've
You
never
can try
had
that
root
out.
beer. Never ever had root beer.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that the other day. My wife bought a case of root beer. And I'm like, oh, I bet Kenny would like to try this. This is something he probably doesn't have.
I've never had root beer.
Awesome. Well, mate, we flew right through all that other section, so I guess it's time for a random recipe. We haven't been doing that for a while. Let me make up some liquids for you for Christmas.
I wanted to check that one you done last week as well,
Attention
didn't we?
everyone. According to Neil Pitts, don't forget the bottle of Musk Alex. That is all.
Diggity dog diggity. Looking at my flavor stash, I'm currently sitting at 813 flavors to mix from. We're going to click what can I make? And Sherlock Holmes is going to come up with a beautiful list of recipes for us to be able to mix up as our random recipe for today.
Oh, come on. No, I'm just dropping to me as usual.
Bloody fantastic. 19,695 recipes to choose from. What are we going to pick from?
What are we going to try to do? Holy
Well, the
moly.
first thing I'm going to do, instead of just picking from the top and working our way down on somebody's brand new, latest, shinest, grady recipe, I'm going to click rating, and I want this to sort all of the recipes based upon its rating.
Oh,
And wouldn't you be shocked to find out that they're all strawberry custard or strawberry milk or strawberry shortcake?
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, here's a nice caramel coffee recipe http://tjek.nu/r/kp6b.
//http://.
Here
Holy
is his
fuck,
lovely
man.
submitted recipe.
I
Caramel
need to sort my
coffee.
shit out. I need to sort shit out nearly. There's stuff I'm finding here that I didn't have. Look what I just found.
What did you find?
Whoa. That. I've got 10 feet of snake alien wire. Oh. Get on, focus, you motherfucker. There you go. There you go. Snake alien. Ooh. Ribbon. X mesh by off.
You are missing French vanilla thick from Wonder Flavor. I do have
Oh,
French
that
vanilla, but
actually
it's not
opens.
French vanilla thick.
Oh, mother of
Let's
God,
adapt
man.
this recipe.
What the fuck's name?
And I need to check and see what French vanilla I have. Capella, TPA, or French vanilla custard from Flavors. Let me dive in with some flavors.
Come on, Ken, you're a tit.
And we're going to bump this up to 2%. And
Got some of that as well. Tri-core fused clapping wire. God, we've got tons of this shit lying about. Look at that.
very nice.
Why have I not looked in this box? Oh, I've still got that now.
Let me check and make sure I have it, because it says I don't.
I haven't tried them yet. The Zion coffees. These new scissors.
Yes, I do have French vanilla custard by Flavors. Why does it say I'm missing that ingredient?
That's an odd one. You normally don't have anything missing.
Where's my flavor stash? French vanilla custard flavors. It's in my stash.
That's an odd one, matey.
Listen, I don't know why it's saying I don't have it, but I do have it. So I'm going to hit save.
I've got that.
You have this flavor. Hiccup in the website, I think.
I'm saying you've normally always got your stuff listed, matey.
So there we go. There's my adaptation from his lovely recipe. I need to clean up, move some stuff around though. Move this mod. Not burn myself on the slider, although it's cooled off a little bit.
Yeah. Watch that slider, man. Maybe still cooking. That's that box looked at.
Okay, so let's start gathering up these things. We'll start with Brazilian coffee from Wonder Flavors.
Damn. What's in this one? Hinder, lots of it.
Brazilian coffee from Wonder Flavors. Coffee espresso from Flavor Art. Okay. Flavors French vanilla. Got that. Milky caramel fudge SSA. Got that. Salted caramel flavor West.
Yeah. What the fuck is
Clear
that?
on the bottom of the shelf. Got that. And sweet cream from Capella. Job done. All I
What
didn't
the
grab was
fuck?
super sweet from Pure Elm.
Look what I've just found and all.
What is that?
That is the Pro Tank by Kangatech.
Wow.
Pro Tank 2, I didn't even know I had that. Obviously an MTL. Holy shit, man. Ken, you dick, you need to start looking through your shit, you know that.
You do have a bunch of stuff too.
Oh, man. Yes! 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 Look what I found. I knew you'd send some. Look what I found. Look what I
Nice.
found. I found some battery wraps. I knew you'd send us some. Yes, I knew you had. Well, they've got a spangly gold one as well. Hey, what, guys? If you want some Hunky Vape merch, have a look at that. There you go. Ain't nothing to
Ain't
it,
nothing to it, but to get into it.
Yeah. I also got... What's that one? There's another one there. Oh, where am I? Camera, there you are. Ain't nothing to it, but get to it. There's the other one there. Hang on,
My wife used to love making all that stuff. Show me your Hunky Vape.
Vape. And then he's obviously got his favorite vape shop.
Bull City Flavors.
Bull City.
Hunky V will get you like 5% off, and free shipping's at only $25.
And of course, got his logo there. Hunky Vape. Ah, man.
I forgot my wife made all those.
Oh, and that class. And of course, I've got the good old United States American dollar bill.
I sent you a $2 bill too, I think. And a silver dollar.
You did. You did. I've got the silver dollar. Yes, but yes.
And a dollar coin.
That's correct. But I've got battery wraps. I knew it. I knew you'd sent us some. I fucking knew it. I just couldn't remember where they were.
Okay, so
I'm
we got
really
our secret
pleased.
sauce in here. We need to work our way down the list of ingredients. Starting with the Brazilian coffee. I'm like, why is it so dark over here? Oh, the light was turned off.
Turn on your light, matey.
Man, is this a bold coffee, Brazilian coffee.
You said that the last time. That was a strong, very strong coffee, didn't you?
Very strong, very bold, and a very alcohol-based flavoring. 0.08.
I opened that? No. I haven't even opened that either. Fucking
3
hell, man.
drops. No, 2 drops.
Hey, what it is? I should do some retro vapes. Found that now.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking unopened. It's still in the box.
You get to do retro vape next week, matey.
I'll have to have a dig some
set
shit
your
out,
set
yeah,
your
but
overhead camera up, and we'll get it all sorted.
I could use my iPhone, I suppose.
You have a webcam, don't you?
My wife's got it or something. I don't know what.
No worries.
I'm looking.
All right, so we got coffee espresso from Flavor Art. Very similar smell to the Brazilian coffee from Wonder Flavors, but it is a different roast. Like the Brazilian coffee is a darker roast than this one.
You know how you've got that big set of scales there, haven't you?
Yeah, you showed me your little jeweler scale.
Look at that one. That's tiny. That's a portable one for being on the road. You mix on the road. That's fucking tiny. Look at that one. That is tiny. I'd say that one's definitely a drug dealer scale, wouldn't you say? That's the same as my other one I've got. This one's tiny. You barely get a bottle.
French vanilla custard from Flavors.
Oh, the DJ. Funny enough, it's called the DJ 100, so I'll just call it the DJ Alex 100.
Damn, boy. That's a very rich custard cream with just a hint of vanilla and a strong alcohol base. Wow. I want to make a one shot using just this.
Work.
French vanilla custard, 0.3.
What's that? A lens cleaning kit.
Yep, a little bit over, but that's okay. Awesome. Now we need some milky caramel fudge from SSA.
What's that?
0.23.
Now, just goes to show when you look what you're cooking up and you won't realize
I bet this is going to take at least a couple of weeks to steep out properly.
It's looking
Probably get an idea of it in a week. Some salted caramel from Flavor West. Flavor West, salted caramel, 0.08. 3 drops. I'll do like I did with the coffee and err on the side of SLYDER. Could always add another drop later. And then we've got, before our super sweet, we have just some sweet cream from Capella. 0.23.
But all super sweet, man.
Oops. Went a little over. Some Pure LM Super Sweet. What are we looking at here? 0.08. 2 drops of this as well. Third drop. What the hell? Beautiful. Now we need a little PG to bring up that ratio. 2.61 to give that to a 30% ratio. It goes without saying, if anybody wants to come on the show, they are more than welcome to. Send me an email, djalex@hunkyvape.com, with when you're available, and we can set it up.
I'm up for that.
And it doesn't need to be on Tuesday. If you're available a different day of the week or whatever, let me know. Because I do need to start doing the Flavors Diary.
I had them once.
Give this thing a nice stir. Blend all those beautiful PG ingredients together. Ooh, this smells delicious.
Am I charging?
Very excited for this recipe.
Looks good, man. Just
13.25 to wrap it up.
Some more shit, yeah. Why have I got batteries like this? I know. Wonder if that one will charge. That one don't look too bad.
What a perfect bottle for caps. Just fits right in there. Now I just need to make a label for it. Yeah, VG is the most common ingredient you're going to need to reorder, unless you order it in a gallon size. I've been ordering mine off of Amazon for like $26 a gallon. And I've loved it. I've used a couple different brands on there. Don't really notice any off taste or any, funkiness to it. Everything is just a nice, beautiful, sweet PG. There you go. Just needs a label.
Job done. Simple as that, eh?
Oh, the poochies are up here.
Are the poochies about?
I imagine that the wife finally lay down to take a nap. So while I'm making that, how about we do a little doggy time? Switch over to the doggies and give the poochies a little treat. Poochies, who wants a treat?
Hello, little doggies.
Hey, Lucy.
Where the little poochies at?
Maggie. Go get it, Lucy. Go get it. Lucy, go get it. There you go.
Aww. That's fucked.
Attention everyone.
Snack.
According to Neil Pitts, Scooby Snack. That is all.
Scooby Snacks. Woo 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 woo.
There you go, caramel coffee, beautifully labeled, ready to go.
That was dead.
That's recipe number 1 for today. Thank you very much. I appreciate that recipe. Take care, Dusty. Appreciate having you here, mate.
Thank you, Dusty. You are
I'm sure you got a lot of work to do to
legend.
get ready for winter. Happy little doggies. Hey, mate, there's a recipe here. It's called Custard King.
Ooh.
Do you like that sounding better, or do you like the sound of butter pecan custard?
Ooh, butter pecan.
Maybe Ella's shortcake biscuit.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
You ever had Creed's custard?
Yes. You did make me that once, if I remember correctly.
Did I? I didn't know that.
You did, sir. That was one of your earlier dear ones, that one. It was still nice. But you've just come a long way ever since and drunk some much better ones out. Yeah, you done that a while ago. The cheesecake, that's right.
No, cheesecake, vanilla custard, French vanilla, and cotton candy.
Yeah. There
it's
it is.
It's a very, very simple custard.
It is nice, though, as well.
Excellent, rich, creamy custard that gets better and better with time.
I think the only thing I'd done with it at the time was just put a tad more super sweet in it. I think that's what I did at the time when I got it.
Well, yeah, because this one doesn't really have any sweetener other than the ethyl maltol in there, and you can't push that too far, otherwise it'll mute the flavors. But super sweet is a different kind of sweetener that does just add that little sweetness to it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
$1,600 to replace a main board in your furnace.
Wow.
See, I do my own repair work around here. I had a problem with mine not too long ago, and it just turned out to be a hose that measures the draft inducer. And while I was in there, I noticed there was 8 screws that had fallen out of the burner tubes that mount to the thing. So in amongst me changing the igniter, which is the original reason I had to repair the furnace, I found all those 8 screws and tightened them all back up. Man, this thing works better than I ever saw it work the whole time I've owned this house. The thing was put in like 1996. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it's old, but it's a 96% efficiency furnace. And I looked I'm like, what happens if I were to fry this motherboard? So I looked at the motherboard. I looked on Amazon. I could buy a replacement motherboard for $65 and put it in myself.
That's what I'm saying with some of the older stuff. Everything's replaceable. You can fix it. Not now, the modern stuff. You've got to buy a whole fucking unit or something with a fuse blows.
Or like a $1,600 computer board.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Crazy, isn't it, man?
That's like with my dryer. My dryer was getting flaky, and like it would only dry on time dry, and even time dry would take like twice as long as normal. I looked this thing up. I'm like, where's the board for this one? How much is it to replace the board in this one? Because the board has relays on it. And if you know anything about electronics, you know that relays wear out. The contacts from opening and closing arc and build up a carbon layer inside there. And good luck trying to tear the thing apart and putting it back together without screwing it up. So I found on Shop Jimmy, I think it was like $35 or $40 or something for a new control board for that thing. It came with a 2-year warranty. I swapped that thing in there. Now everything is dried on automatic cycle and is dried exactly right. I don't have to use time dry. And it cut the drying time. I used to run the dryer for 80 minutes to get a load dry. Now it's done in like 20 or 30 minutes.
Wow.
And because it runs on the moisture sensor in there, and those relays actually turn the heating element or the gas on and off appropriately, I mean, things are just dry super fast. I put a load of towels in there that usually take the longest to dry, and even those are done at like 35 minutes.
That's not bad, like.
I remember before that I changed that board out, I would put it on for time dry 80 minutes. I'd come back and it was still damp. What the hell?
What the fuck, yeah. And obviously the dryer's eating your electricity while it's doing it as well.
Exactly. I mean, it's a gas dryer, so the gas usage didn't really change. Still takes the same amount of BTUs to dry your clothes, but it was done in a half or a third of the time that it used to take before. So you seem like you like it, but you're not excited about that recipe. What would you like?
Yeah.
Pineapple cheesecake, banana pudding cake, butter pecan. How about Ella's shortbread biscuit?
That sounds nice. I've never tried that one yet, but I'll go with that.
So
That's
Ella's
nice
shortbread
one,
biscuit has Inawera biscuit, shisha vanilla, which is a nice punchy vanilla, sugar cookie from Capella, which is exactly what it says on the tin, and has a little bit of vanilla custard in there to round it all out.
That sounds nice, mate. I'll have a go with that.
Shortbread biscuit to go with your tea. We will adapt this. We're going to make you 120 mils of it. And you want it as a 3. And you want it salt, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to add just a touch of super sweet.
I'll tell you what it is. I'm going to try an experiment. Put it up to 6 mil salt. I'm going to see if I'm comfortable with that now.
Whatever you want, matey. All right, 6 milligrams salt, which is 50-50. And I put 1% super sweet in there because I know you like things on the sweeter side, but not sickeningly sweet.
Yeah.
I know none of these have any kind of real sweetness to them at all. So that should be a pretty good one there.
Go for it,
hit save. Mix this up now. Give you a nice proper steep between now and Christmas. Pull out the good old blue bottle. A nice proper 120 ml bottle.
Ooh, you know what I like, mate. You're just too good to me. You like spoils us, folks. He does spoil us. He spoils me rotten. He does. Terrible.
Oh. It's always a pain that wants you to open.
What's that?
The child safe Nick bottle.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to need to draw up 8.27 grams of our secret sauce, which is a little over 7 mils. Do this by weight. Probably should have shook that bottle a little more, but
Pulling that.
Here, I'm going to show it to you so you know I didn't make it hot. That's what the recipe calls for. That's how much exactly I put in. That's your secret sauce. Okay, what do I need for this? I have to go to find the flavor enhancers. Where did I move them to find acetylpyrazine? This is like a brand cereal flavoring.
Yeah. Oh, there's a question for you.
Yes, sir.
What's a good budget-friendly mod I can get? And that's from Crunchy G3D. Budget-friendly mod. Oh, so many now, isn't there?
Well, my suggestion would be to take a look at the clearance sections.
Yeah.
Wherever you shop, take a look and see if they have a clearance section, because you can find a bunch of old stuff, and mods are good. I mean, they don't go bad just sitting on the shelf. The hype wears off, and then eventually it gets to the point where it just sits there.
Yeah, that Mallory's just suggested that dub pull, which is, if you want to see it, that is the that's the MVV2 or V3, yes, whatever it is. But there it is. Good. It's like got a Pentium thing on it, but it's a nice sturdy mod. Hits really well, and you can get loads of little daft little designs. You know, I've got the little skull there with the, it comes like that. And then on the back, it's got like on there, it's engine parts, engraved on it. Gears and all that stuff. Cracking mod, honestly, it's a really good mod, and it is a what is it again? It is a 218 650s. That's what she handles. Nice little mod. You can pick them up as cheap as chips now, apparently. I think these mods were very underrated, but they're really good. Really good, solid mod.
That was the MVV, right?
That's the MVV.
I picked up last time I was at Brick City Vapors the MVP. I think it was only about $30. She had it on sale for. Another old like 2016 mod. But man, does it work fantastic.
Cracking mod, man. These are absolutely brilliant.
Shisha Vanilla from Inawera.
I may have overdripped this bastard, but we'll have a look.
1.2.
On chip in this book, I've never seen that for a while. That one. How many batteries holding this one?
That is a beautiful, rich vanilla.
But it smells delicious.
Sugar cookie, 4.8.
I think the batteries are full. I think them batteries have seen better days. Definitely.
Capella's Vanilla Custard. $2.4.
Looking good, sir. what? Yeah. Oh.
Bloody good. Now, just a little sweetness for you. You can always top this up. This is at 1%, 1.2 grams of super sweet.
Yeah, at MVB last year, while matey, mine's still going, and I've had that. Oh, right, probably the same as married for 5+ years, if not more. Yum, yum, yum. Yummy, yummy, yummy.
That's a proper biscuit. You need a nice strong cup of English tea to go with this.
Did I send you tea bags last year?
Yes, you did there, matey.
I did, didn't I? I did, didn't I?
Nice, proper
Yorkshire.
black English tea. Yes.
Yorkshire tea, wasn't it? It was Yorkshire tea.
We need 21 grams of PG. We'll have to place another order for PG, I think.
Damn, look at the colour on that, man. Oh, oh, oh. That looks delicious.
Oh.
Exactly. You could almost drink it, couldn't you?
Tempted. A 101 grams of vegetable glycerin finishes off this beautiful, delectable, delicious flavor profile.
Oh, look at that lovely golden colour. Lovely. Damn. How did that one come out that you done last week? That rum one? Was it the rum one you made last week? What was that again?
Give me a second.
What was that again? Because you said it needed steeping, didn't it? That fella there, yeah. Oh, butter rum.
Butter rum pumpkin coffee cheesecake.
That looks awesome. That looks tremendous, that.
I just hope you love the pumpkin. That's not something you guys normally have.
I don't. I mean, we get pumpkins here for, like, obviously Halloween, and people carve them out, but I don't know if they actually eat the contents or just throw it away.
Number one, the best thing to do if you have a real pumpkin and you carve them out to make the thing is to pull the seeds out of it. Clean the seeds off, wash them off in your sink, and then take the seeds and put them into a pan and throw them into an oven. 250 degrees Celsius for about 15 minutes to golden roast those seeds, and then you can eat the pumpkin seeds as a snack.
Really?
Yes.
I've never
They're
knew
a
that.
smash hit around here. That's the seeds. And then, so long as your pumpkin's not rotten, you could cut it up. You can bake that pumpkin down, clean all the inside out, bake it in the oven for about half hour, 35 minutes in there to fully cook that pumpkin. Let it cool off, and then you scrape the pumpkin off of the skin. Ooh. And then you throw that into a blender, add some condensed evaporated milk and some seasoning, some nutmeg, and we call them pumpkin spice here. And you can make a luscious, delicious pumpkin pie.
Wow.
Tons of recipes out there on the internet. Or you could be like a cheapskate or a simpleton like me, and I'm going to send you a can of pumpkin pie mix. All you got to do is get yourself a pie shell, dump the mix into the pie shell, throw it in the oven, and 45 minutes later, 50 minutes later, you can have a beautiful pumpkin pie. Pull it out of the oven, let it cool off for half an hour, and get yourself some vanilla ice cream to go with it. Ooh. Dollop of cream on the top if you don't want ice cream.
Delicious. I can't wait to try it. I'm really fucking definitely looking forward to trying that. Oh, never
Yeah,
ever
we
had.
use Ready whipped cream and just load up the whipped cream on top of the pie for
Because
Thanksgiving.
pumpkins aren't available all year round here. They only come around when Halloween's. You never see them any other time of the year.
Exactly.
Never see them.
Same here. But you can get pumpkin pie throughout the year because they can it.
Yeah. Be interesting that, like.
All righty.
Very interesting, mate.
Close that out. No, I don't want to save it. Open up the thing. Oh, man, I am so glad my wife got into making sourdough. She makes the yeast, grew the yeast from scratch. Took a month to grow it and make sure that all the bad stuff like died off and only the good bacteria or yeast was there.
Yeah.
And, you know, you grow it, you feed it every day, you dump out the excess, whatever grows, and you keep doing that every single day. Now it's gotten to the point now where every single day she makes something.
Wow. With all
So,
that
I
yeast.
mean, like, today she made English muffins and donuts. She made a sourdough loaf. She made a pumpkin bread. A big, nice, wholesome crust bread. Oh,
I tell you what, I've just the penny's just drawn on us. I want a nice, good meatloaf recipe. I've never had meatloaf.
Oh, I'll give
Never
you my
had
meatloaf recipe. I'll give you my meatloaf recipe. Perfect.
Never had it.
I don't think you guys can buy meatloaf mix there, but I'll break it down for you, okay? It's like a pound and a half,
never
and you
had it.
get beef, pork, and veal. All right? Half
Right.
of the meat that you put into it. Basically, you're going to take and put like 3/4 of a pound of ground beef in there.
Yeah.
And then you're going to take, let's do the fractions and get it right. Because it's usually about 1.5 pounds. So 3/4 is half of 1.5. Now, half of 3/4 is 6/8 is 3/8 of a pound of ground pork and 3/8 of a pound of ground veal. That's your meat mix. Mint
veal
that goes in it. Veal.
Not a venison over here. Venison? Is that venison over here, veal?
Venison is deer.
Venison's deer, isn't it? Veal.
Veal
I
is
know what
baby
you mean
cow.
now. Yeah, that's it. Veal. Yeah, I've got you. I remember now.
And then it's 1 egg, and there's like a cup of ketchup, a cup of breadcrumbs, and then I have my powdered garlic, powdered onion, or you can take an onion, a half of a big size onion or a small onion, and you can dice
chop
and
it
mince
finely.
that up and throw it in there. I just use the powdered stuff since it's easy to grab. Tablespoon of that, tablespoon of the garlic, half tablespoon of salt, half teaspoon of pepper, and then I like to add a little ground mustard powder into there, like 1/8 of a teaspoon of that. And I mix my ketchup in the meatloaf. Not on top as a jelly or glaze like some people like to do.
Yeah,
No.
just get it in there with
I
it.
mix
yeah.
it up and put it right into the meat, and it will be the juiciest piece of meatloaf you've ever had. Delicious, flavorful. Love it. And it's even better the next day. Like if you make a whole thing and you don't eat it all.
Oh, yeah.
Put it in the fridge. Take it out the next day. Slice it about, 1/2 inch, 3/4 of an inch thick. Throw it on a piece of bread.
Oh.
Best meatloaf sandwich ever.
That sounds lush. I've always liked the look of it. Looks really good. I have to have a go at that one. Mallory Gates says you can use barbecue sauce. I suppose you could, couldn't you? It depends what you like.
Oh, there's lots of different variations of it. I personally prefer the recipe that I came up with. There's other people that like more of it's a less seasoned meatloaf mix, and they put the ketchup on top as a glaze.
Oh, no.
That's like people that put ketchup on their eggs for breakfast. I'm like, I don't get it. No, you're tasting ketchup. You can't even taste the eggs.
Oh, I like ketchup on scrambled egg. Oh, it's gorgeous on scrambled egg. Ooh.
That's what my
Delicious.
wife says too. I'm like, no, thank you. We're on episode 444. Born on date 11 November 2025.
Look at that.
You put the wrong tape in, knucklehead. Yeah, I know. Resume your job.
Looks really
There you
fucking
go.
good. Looks really, really good. Yeah. I like the look of that, matey. I really do like the look of that.
Almost looks professional. What the hell?
Jobs are good, un, sir. Jobs are good. Un.
Like a tea bag sitting in the hot water, this is in the process of ripening into a delicious, delectable shortbread biscuit.
That'd go lovely with a cup of tea. Like shortbread with a cup of tea.
That will too. That'll hold up to a nice English tea.
That looks amazing, that, like. I can't wait to try that. I know, wait.
Awesome! We're at the
Thank
5.5
you very much,
hour
sir.
mark already, dude. Man, did that
Whoa.
fly by.
It does. It's gone fast again, matey. Holy moly.
Mallory has the recipe there.
Attention everyone. According to Neil Pitts, Alex, have you submitted your PMTA for that juice? That is all.
PMTA.
No. It's not for sale. Sorry for your luck.
PMTA. You'd have to do for the juice, the bottle, the lid, and the label.
Get back over here. Don't go on the other computer. Moron. Windows. So here is the best classic meatloaf mix that Mallory had suggested and dropped into there. She replaces her ketchup with barbecue sauce. She calls this the best meatloaf recipe ever. See how they put the glaze on? They put the ketchup on as a glaze?
Yeah, you're gonna get it mixed in there. I see where you're coming from with that one, like.
I mix
Get it in
mine
there.
right into the meatloaf mix.
Yeah, that's what you want, man. I'll definitely have a go at that. I might video it when I do it. I'll say, here we are, Kenny's cookie bookie recipe. American
Yeah, there
meatloaf,
you go.
Hunky vape style. Hunky vape style.
Yeah, here in the States, we just pick up a package of meat. It's called meatloaf mix. It averages out around 1.5 pounds of meat to make one serving. Okay. And that works and balances out so that one egg is enough for the recipe. And like I said, half of that is beef, and then the other half is pork and veal.
Some of our supermarkets now are getting like various aisles from various countries, and I'm sure there's one that's got an American aisle. And it's not just like sweets, like, you know, your normal stuff, your peanut butter jelly and all that crap. There's actually some savory stuff in there as well. I'll have to check it out and have a look.
What meat do you guys use for like your mince pies and stuff?
Just mince beef. We call it mince
What
beef.
animal?
Cow. Beef.
So it's just ground beef, essentially.
Yeah, that's what you call it. You call it ground beef. We call it mince beef. Same thing. You can just get some that's like leaner, no less fat and all that crap. It's just that's the only
What about
difference.
ground
You can
pork?
get the lean.
You guys have ground pork, I'm sure.
You get ground pork, yeah. We use that for spaghetti bolognese, ground pork.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
What about
I've done it before,
lamb or veal?
You can get that, yeah. Lamb and veal. Right, I suppose a lot of meat, but veal is very expensive here. Oh, very. For a
yeah.
small steak, like for a small steak, some of like they're that big, you're probably looking at a tenner. And, just by the time you cook it, when it starts from that big, by the time you cook it, it ends up about that fucking big, you know what I mean?
Well, technically, you could also make it out of just pork and beef. Do 50-50, 3/4 of a pound of this, 3/4 of a pound of that. That's the cheapest meatball.
I'm sure we'll have veal. I mean, if you go to a proper butcher shop and not a supermarket, he'll give you the fresh shit. No, you'll have veal, no problem.
Yeah,
we've got a fresh butchers down the high street, so.
And you just have to get it minced. Get all the meat. That's all.
Yeah, we'll cook to get all the meat. He does.
But I mean, that's the wonderful thing about meatloaf is technically you could substitute other meats. So like my brother-in-law goes hunting, right? And he brings home deer and he has it processed down and he has minced deer, which is venison. So you could substitute out one or all of the meats and make it just out of venison if you really wanted to.
Yeah, definitely.
There's lots of places to twist it up.
How creative you want to be or how bland you want to be, I suppose at the end of the day, if you just want to make it out of one meat, then fair enough, you know what I mean? It's down to you, but I'll definitely give it a bash, like.
And the thing is, you don't need to use like this ultra lean ground beef. That's where all the flavor is. It's in the fat. Yeah. So get yourself just a nice quality ground beef. I prefer like the ground chuck that they have here. It's a reasonable price. It's got good flavor to it. It's kind of like the same flavor as a sirloin. People knock sirloin, but it has a beautiful beef flavor to it.
Oh, sirloin's gorgeous.
And it's technically a cheaper cut of meat.
Yeah. Definitely. I suppose we can get that stuff over here. No, definitely.
Yeah, I'll take a picture and I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. My recipe.
Not a problem, sir. Brilliant. I will definitely.
It's a variation of what my second wife gave me from her aunt, or was it her sister that originally developed it? I think it actually was handed down to her sister, and her sister originally claimed that it came from her aunt, but it turns out that it came from her great grandmother.
All right. Oh well.
But it's not the original recipe because it got lost. So they made it out of memory, and they made it a couple times before they came up with something that said, "Yeah, that's what it used to taste like." Same situation happened here when we got divorced. The recipe got lost, and I had to do it from memory. And I'm like, wait a minute, I remember doing this. I remember this. I remember this part of it. I'm not sure of the amount of seasoning. Is it a half teaspoon or a half tablespoon? And then after like making it half a dozen times, I'm like, no, this is the actual recipe. And if it isn't, this is better than the original one.
Yeah, you nailed it eventually. You do. Definitely.
Because cooking with that ketchup in there, especially the American ketchup here, it's mostly sugar, 30% sugar, for the cheap ketchup. I prefer to use Heinz Natural, which is only tomatoes and vinegar and a little bit of sugar.
I'll have to send you some UK ketchup. You'll love that. You'll love UK ketchup. Yeah, you'll love that.
Didn't I send you some last year, some ketchup and mustard?
Yeah. Very sweet compared to ours.
Very sweet.
Your mustard is nothing like ours.
No, I love your mustard. Spicy. Your mustard has some heat and spice to it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and, English mustard.
My wife buys it regularly now at the grocery store. They have a little section, the international section.
Yeah. English mustard, man. Got a bit of kick to it, you know what I mean?
Love it.
I'll tell you what it is, if you ever cooking something like ground mince or something like that, add a teaspoon of mustard to it while you brown it off. Delicious.
I use it when she makes kielbasa.
Yeah.
I used to use horseradish. Now I use your mustard on it because it's just the same spice as the horseradish.
Awesome, man. English mustard. Beautiful. Have it with all meat, poultries, and beefs. Bit of mustard on the side. Beautiful.
And I think it's posh. It's posh when you mince the onion yourself and put it in there. But I would like the simplicity of myself of using the powdered onion and the powdered garlic, the granulated garlic. Because what I do is I put all of the dry ingredients into a bowl with the breadcrumbs, and I stir all that up with a whisk. That way it's all evenly distributed and you never get a hot bite of just salt or just pepper or just garlic. It's all beautifully evenly distributed throughout the dry ingredients. I put the wet ingredients, which is the meat and the egg and the ketchup, into the KitchenAid mixer. And I just turn the beater on and just let it sit there and beat it. Once it's all minced together, then I add the dry ingredients. And when it's all done, form it into a loaf. I put it into a glass pan, a Pyrex glass pan, and I add an inch of water to the bottom of it and put it in the oven. I think it's 250 Celsius is our 350 Fahrenheit that we cook at. And we don't have fans in our ovens. So just cook it in there. It takes an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes, depending if you make it a little bit bigger or whatever.
Yeah.
Internal temperature of 165, and pull it out. I take a spatula and I lift the meatloaf out of the pan if there's any water left in it. A lot of the times the water boils away, and I might even have to add a cup into it right before it's done. And then I just pick that up and put it into a clean glass pan, and I let it sit there for like 15 or 20 minutes to just cool off and keep that moisture consolidated.
Yeah. Wow.
Slice it, some mashed taters, corn. Beautiful dinner.
Beautiful. Well, I'm definitely going to have a go at that. Like, I've always fancied doing it for a while.
Yeah.
I've looked at it many a time.
And it's actually simple to do. Cool. Here we are, 5.5 hours. We got our random recipe done. We made Ella's shortbread biscuit. That was a beautiful recipe. And we also made up our caramel coffee that we had submitted from Neil. I'm going to give that a try. I did order my missing ingredients to make the McDonald's holiday pie.
Oh, the holiday pie. Oh, yeah, you want to do that. Oh, I bet that's nice. That looks nice. That looks tremendous, that. Oh, damn.
Looking forward to mixing that
pie.
up for Christmas.
Definitely. Holiday pie. Come on. Bring it down.
And then I'm going to have to go to McDonald's and actually get one of their holiday pies and compare it and see how close it is to it.
Oh, yeah. Look, I got the other day. Vehicle tax reminder. I'm not bothered. It's only £35 for the year for mine, so.
Oh, you're lucky then.
It's fuck all.
Imagine if you lived in London, how much it would cost you.
No, it's a national price because of the emissions. My car's got low emissions. I can go into all the green zones in all your city centres and not get charged that clean air zone tax. I can just drive in, and because my emissions are so low. That's the beauty of it.
Well, here in the States, California got to be a royal bastard, and they made the emissions the tightest possible. So a lot of the vehicles nowadays, they just make them with California emissions. So it's ultra low emissions.
I remember when I was watching a lot of wheeler dealers when they had their workshop in California, and they were getting some of I think they had a Camaro. I think it was an old classic Camaro they had, and they had to change out the carb jets to bring all the emissions down to the California state rules, which in sense lost it a bit of horsepower as well. So
of course it did.
But that's obviously a California rules, so that.
And if you would have simply left California and recorded in any other state in the country, that wouldn't have been an issue.
Nah. I can get it with California, it's like a coastal place, you've got sunshine, the beach, all that shit, so, you don't want gas guzzlers fucking pumping shit out in the fucking beach, you know what I mean?
The problem is California is where all the Hollywood people are. Mm-hmm. California always had money. Whether it be from the gold rush or whether it be from Hollywood or whether it be from, the industrial ports that they have there.
That's
all
right,
the imports from China flow through there.
Arnie Schwarzenegger was mayor there once, wasn't he? Was he the mayor for them?
Governor.
Governor. That was, he was, wasn't he? Fucking whoever. Now, it makes you wonder how these actors, he was a governor. And then you had a fucking Hollywood fucking actor as your president with Reagan.
Ronald Reagan was an actor, cowboy western actor.
Aye. But did you know he started doing by his career as a voiceover? He done a voiceover for something. It was a fact we found the day. It was on a quiz show. when they were chatting about something about America or a question about America, and they said Ronald Reagan started as a voiceover for, I don't know, a radio show or whatever. That's where he started all his shit from before he got that. Weird, isn't it? Weird,
That's like Mike Rowe.
Shit.
Did you know that Mike Rowe, the reason that he got into TV was because he used to sing. He used to do Broadway shows and stuff. And the only reason he did that was so that he could get his union card, because once he had his union card, then he could get auditions for TV shows and stuff.
That's right. It was
they
funny
have that,
that quiz
gated up as well.
It was funny because I was watching a quiz show got over here called Pointless. And the idea is to find the most obscure answer to the question. You'll get the lowest score. And there's these two people in the final, and they picked the category was famous poems from blah blah blah, whatever. And they had one by Shakespeare and one by this other guy. And she picked the Shakespeare, right? And the question was to name 3 5-letter or more words in this poem. She only knew the fucking poem off by heart, didn't she? They got actually 3 pointless answers straight off the belt because she knew that poem off by heart. I thought, that's not jammy, is it? What's the chances of that?
What's the chance of that?
She knew the poem. She was reciting the poem as she was going through it. And he was going, right. And she got all 3 pointless answers and won the jackpot. What's the chances of that happening? It's unbelievable, isn't it?
That's like, what's the chances of me getting burnt from this?
Very high at the minute.
My lower lip. I can feel it.
Fucking hell.
Just a microsecond it touched that thing. Oh, is that hot?
I used to hate that, like when tanks got hot, like because especially when it's a vape you enjoy, and you're like, "Oh, that's nice." Then, oh fuck, that's hot.
That's the greatest innovation in all these rebuildable tanks that nobody even talks about. I'd even talk about it on my reviews. Compared to old tanks from 10 years ago, it's night and day. The ability for that tank to not get hot and for you to continuously vape it, it's just fantastic. They don't heat up like they used to.
Yeah, down the airflow as well, isn't it? The airflow's come a long way.
And the thickness of the material that they use for the bottom and the top of the tanks.
And I mean, like I said, it used to be like the wattage race, wasn't it? Once upon a time, who could get the biggest watts, cloudage, and then it started to come down to the flavor profiles, and it just got better and better. You've got people more. I'd say there's more flavorful tanks out now than what there was for the wattage race. Like
that's the priority. If you don't get good flavor, I don't care what your tank can do.
Yeah,
it's not going to sell.
Nah. Not now.
Granted, a lot of the juices that are on the market now are really, really fine as far as how much flavor they put out compared to the old stuff. And they can do it now without cranking the percentages as high as they used to. But
plus, you don't know that you don't need the heat you used to get a flavor out of a juice. You know what I mean? You don't need to fucking be at 150 watts.
No, not with the modern airflow and the high velocity they have right next to the coils, evenly distributed. And the focus on the center of the coil, which heats up first all the time. That's my minor gripe about the R3. They put the snake fangs in there, but the center of your coil doesn't get enough cooling.
Yeah.
When I try to really push the heat to it, I can't suck hard enough to keep the center of the coil from getting hot.
Yeah.
That's why I originally got a metallic taste to it. I pushed too much heat to it originally.
Yeah. I can see where you come from with it, like, definitely, yeah. But that's
if they would have simply moved it another 5 degrees in, both of them, so that it aimed the airflow right towards the center of the coil, and then basically the coil airflow would ricochet off of the other one coming in because it's evenly distributed. And that would evenly spread over your coils and make sure that the center of the coil never heated up before the outer parts.
Yeah, it was all about getting that center piece cooled off before. I know what you mean now, yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to space it. I'm going to take my coil and I'm going to split it and put a little space in the middle of it to see if that makes it a little better flavor and saturation. I'm just finicky. I'm finessing it at this point. I'm trying different heights, different coil lengths. I'm actually going to put a single coil 5mm coil inside there and see what she does like.
Never tried it with a single, like.
Couldn't do just 3 because there's too much of a space there. It kind of counteracts the effects of it. He's going to put out a spacer that is going to be good for a single coil. But I want to put a larger coil in there and see if I can do a 5mm coil inside there and see how that handles it. If it's a larger mass, rounder, that might work better than dual 3mm.
Possibly, yeah. Yeah. I see where you come from with that, yeah.
It's kind of like Bogan's tank. Dual 2.5mm works great in Bogan's Blotto. Even the Blotto Max.
That's right, yeah.
You put 3mm in there and there's just too much heat. Not enough airflow. But you put a single 3.5mm coil in there or 4mm coil, and now it's got enough airflow, and the flavor, I think, is better than it is on dual 3mm coils.
Yeah. That was the issue with that. Like, the airflow wasn't enough to keep your coils cool. It was nice and tight and smooth. It was smooth and tight, but it just got hot.
For a certain percentage of the population that likes a tight draw, I mean, that's fine. It just wasn't for me.
Yeah. Just fair enough. Everybody's got their own way of vaping, haven't they?
There's a whole wide range for the community out there. Not everybody likes to vape the same.
No.
Some people insist on restricted direct lung, mouth to lung.
I'm okay.
I don't find it satisfying enough, generally speaking.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of it, but I would use it. You know what I mean? That's why I haven't got very many mouth to lung tanks. It just doesn't. To me, it's like, I don't know. See, your coils are knackered or something. You're rebuilding it because it's something like a stopgap to keep you fucking going while you're fanning on with something else. You know what I mean? I wouldn't be an all-day vape for us, and I definitely wouldn't take one out. I'd have it in my mouth all day. I wouldn't be able to. You know what I mean? I'd be just constantly.
That's
vaping.
like some of these pod mods. It's like I couldn't do this as my all-day vape every single day. I wouldn't be satisfied. But to throw this in my pocket, run to the store, the hardware store or the grocery store or whatever, no problem. Go to pick up my wife from work or something, I could do this.
I don't mind these like for tossing about, out and about, and that. They're all right. Especially when driving and everything. Yeah.
But if all that was available was disposables, I might go back to smoking. I couldn't have anything else.
I don't know. I think I could. I think if I had nothing else, I would survive on that. I reckon I would manage. Easy.
I would probably split my time and actually try to force myself to get used to just the pouches.
They just don't appeal to me at all, them. Just do not appeal to us. I don't like the idea of sticking a fucking tea bag in your mouth. I just don't like the idea of
These Alps are a lot different than like the Zines. The Zines do feel like a wet tampon.
Yeah,
that do eventually release flavor. This one is a moist pouch. And yeah, you got to get used to a little tea bag in your mouth all the time, but I definitely get the nick off of that better than I do a disposable. 2 drags on a disposable, 3 drags on a disposable, and I feel it. That one takes like 5 minutes before you notice it.
When it hits hard.
It hits hard and you feel it, but it also tapers off very slowly.
Aye. It's like a slow release rather than an instant hit.
Yeah.
I get that. They just don't appeal to me. Like, I don't think it's because it's the habit of this. This is what that's the thing that would be difficult for me. I'll be sitting again. Where'd you vape? I still like to
do. But like when I was working on my wife's car the last time, and I, pulling up her intake off and changing the lower intake manifold out, I didn't take a vape out with me. I threw a pouch in my gob and went to work. When I came in to get a new cup of coffee, I took a vape break, a proper vape break,
Yeah, but I found that the same with me. If I was busy, you know, like working in a car, even when I smoked, I never had a cigarette. I didn't want a cigarette because I was busy. I was occupied. I was doing something.
Oh no, I was one of those ones that had one hanging from my gob 24/7.
Oh no, I never did. I was never like that. Never. If I was,
and anytime I tried to grow a beard, it was always orange.
Nah, if I was busy, even when I smoked, I very rarely did it while I had a tab. Very rarely. I would stop and have a cigarette break. I wouldn't be, because my mind was I was occupied. I wasn't thinking about a cigarette. And
For me, the best one was going way back in the days when I first joined the fire company and became chief engineer and was learning everything about everything I could possibly learn, pulling the manuals out. And we were actually adding packing to the pump. Where the shaft goes into the pump, there's actual packing material that you put inside there. And it winds around there like a rope that has wax coating on it. And then you put a sleeve that, you know, screws in. And that is what keeps the pump from leaking water. But you don't want to completely stop the leak. You need to have like 5 drops every minute, anywhere from 5 to 10 drops every minute for that packing to be not too tight, not too loose.
Yeah.
And the guy that was there had a cigar. He handed me one the one time, and I put it in my mouth, and I'm like, oh, man, this is so much more enjoyable having that cigar in my mouth. Even if it went out, the tobacco leaves themselves gave me enough of a nick release that I would just work all day long with that cigar in my mouth. Every once in a while, you know, I'd light the thing back up again, take a couple drags of it, but...
When I was busy, I just never bothered us. That's how I could go so long without a cigarette sometimes if I was busy. Especially work, when you weren't allowed to smoke at work. I mean, if I was busy, it didn't bother us, but as soon as break time, I was out there chuffing away like a bloody steam train, you know what I mean? So if I was occupied, it didn't bother us. It's when you're sitting bored and you need to do something.
Well, that was my problem on the ambulance.
Yeah.
Working on an ambulance or working as a paramedic, you have 98% of the time, depending on how bad the day is, you're sheer boredom, waiting for the call to come in. Unless you're working for a transfer service, then you're always running around like a bus driver.
Yeah.
Right? But working for an emergency response service, you'd sit around a table with the TV on, you'd be doing crossword puzzles, or you'd be on your laptop doing whatever. But I would be smoking all day long.
Yeah.
We go out on the call, and I wouldn't touch it again until after the patient got offloaded to the hospital. I did my trip report, and we went outside and had a cigarette before we got back in the bus to head home.
Yeah. I totally get that, yeah. Them were the days, eh? For the days we didn't realize we're killing ourselves, eh?
I didn't care. I was saving people's lives. That was my only concern. I didn't care about my own health.
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't. I mean, when I first started drinking, cigars were quite popular, and that's what you had. You had a pint and a cigar, hand in hand. English tradition.
Yep.
Then obviously cigarettes became more popular, so then it was a pint and a fag.
And I never cared for those little cigarellos, those mini cigars, or the ones that had little wooden mouthpieces. I never liked that. Could never get into that.
We had a brand called Tom Thumbs, which were like, they were small, but they were like, like off the movie, like Clint Eastwood, you know, you'd have a little cigar hanging out. That's kind of what they were like. But they lasted forever, though, for what they were. They just burned so fucking slow, you know.
That's like the backwood cigars. Forever. Those were little mini cigars with no fancy drip tips or nothing. They were just loose rolled, smaller size cigars. Yeah. I mean, those ones I could have in my mouth because I would just play with it in my mouth, chew it back, swirl it back and forth.
Yeah. But again, there was a big Hollywood influence, like you said, your Clint Eastwood movies and some of your gangster movies are sitting there chewing on a cigar, and everybody would, whoa, like that. So that's when
none of that ever affected me. I never really. It was more about the people around me and what they were doing.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even like peer pressure. It was just like, listen, I'm a smoker.
Thing,
I'm a tobacco user. And yeah, socially, especially when you're drinking.
Yeah, social
Everybody's
thing,
smoking.
When I used to work with like Polish guys when I was like in engineering, they used to go off it if you went out for a cigarette on your own. Oh, no, you don't go out on your own for a cigarette. We all go for a cigarette. No, social chat. They hated it going out on their own for a cigarette. Really, man.
No, I didn't know anything about vaping whenever I was an EMT, when I was a paramedic. I did get prescribed the Nicotrol inhaler. It was a little plastic looking fag thing that had a little nicotine sponge inside it. And you were supposed to use that like you use a smoke break. You put a new sponge in there and you would go out and breathe through there. And like that nicotine sponge that was soaked with nicotine was supposed to give you the nic that you wanted. Yeah. That was the worst quit smoking product I had ever used. And my insurance company paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars for me to get the kit that came with 10 packs of sponges and one little inhaler, little plastic mouthpiece. And I think there might have been a spare one in there. And every time I tried to use that to not smoke, I wanted a cigarette 10 times worse than I ever did in my entire life. I literally paid somebody $5 for one cigarette because I wanted it that bad. Mooching off of me, he was going to hand me one anyway. I legit reached in my pocket and said, here's $5, give me a cigarette. What? Okay, I'll take that deal.
He's thinking, shit, he was going to give us one anyway, bastard.
But as soon as we left the hospital, the first gas station we came across, I pulled in and bought a pack of smokes. I'm back to being a smoker. Forget this. This is horrible.
Did you always find the maze, right? Even when you were skint, you always found money for cigarettes. If you had fuck all in your cupboards, you always found some way of getting a cigarette.
I remember plenty of times walking in there with rolled change to pay for my cigarettes.
Yeah.
Here's a roll of quarters. Oh, we love rolls of quarters. We always run out of them. Oh, really? I'll make sure and roll up all the stuff I got at home.
Yeah.
So I had a little stack that sat there, and when it was the day before payday, I needed to buy a couple packs of smokes to get me through until I could buy my carton of it tomorrow. Go to the gas station with a roll of quarters and give myself a Starbucks drink and a pack of Marlboro Menthol Gold.
Marlboro, God. That must be a big brand in America. Everything was Marlboro. We had them over here, but they weren't that popular. For whatever reason.
When I was down the fire hall, I used to be on a Camel kick. That's because Sam's Pop Shop was across the street from the fire hall, and that's where we used to go get our beverages, soda or whatever. We wanted a snack on it during the day. They had some beef jerky or whatever, and used to always buy my cigarettes there, and they always had all kinds of specials, and the cigarette reps were always in the front of the store going, let me see your ID, blah, blah, blah. Here's a free pack to try the new Camel Wides. These were cigarettes that were literally like the size of my finger. That's how fat they were. I went on those for a while.
I was never a Camel.
Oh, man, were those harsh.
They were horrible. Oh. I'd say that the worst, the strongest, heavy, really, because we used to have, on the packs, it used to tell you the tar rating. You had, a low tar, middle tar, a high tar. You used to have the ratings. Benson Hedges were fucking high, and Jesus Christ, you knew when you had one of them. Fucking hell.
Yep.
Even as a regular smoker, they were a hard cigarette. You could never smoke a whole one. They were really, they were strong.
And there were people that did that. That always annoyed the hell out of me. They would light up a cigarette, they would smoke a third of it, and then they would snuff out the end of the cigarette. So I'll come back to that later. Oh, that's disgusting. Relighting a cigarette that's already been smoked and put down. That's all they did, though.
We used to call them nippers. You know what I mean? If you come out for a smoke break at work, you can only have a couple of drugs, you'd nip it and then keep it for later. We used to call them nippers. My granddad, that's how he smoked. He used to have half a cigarette, nip it, have his tea or his meal. After his meal, he'd have the other half. Granddad used to always do that. He only used to go through 10 cigarettes a day, and that's why. He'd have half, nip it, do whatever he's going to do, and come back and light up the other half.
Yeah, one of the smartasses that always hated smokers and always made fun of them, and always like every time you walked by somebody that was smoking, they would do that whole act of, "You're gonna give me an asthma attack." You know, they made all this shit up, even though the guy's not even an asthmatic. He paid me $20 one time to smoke. He's like, "If you want to smoke, you need to smoke Camel Unfilters. Do it the whole way or don't do it at all." I said, "You pay me $20 and pay for the pack of smokes, I'll do it." He was so disgusted when he saw me smoking that, he left. Never bothered me again about my smoking. I'm like, "This is pretty good." Man, was that harsh.
I found the worst people were ex-smokers. Hang on a minute. You're an ex-smoker. You used to do it. They were the worst.
William Cornelius. Not to be Cornelius from the Santa Claus series. That was his name, and he was a paramedic, and he was an ex-smoker. He gave it up like 5 years prior to me starting to work at the ambulance service, and he always was like that. "You really ought to quit that. I quit that. Just cold turkey. That's the best way to quit." What? No.
Go away. I enjoy it too much.
I tried half a dozen times to quit cold turkey. Most of the time, I couldn't make it a full 24 hours before I was out walking to the store to get a pack.
When you tried to quit cold turkey, you could smell somebody lighting a cigarette up at 1,000 yards. Where's that? You could. And that would be it.
Listen, when we walk by the grocery store and somebody's walking out of the store, I could tell if they're a smoker or not. Without them having a cigarette in their mouth, just their clothes.
Yeah.
As a smoker, you recognize that smell and your body still craves it, even if your brain says you don't need it.
Yeah. Just still now, still tell a smoker now that I don't smoke. Smell my mile off. Absolute mile off.
But I refuse to partake in this chastising people that smoke. You want to smoke? More power to you.
Yeah.
After I quit smoking and I was vaping, and the guy came over and it was like, "You'd quit for a while, didn't you?" He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "You're back to smoking again." He's like, "How do you know?" I'm like, "I can smell it." "You want me to go outside?" "No, you can smoke in my kitchen. I don't give a shit." So we used to do. I have an exhaust fan in the kitchen. We would go out in the kitchen, and that's where we take our smoke breaks. That way you're not hot in the summer and you're not cold in the winter.
Exactly. It was just weird what we used to do, man. You know, weird.
I used to have to repaint the ceiling at least once a year because it turned that yucky gold, brown, orange color.
Yeah. We decorated this old chap's house once, and he was this heavy smoker. The whole fucking lot was yellow. We had to wash it. I had to wash it all off before we could do anything because the paint and everything just slid off it, man. It was just...
You remember when your fingers used to be orange from where you held your cigarette?
Yeah. Your yellow fingers, your orange fingers,
Never even noticed it until somebody pointed out the one day, and I'm like, "Really?" And you go scrub your hands, and it wouldn't go away.
Nope, still there. Not now. Clean as a whistle. First thing that happens now is e-liquid on them.
Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming on the 6-hour mark again. It's time for us to say auf Wiedersehen, adieu, farewell, goodbye. We'll be back again, same time, same place next week for another wonderful episode. And my wish as always, peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette smoking. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yeah, boys and girls, thank you again, everybody in chat. You know we always say you do make the show. We'll love having you here. Obviously getting your input and participating in all the little widgets and gadgets that Alex has set up. We love it. Lightning strikes, spins. We love it, really. Again, as always, on your way out, please hit that thumbs up. And also, you know where to find us for your dad jokes and all the pep picks and hand checks and all that stuff. Get on the Discord, upload your stuff there. And if you are watching on replay, where were you? Where have you been? Please, again, hit the thumbs up. That like button does wonders for Alex's channel. So, seeing I'm getting bombarded with all the effects, I shall bid you all farewell. Oh, mine, a cup of coffee. Oh, yeah, a cup of Marlboro anyway. We shall see you all same time, same place next week. And until then, You all stay safe, vape safe. We shall see you all very soon. Bye-bye. He's mad. He's raving mad. Do you know that?
Refresh. Come on.
Why?
Continue to Discord. Discord. Authorize. Push the button. Come on. What's going on? See you guys.
Am I stuck? Bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
E-cigarettes are less toxic than cigarettes.
Vaping is better than smoking.